Ladies and gentlemen, welcome! We have Ascension number 5's final stream ahead of us. Mesk is joining me here so we can cast the last 3 series we have. Elimination 3 is going to kick things off. Keen against the Shambler, Zerg versus Zerg. I know the Shambler was sweaty because he was practicing against Mist, ZVZ a bunch ahead of this match. So he's up to date on the meta, which is the exact opposite of what I expect from Keen. What are you thinking?
I think that if we don't see mass Gorgs, I'll be disappointed.
Okay, well, there you go.
There needs to be hugging.
There does need to be hugging. Yes, but I didn't launch Radman, so get ready to hear a bloop, boys, because Mesk is coming in.
I woke up like 10 minutes ago.
There it is. So, ahead of this, we do have the pick ban that I can read off to you. And you will note, Mesk will note, but it's not yet visible on your streams, but I'll just go ahead and spoil. Boskevine is the first map. That's the map Shambler is undefeated. He likes to say, oh, nobody's ever beaten me on this map in tournament play. And that's very interesting. Sure, Shambler, pat on the back, go back to sleep, old man. But not only that, you do have to keep in mind, though, he is up against a player who he should be defeating, right? Keen has shown slow to start going on in this tournament so far. He's slow to adapt, slow to learn. Just doesn't do much practicing. I will say, though, Mesk, after this series was played, at some point recently, Keen spectated, I want to say 16 matches that neblime and Shambler played against each other. So who knows what we're going to expect out of that, right?
What I will say is that the last time we saw ZVZ on this map, there were black boxes, and there were Zeths, and Ovi's full of carrion colonies about to meet each other in the middle of black box hell.
Unfortunately that reality was deleted, so you can't find it anymore. I will say, let's go back to the pick ban just briefly. The Shambler did win the coin toss. This is the last series that is a coin toss because we have even players. And he elected to pick one map and ban another. So he's the one who picked Boskevine, spoiler. Keen banned Death Spiral, so we won't be seeing that map. Shambler banned Nightfall, on brand, he hates that map. Keen banned Infinite Velocity, which to me indicates that Keen probably wants the smaller maps so that he can, easily rush down his opponent, And Shambler did indeed pick Boskevine. So our remaining maps after this are Ex Situ, Otherworld, Nitro Valley, and Repulsion. Obviously, I favor Shambler. Do you think Keen can use the potential sort of volatility of a mirror matchup like ZVZ to his advantage? Do you think he can get one win on the board? What is your prediction here coming into this series?
Well, we saw him do a few things that were well executed and well practiced, like the Zeth rush into proxy Kagrant, pulling out of a existing Brood War, Zerg versus Zerg. So I feel like that if it comes down to that, then the lack of game knowledge is not really going to influence him too much at all. If he can pull it off, I think that his mechanics are probably better. But we've also seen that not necessarily work out too well for him too. So it's kind of almost a wild card in that regard. But he has to have a better showing in this than he had at the last time we saw him.
Yeah, against 3 Crow, and he was really taking his time. Yeah, Shambler's not going to give him the same level of rope, so to speak. He's just going to try to dive in. Shambler has said before he really hates harassment-oriented play styles. He struggles versus those. That's why he likes to practice against me, because even if he does end up beating me, it's not without a lot of typing, you can say. So I get his aggression under control or something, because he likes to have his set piece battles. He likes to have the big armies fighting each other and win through superior macro and maybe superior unit positioning. And if you just keep dropping him and harassing him, or if you just rush him every game, maybe he doesn't get to that point, right? So I'm interested in that. I do predict our first match is going to be a 6-pool, at least from one of the players.
Yeah. I feel like if Keen does not, overall have a way better showing than he did last time, he needs to have a showing kind of more or less of where he started. Which is where those comments mostly come from, is that he showed some strong Zerg versus Zerg openers there.
Yeah, against
they were fairly decisive, but his last matches were not decisive at all.
Yeah.
And I was kind of wondering if he was just screwing around or reading things out, or if he was going to go through the process of building all the units. But he didn't do any of that. He didn't show any real intent to do that. At the end of the day, it was really just like he was asleep at the wheel, letting Jesus take over. So if that happens, I think Shambler will close every match very quickly. So I think that Shambler will recognize the weakness when he sees it, and will just Nath rush or 6-pool every game, or just maybe have a slightly more delayed 2-base attack. But Shambler isn't really going to wait for tier 2, in my experience, to do this. So I don't know.
Yeah.
But if he does decide to be really aggressive, I think it'll throw Shambler off. So I think it really depends on what kind of game face Keen is going to bring to this. I think he certainly has very much the potential to win. It's whether he really wants to act on that. Like I've said before, there's a whiplash effect.
Yes.
And now we're going right back to the opposite end of that whiplash effect. So we might just see that just slap back and spank him in the ass.
Let's find out, boys. We're going into match number 1. Boskevine. It is obviously Shambler favored. The whole series is. I predict 3-1. I'll give Keen 1 game, and maybe this will even be the game. Let's find out. We have...
That would be really funny.
We do have the wrong name for Shambler, which is already points off. He's disqualified, banned. Cordovan in the top right. He's going to be the Zerg there. And the Persian orange, that's the Zerg here. That's Keen, bottom left.
Well, you don't have a ref in here, so that's interesting, but...
Oh yes, I don't believe that the ref was available for either of the series we're casting from replays. So, but the replays were confirmed to work by the participants. That basically for this match, I knew okay, both of these players are involved, and both of the players said that the replays were fine. And then I reached out to Mist after his series because I knew he would be involved. I don't know who faced him. We're gonna find out, and he said his replays are good. So I think we're all
okay. All right, yeah. I don't think any of these people are really particularly prone to shenanigans.
Yeah.
At least at the moment, and that even includes. There's no 6 pool in this match.
I know.
We opened Boskevine Zerg versus Zerg,
and it's just
almost identical.
It's a 9 pool for both players, basically. A 10 pool, 9 pool, something like that.
Neither are 6 pool. I don't believe this. Can't be real.
I think what's happening is very interestingly, Keen is instantaneously harvesting gas. This is already a bit of a different look for him. So I think he's going to be going he might have been going for 9 pool Naths or something. I also don't know what Tism happened.
I think he's going to go in. I mean, he was making Naths.
Yes, he has made them before in the past.
He would go like Zatson and Naths or something, but now it seems like he kind of just wants to go hard in Naths.
Yeah, he's very close to being able to afford a second pair. So the first pair comes out. Second pair should come out now. Okay, so we have a 4 Nath opener. Is there going to be a Spraith, right? Because Shambler scouted the gas expenditure, so he should know. Okay, the only thing that costs gas out of the pool is obviously the Nethercore. Kind of think of it as a bit of a flying Zergling or something like that. And there it is. Okay, the Kagran going down. This is going to turn into a Spraith that will give him some anti-air. But the question is...
What we've established is that Chandler was practicing a lot, I think, with Neat before this.
Yes.
And the general conclusion, since I think almost all their matches ended very early, is that Shambler felt like Quasis were basically, because they have been buffed with the 1 armor pen. Oh no, they don't have.
It's not on this patch. This is still the fast Quasi, no armor pen. So that's on pre-release. You're thinking that'll be the next.
I can't remember. Were
they were practicing on release, and they came to the conclusion, as far as I know, that Quasis were the go-to unit.
Yeah.
Since they could defend versus Nathercores, you can kind of think of these as like a ranged Zergling almost, if you're coming from Brood War. They have pretty low DPS. They're kind of like an inferior Hydra, but they're going to be more than enough to deal with a melee air unit like the Nath.
I remember him concluding. I thought I was on pre-release because I was thinking, oh, the armor pen made him stronger, and that's why I'm practicing it. No, this was before they even get the armor pen. He was concluding that basically if you can call out the 6 pool or stuff like this and you go straight to Quasis, it's pretty much a guaranteed win. And Keen is making Quasis himself.
Yeah, Keen,
he's learned.
The first time in his fucking professional career, dude, Keen has built a Quasilisk. He is going to lose this Droleth attempting to expand, so that's a little unfortunate. Going to try to take the opportunity to close the gap with his Nats, but a little bit of a sloppy control here. Is going to go ahead and pick off most of it, and he will have more Quasis on the way to clean this up. But he lost all of his air units, so his early gas expenditure was not didn't end up well, we'll say. Meanwhile, behind the Shambler's got a macro hatch coming, so he's going to have the production advantage very soon.
The Naths just kind of flew over and stood there for a while, and one wasn't even fighting at all for the longest time. This unit control was definitely not on point. I think he got focused on trying to pull over the other Quasis he got. He managed to hold it off, but he's going to need to tighten his control for sure. And
he's got almost 300 gas, so the big difference here is that all of the time he spent harvesting gas, that could have been extra minerals for that macro hatch. Shambler is showing us the gasless ZBZ opener here, basically. And Shambler has also got an expansion that's relatively even, only like maybe 30 seconds, 15 seconds behind his opponents. Plus the macro hatch already up in his base, providing more workers, providing more units if he needs it. I don't think that these Nats, besides a scouting run, are going to be able to accomplish anything, but they might show Keen just how far behind he is if they ever go into the main, revealing, okay, you've got more workers than I do, and you're not harvesting gas, and you've got a second hatch. Like, if they ever go in there, I think he's going to realize, oh man, I'm going to have to start playing a little defensively, maybe go for something else. There was a scuffle over here with Shambler's Quasis that ended up going the way of Keen, again, defending, but Shambler doesn't mind that. He's more than happy to just play this out because he's got the tempo advantage on production and he can close the distance in terms of worker count.
This is starting to look a lot like you versus Zishi, but on both sides of the fence. Mass Quasilisk versus Mass Quasilisk. We finally come full circle, boys. Yeah. The tickles are en masse. He is just... They're both making nothing but Quasilisks.
Yeah, but Keen is obviously behind by 5 workers and is still slowly amassing gas. So that kind of tells me everything I need to know here. He is going to be trying to commit. And, Scouting Quas does scout it out. Yeah, he wants his tier 2. He wants his mutas. All the Nats are going to reveal this stack of Quas.
From that, though, like, all Shambler has to do is kind of sit back here and just keep making Quaslisks and come out. But no, Keen wants to go on the offensive.
Yes, he has the Quasi advantage for now, and the Kagrin is only now mutating. Remember, no cliff advantage right now on this ramp. It's not on pre-release, right? So the Nats are kind of sowing a little bit of chaos. It's cutting off some reinforcements, or at least distracting them, but obviously it just flies over and dies, yeah. So a little bit awkward here, and not getting the advantage he wanted, and a Circuit on the way. By the way, Circuits have, I think it's 3 armor. We'll know in just a moment. 3 armor. Quasis have no armor pen on this version, so Circuits are basically like insta-counter. They just do no damage. So Keen very, very much behind, economically speaking. But
I think that's why he moved out, because he wants to make sure no more pressure was coming and he could start droning up.
Right.
But he's definitely got a little bit of catch up here.
Oh, yeah.
Shambler was lower on units for reasons, just because he's been starting to work her up now. That's a 4th hatch, Ross.
Yes.
Just about halfway finished, and this is one of the main differences Keen is probably not going to be too keen on at the moment, is the general faster economy at this point in the game, and the necessity for having more and more macro hatches, especially since if he had watched older editions of the project and seen the Larvos, that's not here at this stage in the game.
Yeah.
He is making a macro hatch now, but Shambler went immediately for a 3rd. He is just starting to get gas, so you might see him transition to Hydra at some point.
Right. Now, here's one area where Keen might still be able to make this a game, because if Keen goes for the tech, which he's going to, and Shambler, instead of going for some sort of Hydrith transition, which it doesn't look like he's going to. I just saw some gas expenditure come out. I think that's Nats coming in just for scouting, it looks like, not a structure. Yeah. He is adding another macro hatch. So he's going to have way more production than Keen, but Shambler is going to be at a tech deficit because the tier 2 did go down. It's going down in the main, a little bit off to the right. And I think the scout will actually reveal that. But I almost feel like Shambler is allowing Keen the ability to congregate a more consolidated power base, you could say. Like he's going to have the tech advantage. He might go for mutas. He might just evolve his Quasith pool into something else. So we have to wait and see, but it kind of feels to me like Shambler could at least get into a volatile situation. And I don't know if you feel the same way, Mesk, but Shambler is the one who's usually a little bit more on the aggressive and decisive side. And it kind of feels like he hasn't really positioned his army towards that 3rd to maybe deny it or try to pincer attack the natural. He's not really being on the aggressive side, and it feels like he definitely could.
He's not even making many military units right now. He just has what he had before. He's not making... Maybe he's also holding out for tier 2.
Well, he's going to scout that the tier 2 just finished for Keen, which is probably going to surprise him a little bit. He's got his Naths in the mineral line. And, okay, we don't actually have a tech structure out yet, and Keen is not harvesting gas from his geyser in his natural, but he is going to put down his Mutath in the Nat. So 2 base Muta is the answer here for Keen. And Quasis don't do very well against that. They have the same weapon range. Mutas have 1 more range than in stock StarCraft, and they're a little bit cheaper. Well, actually, I guess a lot of bit cheaper. It's 250 on this patch, and 200 minerals, 50 gas, and you get 2 of them. So very mineral
definitely
heavy.
Very greedy in this game, but I think he feels like he can be greedy because, well, Keen hasn't demonstrated a really major game state pressure at this point in the game, and he feels like, well, I'm gonna be pretty comfortable to the point he's had some idle workers sitting in his main for a while now. He's not really too caring on that, but I don't know. Keen showed definitely a stronger intro in this game for sure than he had in the last series, especially. And meanwhile, there is a Droll that's spinning extremely bigger. Oh, he's been freed.
Well, there's a attack on the third. Yeah, the problem here is that Shambler was so late to this when he could have. He had all the tempo, he had all the map pressure and advantage to be able to move Quasis down here and deny the Hatchross from even going down. And you can kind of think of it as vultures in StarCraft 1 TVP, trying to find the probe before it puts down the Nexus. That's way easier for the vulture to kill to stop the base timing than it is to kill a Nexus with all the armor rules and how that stuff works. It's very similar now. Well, that's exactly what I'm saying, right? It's like Shambler has gone for so many extra workers. He's getting a 4th base. Keen is so far behind by that. But Keen is getting all of his mutas in a row. And if that attack comes in and the Quasis are not in a good position to defend, absolutely the mutas can run roughshod over Shambler's base. And the worker difference is now not going to be too significant.
Get to see anything?
They saw the eye roll. They didn't see the Mutath. They saw it finish. So the eye roll was finished, and Shambler's is only here about half. And he's trying to fight an uphill battle. This is a cliff advantage spot, so he's actually being pretty disadvantaged there with a inferior army of Quasis. And that is going to sort of reveal where those Quasis are. Now we see some Protathalors joining the fray. Oh, okay, there's one Protathalor and 10 mutas. Not a very ambitious army just yet, but Keen can scale up from this point. And I almost feel like Shambler's really on a knife's edge here, despite having way more workers. He's not turned it into anything.
Shambler's tier 2 is just about to finish, so I'm kind of curious. You can go straight to Lyrilusks at this point. That's very, very viable. They are not as amazingly game-deciding as you think Bacillus might be, but they are still much tankier. They do have a bouncing attack. They will work well, and I believe that is what Shambler is going to do. He's this is certainly a good place where he can make them work. You can see he's kind of building up defenses here.
I think I know what this is as well, because I think with Keen showing a predilection for mutas in general, Shambler is aware of that. Yeah. And Shambler is also somebody who believes, at least on this version of the game, and Mist actually agrees with this, that ZVZ is going to be mass muta when you hit tier 2. It's just muta v muta. And Calculusks do deal the line trace damage, so that is probably what Shambler is mutating his Leveril Pond into for now, or the Calc here. But there's a big engagement here. The mutas are taking a lot of damage, sort of running out at this point, but he's got a lot of Quasis to back them up. This army is not going to fall anytime soon. Shambler's in trouble.
Yeah, he's going to definitely have to assemble some defenses here, but he's got some tier 2.
Yes, he does.
Waiting.
And the mutas are not focusing down the circuit, so in that situation, the mutas were basically taken care of, and the Quasis are all that's remaining for Keen's army. More mutas on the way.
What Keen's made of now, because he's definitely on the offensive. He's slowly chiseling down the tier 2 Spiritists. Those are going to die pretty easily. The worker count is absolutely enormously in Shambler's favor, but he's going to have to put a stopper on that in the moment.
Yeah, at this point he needs military. He's getting mutas of his own. Maybe he can fly across the map and do some counter harass. But shutting down the 4th base, again, there is a maximum amount of value that the workers can have, and Shambler having double the workers might not matter too much. Mutas arrive for both players at pretty much the same time, and now it looks like it's a battle of who's got more. It's 18, and that's way more for Shambler. The Quasis are doing some damage, but it's just straight up muta v muta, and it looks like Shambler is going to be winning this fight now. Finally, his economy coming to life for him.
Shambler's got all these mutas he just made, and he can go straight to tier 3 if he wanted here.
He's got almost enough gas for tier 3, that's right.
He is just about tier 3.
Which actually, I mean, if the game goes any longer, if these mutas don't close it out, which I feel like they probably will, I mean, there's no anti-air defenses here, but in a world where that wasn't the case, I do feel like Tozgrilusks would absolutely spank what Keen has. Now there's, 20 mutas now in the main of Keen, and at this stage, the reinforcing mutas that are being made here by Shambler are going to be more than enough to deal with this army that's coming in. Meanwhile, there is no response, and the tech now being focused down. Not really too consequential in this particular case, because he has the Mutath somewhere else. But I don't know how you're going to deal with 20 mutas with only your own mutas. You don't have anything that deals crowd control, no Calculusks, no Vithrilisks, nothing to rend the armor and make the bounces more effective. And the Natural is actually being besieged by an army of Quasis, but I don't think it's going to matter. We have entered into a bit of a base trade mess.
Yeah, he's trying to spam sprays, but they're not going to do anything against these mutas. They won't even finish.
Here comes some Zethra cores to try to absorb some of the bounces. That's a tactic from ZVZ in StarCraft 1. And there are 14 mutas versus the dwindling count. I don't think he's going to get that Mutat Spire.
Focus the Spire.
Meanwhile, the Drollets have been pulled over in Shambler's Natural. They will knock this up, but now that we're in a bit of a pickle here, boys. No tier 3.
So many. Yeah. So many Drollets. That's the advantage when you have double your opponent's worker count. Yeah. They turn into your most powerful military.
Some defenses coming online here for the main to try to slow down a future attack, but the 4th is up, and that might be a target. No, Keen goes straight past it. It's Muta v Muta, boys. We got 14 mutas to the 17 of Shambler, and Shambler will obviously mop this up. More even coming. I think that might end up being GG, because these mutas would have been a difference maker for Keen, but they come in a little bit too late in the battle. And again, you have to think about the economy that Shambler has online compared to his opponent. Shambler floating so much money. Larva are his limiting factor right now, or maybe just APM and focus. He's got more mutas on the way, 14 flying towards the 4th, and there is just nothing online for Keen. 0 military units on the field right now. He has no gas. He has 30 workers, many of which are probably not in optimal spots. And I do think Shambler has broken him, but I was a little worried for him for a little bit there, Musk. This looks much sharper from Keen. Maybe he really was just goofing off against 3-Crow in his last series.
This is, as Scholar would comment, XD moment.
Well, he wouldn't say moment. He would just say XD and leave the game, which maybe is what Keen is going to do.
But it's a moment for sure of XD.
Yeah, it is. The bounces coming in alive here. Shambler mopping this area up. The Mutat Spire will go down next, and that's pretty much going to be GG. Yeah, Keen doesn't even let it get there. GG called, and Shambler goes up 1-0 over the series.
It was definitely a much better showing of Keen, but it's showing as well that the economic changes are lagging behind what he wanted to do. And if I feel like he had caught on to that, he would have taken the game, because his aggression was showing a reasonable amount of strength. Shambler kind of slipped up by having his units focus attacking the Spire, and he was too enthralled in swarming those quasis with the Drollets, and I didn't notice that his mutas were being attacked. So that was a lot of lost momentum for him, that if Keen had been more on the ball with his economy, he would have been able to bounce back from and stabilize, I think.
I think so, yeah.
Unfortunately, he was low on worker count before that attack came, and that attack reduced him to like 27 or something, so it was pretty devastating. It's
funny, they had a pretty even unit score, but it's mostly... well, Shambler produced 333 units, that's 3, but... really, I think the big deal here is that there's just way more workers and way more economy. Yeah, like Keen has not realized that because there's no supply and because the worker saturation levels are different, you want to have that maximum saturation where possible. And you don't need to leave your mineral line as devoid, as depleted. I didn't see he didn't cap any geysers, but I wasn't sure if he was ever mining ridges. I didn't take note of that. So he might have also been leaving some gas income on the table, and we did see that sort of allowed Shambler to dive in and get the shot. But yeah, that's a great first showing, and we're going to move on to Ex Situ next, a map that is longer than it is tall, and we'll have to see what Keen wants to do on this particular one. He has had some heartaches on this, where he gets 6 or 7 pulled. Enoz took a game off of him in group stage, and then 3-Crow, his only game against Keen in the first series they played was on this map, where 3-Crow ended up 6-pulling him as well. Maybe this is the 6-pull map. We're about to find out.
Maybe this map, despite its size, is doomed to cheese every single match, including the Protoss versus Protoss matches as well.
I think it has to be. I mean, even if it's not cheese in PvT, at least you can be missed and build only ground units, only military melee. Yes. Now, Shambler's on the left-hand side. This is where Keen was every single match, so that's the orange zone.
Yeah, this is different. I was thinking, oh, Keen's going to be on the left side of the map again. This will be some deja vu and terrible flashbacks.
Okay, well, I'm seeing workers being produced by both players, and this is the main thing to note here.
How is this not a six? What are you people doing? This is a 6-pull meta.
So here's my thing, Mask. In that last game, Keen is the white Zerg on the right-hand side, by the way, guys, and I was expecting a 6-pull from both of the players at some point, maybe in the same game, and maybe we'll still get it, right? There's still games to be played here.
But I want to say nobody's gonna 6-pull.
I just want to say that Shambler had all of this practice against Mist, and the practice games didn't go his way in terms of results. But he said that he felt confident, or he felt like he had a good read on what the meta was like and what he needed to do better. And it looks like both of our players are indeed going to go for a pool first. Shambler's is a little bit later, but that's not going to be too consequential, most likely. And I just have to say, like, Shambler didn't seem as decisive, didn't seem as even-keeled as what I would expect. So in that last game, if that's anything to go by, maybe Shambler just had the nerves, right, and he gets it worked out. But I almost wonder if he was second-guessing himself a little bit or decided to deviate from the game plan he had from practice, because I was expecting something a little bit more decisive. Maybe he was expecting Keen to roll over a little bit faster as well. The unconventional play where you have low worker counts, you rush to tier 2 and get mutas, almost caught him off guard, and if it wasn't for the 50, 70 worker difference or whatever it was, then maybe I think Keen could have taken the game. A lot of factors there.
Yeah, Keen was keeping his economic play. He would have called out that immediately because he was so much further ahead on gas to begin with than Shambler. But Shambler, I was watching some of those games because Miss was streaming them.
Oh, okay.
But I was watching like other games at the same time where you were cheesing someone, I think, or I was doing something else.
Yeah, it was something. That's right. They were doing it. I didn't know they were streaming at the same time. Yeah. There's already a bit of a different look, though.
A lot of missed wins in that just from counter quasis really early on.
Right.
So I feel like Shambler, just because he might have developed some kind of like muscle memory based on those matchups.
Yes.
That really changed a lot.
Well, what's interesting to me, right? This is very different. Keen has gone for a macro hatch, and he actually put his down a little bit earlier than Shambler's. And it feels to me like, I don't know, it's interesting, right? Shambler's got the scout on the ramp, so he's going to be able to see any units move out. It is going to be a late quasi, but Shambler actually started amassing military a little bit further on, right? He built his first pair of quasis earlier. He's going to go for the in base, which is a little bit above the main. It's not as rich, but if you're going to build a macro hatch anyway, you could do that. It looks like neither of our players harvesting gas anytime soon. Look at this, another macro hatch
already. Yeah. One thing I did notice from Keen is he was more active in chat after that last set. He's been around more often. I think he's more or less like paying more attention and realizing, I don't know, I think he might have been watching stuff or otherwise paying a little bit, like catching up.
Yeah.
So it feels like he's got his mind more in the game at this point.
Right.
Actually getting a grasp of what he needs to do economically, I think is going to be the big, and of course, like late tier stuff, he's probably going to be kind of lost still. But I think that's the case for Shambler too. So,
Shambler even does a cheeky unburrow and blocks, and unfortunately his worker is going to be revealed there. So Keen's going to go ahead and take that. The quasi will leave. If you had to pick, I think you sacrifice the quasi so you can get the worker back in there, but no big deal. Shambler's actually a little bit up in terms of workers, and we do finally have some gas being harvested by one of our players. It's going to be Nats. Looks like mostly just for a scout because it was only the one pair, but he does obviously have the... I won't say it's an advantage just yet, but we do have another macro hatch coming as well for Shambler. So yeah, they're going to be basically even-keeled in terms of resources and in terms of production. And the longer the game goes on, Keen will have an advantage from his natural being more resource-rich, whereas Shambler's is a little bit safer. He's going to start to get heckled by the Nats as I say that, though, so maybe it's not so safe. Forcing the burrow, losing some mining time.
Shambler is again trying to go very light. You'll notice he has 2 military units.
Yes.
If these quasis had just marched across the map, they would have been spotted, but then Shambler would have had to go quasis himself.
Oh, there you go.
And in spite of that, our worker counts are actually just even at the moment.
Yes, he just lost one. He's forcibly burrowing and unburrowing, spending a lot of his APM on that, and obviously reducing the efficiency of this base. That means that now that this Hacharosk is up, and we got, 6 workers here waiting to be tasked onto resources, as soon as Keen recognizes that and corrects that issue, which it looks like he has, he's actually got a worker advantage. So that's a very different look, and maybe he already started to realize what he needs to do.
Yeah. It's he didn't really get a lot of information in that last game about Shambler's other maps, other presence on the maps, and his third base that he had running, but it was probably something he could infer. I don't know if he ever actually scouted it at all, but it was, he went for the net, right? And then he must have realized, just from his experience, that something was off, that there was just so much more shit coming at him, especially when he was already killing that expansion.
Well, we might be in real rough
just
times
from that
here.
Information. Yeah. Look at this, 36 to 42 workers. I feel like he's just kind of like started to figure it out.
Well, here's the decisive play I was looking for from Shambler. He's got 19 quasis if you count the borrowed one, and they could just storm the gates here. There's only 12. There's some more in the larva, so I think this won't be a game-ending attack, but it could do some pretty good economic damage, depending on how many workers
worker pull and try to smash these as fast as possible here.
Yeah, reinforcements are coming. And yeah, look at that. The quasis are starting to occupy themselves with the workers, but Shambler's, in theory, fine with this. He's now got a 6-worker
bounce
advantage.
There. He only lost a couple of them, didn't overcommit, immediately went back to harvesting when his other quasis came. He didn't realize he was attacking when that was burrowed there and pulled away from it.
Right. And here comes the expansion into the natural base for Shambler. So eventually, we are going to see this worker count matter a little bit more for Shambler, regardless of
Zorkis from Shambler. He realizes he needs to change his plan here. We might see Gorgacores after all, and then I don't know if Keen's going to be ready for that.
No, look at Keen's gas, 700. He's going to go for tier 2. By the time the Zorkis finishes and Lakizilisks or Gorgs fly across the map, it could be enough for the Mutath to be on its way, but I feel like it's going to hit before the Iral even finishes, depending on how many Gorgs are weighted.
The Iral takes a while to start, and he's not at 900 gas yet. So.
Not yet. He can afford it as soon as he gets the gas, though. He's keeping his minerals at above that 450 threshold.
I think this is a good timing call from Shambler. I think he kind of infers what he has seen from Keen in previous matchups, and then what he saw in the last game. And now he's got a beat on this, and if he just does this timing push, I think he's just going to immediately kill him. And I hope that for Keen's sake that he's aware that this is going to be coming. You have to be aware that this is a thing, but he's not going to be aware. But it could be just as much as that Shambler just decides to push in with nothing but quasis and zeths at this point, and it would effectively amount to kind of the same thing.
Ooh.
Because military production has stopped for Keen at the moment.
He's got Zoryus coming, Mesk. It's not Gorgs. He wants to front line and then deal with the fact that the quasis have no armor pen on this version.
He just wants to pull his gas then. He also wants to hang out for tier 2, but that is missing out on an opportunity. Because he could shut down these bases one way or another here, but he is banking onto tier 2. He really wants to hold up for tier 2, but I think he still wants to apply some pressure, and this could backfire absolutely spectacularly. The 2 macro hatches coming in that first base for Keen. The third is now mining. Shambler is just a little bit ahead on workers, but it's nothing like last.
No, yeah,
Mutath is en route.
Yep.
Now the military is coming out, but look at the military difference for Keen. He has 53 military now.
Yeah, and most of it is quasi, which is going to be able to hold this attack off, right? There's no crowd control with this army for Shambler. He just wants his quasis to have a bit of an advantage when it comes to not being attacked, right? He's got a front line. That's the idea. And there is no static defense out. There's going to be some that are going to be mutated here in just a moment. But the amount of Quasilisks here for Keen, I think he's going to be okay. I don't think this is a game-ending push. And the longer it takes...
don't do much damage.
Yeah. Look at this. Even gets a pretty good concave position here for Keen. The Zoryus are all on one side, and look at that Kagran's taking so much damage from these quasis. Shambler, I don't know if he was focus firing it or if they were just on a dummy auto attack move, but either way, that fight goes disastrously for Shambler. And Keen, his Mutath finished in the middle of that fight. He can have Mutas on the way at any time.
I don't think Shambler was expecting to walk into the Tickle Ball Pit. That is precisely what happened. There was so many quasis in there that even if he had an ideal engage, I still think he would have been very hard-pressed for him to win that just by the sheer numbers. Instead, he lost all of his front line. Now he's panic-building Kagrits.
Yes.
Preparing for the Tickle onslaught. He's realizing, uh-oh.
Yep.
I've been had. And look at the worker count. And Keen is keeping up on the workers. He's just shy of 71 to 63.
Yeah, and that's absolutely a playable situation. Now, the Kagrins do finish. Some Gorgs are out. They're going to be the crowd control Shambler's going to go for. We're still waiting on whether or not those Mutas are here. A bit of a conga line situation for Keen, which is going to help him versus the split, but the circuits are done. That's going to obviously be a lot of the armor taken care of. However, I think Shambler is going to take a little bit too long to mop this force up. I think the Mutas are en route. I mean, he's already got 14 back in the nap.
Yeah. The Gorgs were a panic build for Shambler because he realizes, wait a second, I'm about to be tickled.
Yes.
But he did that, and he had built all the circus, which I think would have been able to hold it off. This is going to delay Shambler's own Munas as well, and that is important because, well, the Gorgs are actually going to pass the Munas. And I'm pretty sure he saw them with his Quasi right there. The Munas could deal a huge amount of damage. He's not going to have an amazing amount to deal with it at the moment. Just some Quasis here that are...
Yep.
He'll probably kill a couple. No, he's actually going to pull off from them.
Yeah, not a bad move. He's already
moment.
accomplished the economic damage by forcing 21 workers to move away. A bit of an oversaturation on the base. Flying to the natural now. No static defense set up for that. The Gorgs, meanwhile, bullying the yeah, there's a bit of a trade here happening with the in-base being under attack. The Gorgs are going to try to do some damage, but they don't do anything versus air by comparison to what they used to, right? They don't do their splash attack. And it looks like mutas are even here to sort of defend versus the workers. So yeah, Keen taking the advantage and has so many more mutas. The Mutath only now finishing for Shambler. I feel like this is the one where Keen's actually, he's mounting a more considerable attack here.
Yeah, Shambler needed to be building Spirit Hits in that expansion during the lull in which the metas were not active. But his Quasis do end up forcing them away. I feel like if Keen wanted to, he could have just done some micro there and just start picking them off and tie up Shambler while waiting for his reinforcements. But no, he's going to amass everything he's got.
36
This is a game-ending army here.
Yes.
He absolutely could just go right back to either of these bases and force the issue, take down the circuits, and bring in a ground army if he wanted. But it seems like more at the moment he's kind of just content.
Oh, he's just going to run roughshod over this army. Yeah, there's only 6 mutas here. They're going to get erased. 33 still remaining. Is it even going to drop by one more? Okay, 32. So 4 of the 36 mutas have died, but that's it. Shambler cannot mount a proper defense versus this. Almost certainly losing the in-base hatch. Now going to be at a more significant deficit than ever before when it comes to worker count. Wasn't able to evacuate pretty much hardly any of them. And yeah, Keen's like, you got nothing. I'm just going to fly right over these.
This Spirit is doing a little bit of damage, but there's just so many mutas, and their bounce is doing so much damage to whatever it is they attack.
Yes.
It instantly dies because there's just only the one. He needed like 4 or 5 of them to put a dent into this.
There you go.
That will be Keen taking game 2.
That was a game, Mask. We actually have a series on our hands. I was surprised to see Keen be able to fend off that attack. He had a lot of quasis, he had a lot of production, and you're right, you know, Shambler opened himself up to going Zorkis to delay his mutas, to delay his tier 2, and that was a situation where now, what are you going to do as Keen? You've got the tech advantage, your opponent has let you be a little bit more on the greedy side, and then they only attacked after the military cycle came in, right? And that was Keen realizing, I could just build more workers if he's not going to be aggro in the early game.
Yeah, I think really what this game really came down to was Keen realizing he was down on worker count in that first game, and he needed more workers. So that was a fast response from him that allowed him to do that. If he had been in a similar deficit as he was in the first game, then the Gorgs consuming all of Shambler's gas and delaying him really wouldn't have made as much of a difference because his economy still would have been that much stronger. But in this case, the economies were about even, so that ultimately resulted in a very, very important E-hand timing, where the moment that his Gorks had come out, it was already like kind of unnecessary because he kind of already had enough to deal with the Quasis as it was. And then they just ended up meeting mutas on both sides of the map, and of course they got destroyed by mutas on both sides of the map, which killed all of his offensive power and really delayed his defensive power.
Yes, yeah. Well, I was really excited to see if Keen could post a game. I did say this is going to go 3-1 in favor of the Shambler, so far we're on track for that. Shambler's got to bounce back on Otherworld, a map that I thought he said he was going to ban this in ZVZ, but he decided to ban Nightfall instead. So this is a situation where if Keen doesn't have the same sort of anguish... Oh, speaking of, we have Keen 6 pooling, and he is going to be the olive Zerg in the bottom right.
What a goofball.
And Shambler, the white Zerg in the top right. Okay, Otherworld is a map that Shambler thinks is not so good for ZVZ. He's actually holding his worker, his second worker, so he might be going for a bit of a 7-pool situation here.
This is goofy.
Here we go. Guys, we were waiting for the 6-pool moment.
It's happening.
And it's finally upon us, boys. And I was going to say, so if Keen doesn't have that same negative sort of energy that he applies to the map of Otherworld in this matchup, because he doesn't have the same experience, that can almost give him a little bit of an advantage in that sense. And obviously he's practicing the low APM strat here, not interested in Arthritis. So Shambler, on the other hand, is... he's joining him. He's realized, okay, maybe I should... Maybe I should.
The old men are calming down and getting out their newspapers to read about the sports column.
Yep.
And that sports column says there is cheese on the horizon.
There is cheese on the horizon. Now, at the same time as he's 6-pooled, Keen is also scouting. Not a very economic play, but his Zeths are on the way. It's going to be Zeths and not
I think that
Quasi.
Drolith could be used for a proxy as well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You can make it seem like it's just a scout. and then you can go for something else. Now, it looks like, yeah, Shambler harvested enough gas for a pair of Naths, and then is going to go Quasis. This can really easily turn in Shambler's favor, because the Quasis are going to finish. You can kite backwards with those. The Naths exist in a way to maybe pick off the Droleth while it's trying to mutate a Kagrant. Like, this is a bad situation here for Keen, especially if his worker dies here. I mean, maybe he can sort of pull the Quasis away, but no, he's not even going to be able to do that. Not reacting fast enough.
The real question is, did he spot the Naths? Because that's really the big thing. The Naths can ignore this. Shambler can delay it or hold it with Quasis, and Naths can
he'd be lucky to kill even 2 of these Quasis. It looks like he's going to be able to kill actually 3 of them, so it's much closer than it needed to be. Dang, thwarted, and he calls GG immediately before the Naths even go to his base.
Yeah, that was the practice with Mist showing its colors.
Yeah.
That, I don't know, was it even scouted? Maybe he just like sensed it.
No, he had the Naths flew over the path that the Droleth took, so Vision probably gave it to him, and then they flew over his Zethrakors, so he knew, basically.
Oh, I mean, like, just based on the units he built, it felt like it was very custom tailored to that. But I think it was just like a standard opening that just happened to counter it, kind of like almost like a safe.
Yeah, he was being safe with the. I think 7-pool turns aggressive if your opponent isn't aggressive themselves, and then because the 7-pool Quasi. But he also had the Nath. It was a bit of an uncanny opener, because it delayed his Quasi so he could get the gas for the Nath in time.
Maybe he sensed it because in the other matches, the Quasi's aggression was slightly delayed. So I feel like as a result of that second game, that both players just felt like inclined to go more aggressive. I feel like Shambler, like if every game is to go as the way it did with the second game, where Keen's going to actually like put him on par, then the window for him to most exploit Keen is before he hits tier 2, where Shambler is otherwise being passive and building up his economy. He'd be looking more or less for something more of his older conventional style, where, you know, like all Hydras or some other kind of early tier 1 aggro with that. And like a Zero-Core Hydra would probably do really quite well against that. Of course, the gas would be quite substantial at that point of an investment for him. But either way, I feel like that is definitely his time to shine against Keen, but definitely the practice with Mist helped him find an opener that he felt comfortable with, and that kind of showed what happened there.
Yeah, I think so. Well, now we're going on to Repulsion for the all-important match point here. Shambler could close the series in my predicted manner, or Keen could force us to game 5. And, you know, with how silly that last match was, how much of a build order counter it seems to be, I think it's proving to be a pretty good discussion or sort of illustration of why you might not want to go for a 6-pool. And indeed, Keen, he is the Russian green Zerg in the top right of Repulsion, and he will be going for not a 6-pool since he is getting a worker. Shambler on the other side, the yellow Zerg, bottom left. This is the standard of standard maps. And Keen is typing, so he screwed up his roll-up there a little bit. Don't worry.
What's a little different in this is Shambler is getting some early gas.
Yeah, just like the last game, right? This is a 7-pool. Yeah, this is the same strat. He's going to run the same thing back, and this time maybe more against a more macro-oriented play from Keen. And he was in the chat while you were trying to break down what the build order was, and Shambler said this was meant to deal with a macro player. He can kill the Quasis with his own while the Naths attack workers, and maybe this is what he's going to do. So we had 2 pretty, like, on the longer side of games. We had 2 back-and-forth games that ended in Tier 2. We might have 2 cheesy games that end much sooner.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what Keen did in the second match, is that he got those early Naths that did end up costing Shambler a lot of time. He just kind of more or less did the same thing a little bit earlier on. And absolutely, you can grab some Naths and just use them for harassing at that point to at least force a response. You don't have to commit heavily to them. They are still very strong if they happen to get the chance to actually run over the workers. But I feel like in this, well, Shambler's pretty much doing the same thing in this match, but I feel like Keen is probably going to go for early Quaslisk again.
Yep.
Kind of more or less see something more standard out of him, so he should be able to repel this quite easily.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 pairs of Quasis and the 1 pair of Naths coming in, but Shambler's also keeping the guy on gas, so he's not interested in banking a lot of minerals, and if Keen goes for a macro hatch following this, he's not going to scout the Naths on their way out. So it's a question of, does he even make any Quasis anytime soon? This larva is all important, and I think he's banking minerals so that he can go for something else. Yeah, the sort of Nath rush, and okay, now he's getting Quasis, so there's a bit of a timer on this. He should remember, based on what he did against Shambler with the mutas, that you can borrow workers that are being attacked. So let's see what happens here. What's the micro response? Not really instantaneously taking that worker and burrowing it, not pulling it away. So we've already lost one worker. Keen is actually ahead in workers still because of the 7-pool opener. And yeah, it looks like the Nats are actually going to lose one of them. That's a lot of their offensive power lost, but they did equalize the worker count.
Now, Shambler's Quasis are over here. They're going to try to deny this expansion. If he is able to successfully deny it, it'll give him a lot of momentum off of this, but he is actually choosing to attack the military.
He wanted to get up the ramp, yeah. Not going to work out for him, though.
That, unfortunately, kind of costs him a lot because the ramp just kills all of his everything, except for his 2 Quasis. So he loses a lot of steam out of that and doesn't manage to deny the expansion on top of it, while also at the same time not dealing any real damage to the stunning military for Keen. So Keen might feel pretty comfortable coming out of that and go for something more macro-oriented on his own. The spam is en route up to 300 APM, whereas Shambler now has to determine what he's going to do next, as he is not building a macro hatch or anything of that nature at the moment. So I feel like that's what's going to be coming next, is probably the macro hatch. Yep.
Yep. Will it be in base? It looks like it will be. And the problem here that I'm seeing is that Keen is going to have the economic advantage if this game goes long. So Shambler needs to either end it soon or manage the economic growth of his opponent, who has a faster second hatch for production and obviously access to more resources, especially more gas, which Keen has shown a predilection for, teching up, getting those mutas fast. So either Shambler manages his opponent or just outright kills him. But if it's going to be the former and he actually is able to sort of slow his growth, then we could see Shambler go for an expansion after that, try to turn this into a more macro-oriented game. And admittedly, he isn't building too many military units, so maybe it is going to be the former.
Yeah, Shambler wants to check out that third. He's sending some Quasilisks over there. Meanwhile, Keen has already got 2 Nats, so he's building for the purpose of scouting. Those are going to run down here. I don't think Shambler's in too much danger of them dealing damage to him. He does only have 3 Quasis, so he could take a little bit, but he shouldn't be really too bad off.
Yeah.
But it is going to confirm to Keen that as long as he scouts that Nat, that he's ahead economically and can feel fairly safe about the low military presence of Shambler. Upon which case, I expect Keen to just go for an extremely safe tier 2 again, and he's just actually focusing on these workers right now.
Just gets one. He's actually got a 5-worker advantage, so every bit counts, but that slows Shambler's growth that much more, right? In theory, it doesn't matter as much.
The timing of this expansion.
Yeah, exactly. He'll see it's like a little over half HP, so he knows sort of what to expect there.
And just kind of scouting around here. Barely manages to keep the Nath alive, which is important since you'll probably want to use it to scout again in the future. It's actually going to go up over here towards his third. It's not going to spot the 2 Zeths. That was actually not 2 Quasis, just 2 Zeths that are over there. They're not burrowed or anything, so hypothetically he can spot that they're there, and it might save him getting tickled in the future. No military. It's 6 versus 5 military units.
Yes.
Both players content to be very passive at the moment. That said, all of the eggs within Keen's base at the moment are Quasilisks.
Yes.
And he might decide to put some pressure down on this expansion here, since he sees generally that Shambler is just trying to catch up on the economy, and will be able to.
Yeah, he's actually scouting ahead with this Nath. He's going to see that more workers have been made, starting to harvest the gas. He can even harass them a little bit, force them to burrow or do something else. The Quasis need to be recalled. There were no military units made. Oh, yeah, the workers just immediately leaving. This could even be the go signal, right? I mean, we've got 14 Quasis and more on the way. This could absolutely be a decisive move here in favor of Keen. He's shut down the gas mining for the natural, so that's going to delay any tech changes. Both of them sort of floating around the same amount.
Systematically coming to burrow, and they're just going to be sitting there doing absolutely nothing. Well, the Kegering does finish, but it's a little wounded. And
only finally now do we actually have more Quasis being made for Shambler. And it was at great cost, right? And there's going to be way more coming. That Kegrin is turning into a Circuith. That's a really critical moment. I think Shambler's read that his opponent hasn't been going heavy air. That was only that extra Nath, and he's got the Quasis to guard it. So he realizes this could be a Quasi push. He had the Zets around. Maybe, I think he probably scouted it really with the burrowed Quasi that got owned. But the tap is just coming in. Honestly, I think this is more than enough Quasis to overwhelm this position. But he doesn't wait for the second one.
Target focus.
Yeah, he doesn't wait for the second one.
Some on the ledge there that could cause him a lot of headaches because he can't really deal with those. And he's fighting on top of the Circuith when he needs to pull him out and send out his military. But he did lose a lot of steam there, dealing a small amount of damage.
Well, Shambler's overstepping by a big margin here. The reinforcements for Keen coming in and really thinning his herd as well. So we've got essentially the same amount of Quasis for both players. And the Zeth over here spotting for any air movements, right? That's the patrol one. A third coming on the way. So Keen maintaining tempo and worker advantage, if not military advantage.
Keen's gas is slowly getting towards his comfort zone. Shambler
yeah.
must be ever aware of that, which is he's getting the one Kagrant in his main that really is just there for the NAS at the moment. It's definitely not going to stop Mutas. Will Shambler be forced to turtle out in mass static defense? Well, his own tier 2 defense is going to be quite delayed if that's the case. His Nat is actually not harvesting. These two workers are just chilling for the moment, but...
Yeah, he's adding more defenses. He's worried about any sort of air switch or whatever. But the problem is, he's confirmed that there is indeed a third. And hey, the Nathracore that was doing all that harassment came up and started tickling this
yep.
this Zetracore, so that zones it away. Yeah, critically,
I think saw Burrow too.
Yeah, critically, the gas started to be saturated a little bit late here in the natural, but the tech is already on the way. So these Quasis now vacating the premises. They feel like they've done their job. They've delayed their opponent. And I really like this from Keen. He's almost saying, hey, Shambler, if you wanted to take a third base and slow down your military production and expand your area that I can harass with mutas later on, and, you know, he's almost like inviting him to take a third, because that's going to mean less military, a little bit more resources spent on that, right? Maybe even slow down the tech if you've got the gas but not the minerals. And it doesn't look like Shambler's going to take the bait yet, but it is a legitimate option as Shambler is now getting tier 2. A little bit slower still than Keen, right? Keen's is more than like 75% of the way done, so... We are going to see that, and the Nath even going to go ahead and scout. Doesn't see a tier 2, but that doesn't mean it's not there, right?
Mm-hmm. It does confirm the defense layout, which is pretty much non-existent other than the Quasis.
Yes.
So Shambler does not really want to have to invest into heavy anti-air, but having a stack of Spiritiths in his bases would allow him to repel what he must know is going to be coming very, very shortly.
Yeah, Muteth on the way. And the tier 2 only just went down for Shambler by comparison. The Muta timing can absolutely be critical. He's not building any additional Quasis, which, you know, would be inefficient, but maybe buy enough time. He's not even really building any additional Spraiths. Those defenses that we thought were going to be anti-air are actually anti-surface in the natural. So only adding a single Spraith in the Nat. Obviously 2 base versus 3. Worker count even, but more efficiency on the minerals for Keen. Going to start heckling the workers. He should get 1 worker kill here. A little bit awkward there for Keen as the response, but that's okay. He gets 1. It's not really that consequential. Now they're just dead even. More hatches being added, and the Mutath is just about to hatch here.
This could be really bad for Shambler because he sees all the Quasis in the main. Okay, he's not going to fall for the bait, but the bait would have been he saw the Quasis sitting out there near the main, and he's like, oh, your army is at home. I'm not really in too much danger.
Right.
But he knows that the Mutas are coming. It's just a matter of time. The Quasis being in there could have baited him into just building even more workers, and then he would have. He is taking a third. It is in a even more vulnerable position. Like his ground army will have a harder time navigating to there from this choke point. So the Minas are already finished. There's a lot of them.
Yes. Yeah, we have 20 already out, and it didn't get scouted by that Quas that went up to see where the army positioning was. So this is 20 Mutas and 53 Quasilisk. Make it 22 Mutas. More of them are going to be coming as we sort of add this up. The Nats are pathing over towards the main, getting a little bit of scouting. They'll probably be able to heckle a little bit because there's nothing defending them. But I feel like the Mutath is only not finishing.
He sees them.
Yes.
He's sending everything over to tickle them.
Oh, he's only got Quas. Oh, he's actually responded a little bit here with all the Quasis while his Mutas destroy the third. No cancel on it. Not that it matters too much, but Shambler is pretty low on resources. And pathing directly into the main, flying directly over the Spiritith and the Spraith.
Honestly, are en route. They'll help a lot with the Mutas.
They will, and there's a little bit of floundering here from Keen as he flies over the horde of Quasis. He's just trying to do eco damage. At least force lost mining time on the burrow if he can. Yeah, there you go.
Only 1 Spiritith up. This could have been a lot more punishment that he could have dished out if he had the second one morphed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolute legion of Quasiliks walked over to those Nats and just tickled the shit out of them.
I love that he went the Benno strategy of just responding with all of his units available into one spot from like 2 units.
I guess he figured there might have been like a much larger force over there because they were sitting there for a long time. He had eyes on them from the building vision. The Lyralers could prove to be a problem for him, but the sheer number of units that he has can easily deal with that.
This is a bridge of death here. Most of the Quasis couldn't even really get it to a point where they were attacking. 36, now 34 Mutas. The number is dwindling, but not nearly as fast as Shambler is losing units, and that was basically his entire military force taken out. It actually was kind of a big deal. He lost those Nats for pretty much little gain. I mean, he slowed down the Quasi assault, but he could have turned them into calculusks. That could have been good enough for his reason. He says, "Probs GG, the typing has begun." He can't believe he's forced to type into a 5th match. He lost his 3rd with no cancel. He doesn't have enough static defense here to hold off the absolute horde of quasis. He always hated this male. And the typing is not going his way. We are going to a game 5, boys.
Well, Keen is proving that he has an edge in the macro play in some cases here. His
Very
experience
surprising.
is finally catching up to his existing mechanics. Will Shambler recognize that this is going to be a problem, and is he going to resort to Tism?
I hope it's a 6 pool to respond, but we'll find out, right? That's a very high variance play, and if Keen has that dog in him, as he said at the beginning of this game, you know, we're going to Nitro Valley. Oh man, the last one is a 4 spawn. My brother in Christ, Mesk, is surely it can't be a 6 pool. Not on a 4 spawn
You know,
map.
the last time people tempted me with things like, you won't 6 pool on a 4-player map, you won't get Zerg for the 5th time in a row or whatever. No, it was Terran for the 5th time in a row. In both cases, they proved to be wrong. In this case, I'm saying there's going to be Tism in this match. I don't know if it's going to be a 6 pool. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think Shambler wants to 6 pool in this map.
No.
But I wouldn't be surprised if Keen
he might
to do it.
Yeah, let's see what happens. All right.
There might be some kind of really weird tier 1 shenanigans in this.
Let's find out. Nitro Valley, our decider. This one has gone the distance. I thought for sure we were going to have an open and shut case, but Keen proving me wrong. Bet against him. He was sandbagging in that last series, and it's going to be Shambler in the top left. We've got horizontal spawns. Top right is Keen. Midnight green for him against the Lemon Zerg of the Shambler. A ZVZ series that goes 5 maps, and only one of them was really silly? Shocking.
Keen is catching on. So, there is definitely...
There's some typing.
Shambler
No, this is how you defeat Shambler in a 5th game. You just type at him confusing things and he question marks. Throws him off. He forgot what he was doing.
Go AFK now and make some lunch or something.
Yeah. All right, so this is interesting. Neither of our players going for a 6 pool or a 7 pool, right? Okay, checks out. But where's the what's the tech path here? What are we going to see? Because both of our players had enough for a quaz,
They
pool,
both
right?
might fast expand.
That could be a
I think
play.
that might really be what. No,
Keen's going for it. Okay.
Yeah.
So now Shambler could fast expand because he's actually banked a lot more money, but I think he might just be a little bit late on his quaz. Or is it going to be a in-base hatch? He's going to go in-base macro hatch first. My man.
This is starting to look like my FFA builds.
Yeah. Okay. That's interesting. He wants the extra production early on. Both of the players scouting the wrong way right now. And it will not be a cross scout.
Keen isn't just going to spontaneously Nath rush him, which...
it's looking like
Look at the gas.
Yeah.
There will be Naths.
Well, honestly, if it's Naths, you can fend that off with like 1 spray. You don't even need a pool for it, so...
Yes, but you have to know it's Naths, which means you have to end up scouting in the right position.
And with the workers going into the bottom right here, right, it's going to be a while before the Nats could just fly directly across. It looks like right now they're not rallied anywhere in particular.
Yeah, if Keen looks at that drone and thinks it's a similar timing to his, that could bait him hard into flying across the map for no reason. There is a quaz coming for Shambler, but he has no idea that he could be tickled.
Oh, man.
When,
it is gonna. They are flying across.
Uh-oh.
Mask, hold me.
This is gonna be ugly.
Oh, he's got a Kagrin coming. He's terrified. He's quaking, but somehow he knows. He's read the signs. He's cracked the code. That will be a spray. So he will be okay. He might lose like a single worker.
You might lose
maybe
some
2
mining time here, but they're kind of flailing.
Yeah, one dead. He borrows the wrong guys. Oh no, he's gonna lose another one. Mask. Narrowly avoids it.
Costing him a little bit of time here.
He did lose a second, and the Nats all survive. Good stuff.
As long as he keeps the Nats alive, then it is worth it. He got a little bit out of it. Gives him some map pressure. The scout was killed at his ramp. He's taking his Nat. So now we'll see Shambler probably... I expect Shambler is going to go some kind of just 1 base aggression here. But he might try to play this longer and try to hold his expansion, but I feel like that fast hatch is some kind of aggression play off of this.
Yeah, he wants the extra production, right?
He is just building workers in the moment.
Maybe
There's
he
a
got
couple
that
quasis coming.
central
but,
backline. He's got the worker advantage despite losing the early ones, right? But there is obviously an expo coming here for Keen. So that worker advantage is is going to be offset at some point. His Nats are still idling in the main, or the Nat roll, rather.
Yep. You'll be able to focus on that. Oh, not quite able to secure the kill, but does force them away. That lets him take his expansion. So Shambler is being a little bit more conservative at the moment. And that is all workers that he is building. Again, if Keen was really paying attention to what was going on here, this could be a timing push for him that seals the game. But instead, it will allow him to catch up. 21 to 18 workers. Keen is behind on workers amidst all that with that very fast hatch Rosk, but not tremendously far behind. And
yeah, setting up his own macro as well. So I feel like he's going to be okay. Shambler has just ordered a whole host of quasis. Wants to maybe try for a bust of some kind. And, you know, Keen has been pretty reluctant to build any static defense for anti-surface.
This is the inverse, really, right? Like, if he doesn't recognize this, it's going to be a disaster for him, because the same thing can happen to him with that early production. Is Shambler can just turn it all in early aggression with his space builds.
Yes.
It'll be slower than it could have been, but it can still be deadly if he has absolutely nothing to deal with it.
Well, here's the problem.
At this moment, he doesn't.
He scouted 5 quasis moving across the map with his NAF, but he hasn't put down any static defense, instead opting for a macro hatch and more quasis of his own. So the timing could be really, really beneficial here for Shambler. Yeah, okay, 3 worker deficit, but you can clean that up real easy. You can at least shut down this mining. Yeah, there they go.
They're going to die here.
Yeah, okay, he's using the fact that they were focusing down on the workers. Keen is trying to use that to his advantage, but now the pressure is coming in from that early hatch.
Tsunami isn't around. Nothing is being built in the main besides the 2 that just popped out. Only now did they start. He's trying to hold the ramp with his workers. He is getting a lot of kills in for what it's worth, but all Shambler has to do is just keep it up, and he will overwhelm this.
He put a move command onto his own workers, and then he tries to drill, but the quasis are all dead. That's going to be it. Keen calling it, and Shambler does manage to make it 3 for 2. Is able to progress to face off against Mystery Meat. And my goodness, that was a closer series than I expected, Mask.
Yeah. Keen did not respect that first hatch and realize, wait, this will just turn into aggression once he feels comfortable on workers. Maybe he saw that second base and thought he was going to work her up, and he kind of was. But it's still, he already has the macro hatch. Like, if he wants to switch his timing at that point, he can. And he did not respect that at all. He didn't put up any static defense of any kind. He wasn't building really that much in the way of military. So he kind of like invited Shambler to do this. Shambler very happily obliged, and surprise Pikachu face, it resulted in him getting tickled.
Yes, it did.
I'm going to grab some coffee because I'm going to need it.
There you go. Yeah, we're moving on to our second series that we're going to be casting from replays. And that will, of course, be Mystery Meat versus the Shambler. We can reveal that now. Again, guys, just in case people are confused, I don't know the outcomes of these series beforehand. I have taken great care to specifically talk with some of the people who were guaranteed in the series. Like, I coordinated the finals with Neblime as far as the scheduling goes. I coordinated the lower final with Mystery Meat because I knew he was going to be confirmed for the spot. So I don't know who wins these ahead of time, right? But Mystery Meat is going to take on the Shambler. This was a grand final once upon a time. If we go back to Ascension 4, it was actually, obviously, Neblime taking it on, defeating the Shambler 3-1 in a ZVZ. Now Neblime is swapped over to Terran. He upsets Mystery Meat with cheese. That happened in the last stream. Then we go in and start dealing with Neblime making it to the grand finals now. So once upon a time, Ascension 3, Ascension 2, Ascension 1, it was the Shambler versus Mystery Meat every single time. And they traded 2 for 1 in favor of Mystery Meat, and Shambler has been looking for revenge ever since. But can he upset Mystery Meat's Protoss? That's the question we have to ask. All right, fuck you, Mist. You can't troll me like that. I don't know who's in there. How could you? How could you pretend? You can't psyop me. But yeah, it'll be played in about an hour. Or it's supposed to be. The ZVZ series took a little bit longer than I thought. So with fingers crossed, we can get through the next series relatively quickly. We're not going to go to a break. We're just going to go straight for it as soon as Mesk is back. So let's go ahead and set this first map up. And then I can quickly switch over to our lower bracket to show. Indeed, Keen did fall to the Shambler. 3 for 2 series, 5 games, nail biters, ZVZ action. And welcome, Mambo. Welcome, Benno. Welcome, Hamster. I do appreciate that Shambler said he dedicates this map to Hamster. I guess maybe then there are ZVZ practices or something. Hamster must have tried Hatch first or something like that. Pretty legit stuff. Now, Mystery Meat going up against the Shambler. This is a series. Again, we've had lots of history between these players, but the main thing is Mystery Meat's playing as Protoss. He wants to say Protoss is OP, even though he lost a series for the first time in Ascension history, thanks to Neblime's cheese and X Factor and etc. It's killer instinct, you could say. Star sense. But the Shambler, on the other hand, he's trying for revenge. He really wants to say that he's a better player than Meat. He thinks Meat is overconfident. He thinks this guy, he's getting too big for his britches over here. So Shambler wants to knock him down a peg or two. And I am looking forward to him at least attempting that. We'll find out. Bloop. It's a Scatu mask.
Yeah, that was definitely a much stronger showing from Keen than his previous matches. He showed more or less an understanding of what he needed to do at that point in the game. He was able to adopt changes to his build order and his economy as a result of the first game. He learned fairly quickly. The last game was more or less him not really realizing, wait, hatch first means my opponent can just switch immediately to the military and just flip on a dime and tickle me, and didn't really respect that. And especially since they were really close positions.
Yes.
Like that closer positions I figured would have resulted in more aggression from him as well, but it didn't really happen. And yeah, I mean, other than that, he showed absolutely a much stronger game than he did in the previous series.
I think so, yeah. Absolutely. I'm really interested now in seeing what happens when we get to a stage for just like the fact that we're in a spot where we could actually have the group stage winners, right? Each one of the group winners, it was the Shambler, it was Keen, Neblime, and Mystery Meat, and they're all the top 4 guaranteed of this tournament, right? I think that's pretty good. It kind of shows that maybe if this is the legit level of these players, and Keen definitely showed, he had a showing this time worthy of a top 4 finish, whereas we were kind of like, is he fucking around? Is he just bad? What's going on here? After 3 Crows series. Yeah. So, yeah, that's a case where I was a little curious about that. But looking at the situation we are at now, it definitely feels like Keen, he earned his keep, so to speak. He definitely played well, almost got Shambler. You have to wonder if it was a straightforward macro series, would Shambler have been favored at all? But, there were some cheese attempts, and there was a little bit of a lack of respect or understanding. Even that first match on Boskevine, you think if Keen builds like maybe 10 more workers or something, he might actually be able to win that, because it was very, very close despite a dominating worker difference by the Shambler. That's showing that maybe some of the players who are happy to build that many workers don't understand, actually, wait, it's not that good compared to like the fact that Keen was able to play with like a 70 worker deficit and still was competitive for a lot of the period of time. Yeah, eventually it does start to stack up, but the workers put you at a disadvantage of timing, right? They need time to ramp up if you're going to build that many of them, especially as Zerg when you're using your larva for other things as well.
Yeah, Keen definitely showed a very strong set coming into this. I imagine that as he continues to gain experience and kind of adapt to the TISM and more or less start to spot the nuances that lead to resolutions like this, that he will continue to improve. A lot of the games that he's in do not go into very deep into tier 2 or into tier 3 at all.
Right.
So that's kind of what I thought what he was doing with Kian back in their match, is that he was going to be exploring tier 3 a little bit and take that opportunity, but he didn't. So there was definitely like in the one match where Shambler had enough money for tier 3, and I feel like he very easily could have just gone defensive, gone straight to tier 3. If he really felt like he was in a dangerous situation, he could have done that, and then suddenly you enter a situation where Keen has absolutely no idea what's going on.
Right, yeah, it's completely different.
He's watched enough videos to kind of like infer. I think he watched the matches that I had with Biddy B where I was going through tier 3, but That doesn't really teach you like how to deal with them though, because that was just like only a huge chunk of the map contained, and then just eventually overran. It doesn't really tell you what you're dealing with in matches more even, and map control is being contested against tier 3. So that's definitely still the territory which I don't think we're really going to reach that easily, because I think Shambler tries to really pressuring in the game in tier 2. But for what it was, it definitely showed a really strong showing, and the Melisks were able to come out and be decisive in that regard. However, tier 2 for Zerg still has a lot of other units that are very powerful. There's still, of course, Bactylisks. There is Lyralisks, which we did see, but ultimately didn't make too much of a difference.
Too small of a quantity.
Calculisks, which they do well against Melisks and there's stuff like that, which we also did not get to see. So there's still, I feel like, a lot of tier 2 that's going to totally catch them off guard. But all the other issues that I was talking about in the last matchups with, like, idle workers, idle APM, idle bases, stuff like that. There's still a lot of problems. I feel like that he leaves himself open to being attacked. There's a lot of lack of defense, lack of real respect for defense, where Shambler, if his timings were different and came in when Melis, just as Keen did, he would need even less resistance, because there's literally no defenses there as opposed to 1 or 2, right? And then the army could be out of position. Also, something is sending over his entire Quasilisk Armada to squash 4 Naths. A little bit of an overreaction there, but he kind of really showed he really wasn't sure what was going on there. So I feel like scouting as well is not super big. Maybe they felt like they didn't need to scout, but there was really a lack of scouting out those bases, keeping it aware on what's going on elsewhere on the map. Sometimes later on we would see one of them send out a bunch of stuff, like Shambler would send out a bunch of different expansions, but it was kind of really telegraph points in the map that this was really taking place. I feel like that secret bases could definitely be a thing utilized against Keen, and he would be caught unawares of it.
Could be.
Don't think we're going to see it in this matchup, because Shambler usually doesn't do that, but that is how I taught Shambler to watch out for those bases, because I just did that against him incessantly.
That's right. Right. Well, let's actually get into our next series, right? Because we have to say farewell to Keen. We were supposed to actually play the final series live in 45 minutes, so I don't know how long this series is, so accelerating just a little bit so we can hopefully meet that deadline. But we'll see what happens, because we're going to have Mystery Meets Protoss take on the Shambler Zerg. This was played on a separate day, so it's not like Shambler is warmed up or fatigued after that series. It's total reset. They've played it on a different day. And I don't know how many replays of these are legit. Basically, for people who don't know, if you were astute and you were watching earlier when I was selecting the replays, there were 5 of them. That doesn't mean I know it's a 5-game series, because they're basically decoy replays with they play out a game anyway, even if it was not the 5th game, even if it was a 3-0 or whatever. So I don't know how many maps are actually in any of these sets. It's just another way to have it spoiler free. So we take a look at this one. I'll obviously show that our first map here is Repulsion. This is funny because the Shambler, Mystery Meat was the higher seed here, so he elected to ban 2 maps. He banned Death Spiral and Boskevine, no surprises there. Shambler banned Nightfall, again, not a surprise, but after saying he hated Repulsion, and he always hated Repulsion, Shambler picked Repulsion, so I wonder what he's planning on here, but our other maps are...
a change of heart between the 2 sets.
Yes, yeah.
I love Repulsion, though.
Yeah. So he says the remaining maps are Ex Situ, Infinite Velocity, Otherworld, and Nitro Valley. So depending on... That's not the order that they're necessarily played. It depends on who picked what. But this is going to be an interesting set. And obviously, I was talking earlier while you were on your coffee break, the players here, Mystery Meat and the Shambler, they used to be our finalists every single way. Now neither of them are a lock for the finals, which is a really big surprise because, thanks to this double elimination round, we will have only one of them proceed to face off against Neblime, who upset Mystery Meat earlier. So this is kind of like the old guard that used to be the really, the top players lock for every finals. I remember Fagudo distinctly asking in Ascension 3, at 3 tournaments in a row, it was them being the grand finalists every time. And he's like, is this going to always be the case? Well, apparently not, right? The last tournament, it was a 3-1 series in favor of Neblime's Zerg in a ZVZ semifinals that took Neblime to the grand finals over Shambler. Now, Mystery Meat got knocked out in the upper final, so he is not a lock necessarily. Shambler could upset him here. And I do think it would be an upset. I think Mystery Meat is favored, but Shambler really wants revenge over this guy specifically. He also wants revenge on Neblime, but he especially wants to defeat Mystery Meat. He doesn't want to be the 3rd best player. That's 3, dude. He wants to be at least number 2 if he can't be number 1. So that's sort of the Shambler's motivation going into here. Do you have a prediction for this series as far as a score? Do you think that Mystery Meat's favored? Do you agree with me, or do you think Shambler's got that dog in him?
I think that Mystery Meat wants to nerf toss.
Yes. Yeah.
And if he's going to try to convince anybody of that, he's got to make a name for it in this. Okay. Mystery Meat has shown a fair understanding of the game and fairly solid results. And Shambler has shown that he is constantly training and testing, especially as the last few weeks.
Right.
So, coming from that last series in particular, I feel like Shambler is slowly improving, slowly patching up holes, slowly showing that he has a willingness and an ability to alter how he plays the game, follow what he believes to be the meta, or at least the inter-community meta, and otherwise try to adapt with the changing flow and understanding of the game. But Meat has always been somebody who has played more or less standard against Shambler, not really cheesing as much as he does against some people. And when it comes to the mid and the late, he tends to take advantage of that. He's also shown that he has an ability to adapt. I still think back to the earlier Ascensions when he was playing as Terran, and he would sometimes have some difficulties with Shambler in Tier 2, so he would change his composition and how he plays around. And then he would ultimately end up winning fairly reasonably convincingly. But there were times where Shambler would be able to catch him off guard. Shambler was more like a wild card. It was unpredictable. There was definitely a chance that he'd win, and he would win in some points. But Mystery Meat was more reliable. So I think Shambler absolutely has a chance of coming out on top of this. I think it really depends on how much Meat himself has been practicing, and he has been practicing. He's also been playing a fair bit.
Yes.
But the way that, at least I have perceived it from what I have seen so far, is that Meat is, while he's changing his understanding of the game in other ways, improving in that regard, I haven't really seen a really marketed improvement from the previous Ascensions to present day. He's reached what I feel to be something of a skill plateau.
Okay.
Where, especially because a lot of the games don't go into late game, we don't really get to see him get tested and try to improve the parts that I feel like he really needs to improve on, which is like money expenditure, especially towards the mid and late game where he would start floating a lot.
Right.
Large amounts of map control and stuff like that. When I think to someone like Neblime, who was just like mass expanding all over the map, there would be some weaknesses that would absolutely show up in his play. But I feel like that there is a greater threshold for that to start appearing for him than it would for Meat and Shambler. So I feel like if it came to a point where we start seeing like tier 3 games, I would start giving that advantage to someone like Neblime, who consistently shows, the willingness to mass expand, mass out workers. Again, the same with Benno, right? Like Benno was very similar.
Yes.
Is that just had like 300 workers on the map and still somehow managed to actually keep most of them actually mining as opposed to idling huge swaths of it. Like I will build like 7 or 8 bases and then you start running into issues where I literally just forget they exist because there's just too much going on at that point. Because I just don't have the multitasking ability. Someone like Neblime has shown that they have the multitasking ability to at least start reaching that point. Whereas I feel like with both Shambler and Mystery Meat, when we start looking at these kinds of situations where there's a lot going on, they both have issues. But I would have normally given that advantage to Meat because he's shown that he can handle like cheesing, and Shambler has a lot of tilts that'll just set him off, and then even if he could mechanically deal with it, it won't work out. But what I'm sort of seeing, at least from the early game, is that I'm seeing a lot of like holes and stuff in Shambler's play getting patched up.
Yes, okay.
He's not being tested a lot in the mid and late game, but he is showing a growth curve. And I'm not so sure if Meat is really experiencing that growth curve. I don't think it's really happening as much. But also, he faces the same limitations, but a lot of games don't really reach that point, so that can't really be tested. But in Protoss versus Zerg, unless it turns into Tism within the first 5 minutes, I feel like it often gets pushed into late game with them just because of the way Protoss tech and costs work, and the fact you feel really inclined to start taking bases. The fact we're starting with Repulsion first, which is one of the larger maps, and just in general, like the way that those matchups tend to go, where Meat will go like for Cantors or something like that, the games are more or less inclined to start going into tier 2 and tier 3 more so than being in it early on. But Meat has also shown that he likes to be really aggressive early on with gateways, and we've seen that quite consistently with like BDB and stuff like that. Is that Meat will just go gateway, he'll do some builds, some timing push, and then he'll just kind of like win early on.
Yeah, there's a lot of mid-game timings that Mist goes for, and it sounds like what you're suggesting is that if Mist can't find success with those and it goes late game, you favor Shambler's play? Is that more or less
I think, just judging based on what we've seen with him versus Keen, I would favor Shambler in that case, but I feel like this really depends on how much practice Mystery Meat's been getting in on mid and late game, and how well he's been able to keep up with all that. I obviously don't watch all these matches that he has been playing, but I know a lot of them are against people who are definitely below his skill level.
Right, okay.
So that can absolutely color how he views and plays the game. Of course, I believe he was also playing regular Brood War. I think he said he was in a tournament or something like that.
He's in CPL, which is like a coach-pupil league. It's supposed to allow you to get better at the game. And he's, and people are like, wait, no way you've never played ladder before, and all this other stuff. So yeah, he's kind of getting notoriety, you could say.
Yeah, so it's possible that through that he's also gaining skills that will then be retroactively applied to this, like the ability to multitask and keep track of the map and watch the mini map and manage all of these bases and stuff like that. Those are skills that will transfer between normal Brood War and this project. So maybe that, depending on what this coaching he's receiving is like, and what kind of matches he's having with that, then we are going to eventually see some kind of growth curve for him that is not going to be really respective of the kind of matches we're really seeing with this. But I think he was practicing a lot with Shambler. Again, Zerg versus Zerg, preparing him for his matches against Keen. And so, while Shambler, I think, gained the most out of that by extent of him not playing a Zerg, that does give him an understanding of Shambler's early game that can be applied to Protoss.
Yep.
So he understands the timings, he understands Shambler's incentives, he understands how Shambler deals with certain maps. He's going to have some kind of preparation in regards to that. So I would say my understanding of this is that Mr. Mean is favored, but Shambler absolutely is improving, and I feel like he has a good chance of taking this.
Let's find out. We'll start off our lower final, the decider for who goes to face neblime in the grand final. Repulsion is our first map. And we have the Protoss Mystery Meat blue, top right, against Shambler, Zerg, T green, bottom left.
I just knew he'd be top right, Mystery Meat. I just knew it.
Yeah, that's just how it works.
It's because he's the top dog and he's on the right side of history.
There it is. Lots of things you can read into it. Unfortunately for us, no real interesting plays coming out. No 6 pool, no 7 pool. Nothing crazy, no gas at all. Nothing to read here. I assume it'll be Meat going a 1-gate expo. Followed up by some sort of 2-base macro play into some kind of switch, some kind of flexibility move. We've seen him use exemplars, we've seen him use cantors, even just in this tournament. So we know that it's possible, and he does like his cantor against Shambler's Zerg. There's been a lot of games like that where he's gone for a lattice-heavy army, followed up with cantors. You got a lot of chaff, and you got the big guns that force you to play dodgeball. And it will indeed be a gateway in the main here for Mystery Meat.
I feel like that Meat has been following Shambler's most recent playstyle, where he tends to go mass worker and try to get 3 bases. And if Shambler decides to do that against him, I feel like he's going to get punked every single time, because this is where Meat's going to do that timing switch like he did against Kian, where he went like all Legionnaires and Zealots and then Amaranths. Like, he shows that he has a fairly deep understanding of how the project works and what he needs to do at certain points. And what you would do against Shambler going like 70, 80 workers before he starts really hitting like tier 2 and start, exploding, is just pressure the hell out of him early on with like 4 gateways. And it's going to be a Draken at first. We're not going to see like the super early Legionnaire kind of stuff, but I visualize in my head that if he follows this, you will start seeing stuff like mass Legionnaires and stuff like that to punish early on Quaz and deal with all these things, building Zealots, building Ecclesias and stuff like that, and then at least trying to put pressure on that.
Well, we have Nathracores coming out as the first one
at this point.
Oh, yes, that's right.
So the Quaz won't be as good against this as it will be in future versions. So that will definitely color Shambler's ability to deal with this later on. And the Nath's kill describe, which telegraphs what he has, which is a substantial investment. Is probably really just for map control more so than actually dealing any fatal damage at this moment. Again, you know, it looks a lot like a Zerg versus Zerg. We're seeing Naths instead of Naths quasis. He's probably not going to build too many quasis in this. Double hatch still in his base. So
what's interesting is that
ever present in that.
So the Drakiden is here defensively postured, and a Warden was made. And I feel like that means that you would want to move out across the map, surely, if you're going to have the static defense expenditure anyway. But he does catch, narrowly missing out on dealing fatal damage to that Nath. There is a second pair, and the Zealot's going to kill the Droleth that was burrowed over there.
I think Nina's just a little concerned that, nice pick on that Nath, by the way. I think he's a little concerned that his Drakiden could be overwhelmed by the 4 Naths, and then he'd be completely naked and he could take a whole bunch of worker damage.
And look at this. That was a huge commitment by Shambler, and he lost almost 2 Naths, definitely 1 just for the Zealot. I don't know if that was worth it.
He did lose 2 in total because 1 was low in health at the very beginning. So getting the Zealot kill is nice. It prevents Meat from really going on the aggressive right now, but Meat really isn't interested in going on the aggressive right now. The Zealot was really just there in case there was some kind of paired aggro from some Zaths or Quasis plus the Naths. He really does not want to lose that early Draken, and that's really what the Warden was there, was to just ensure that he keeps that early Draken and keeps safe. And Shambler's like, okay, whatever, I'll just expand and start working. Killing the Zealot is a really big deal in that regard, because if the Zealot was still up, then hypothetically, if he had gotten the same amount of Nath kills, then yeah, he could do something aggressive and leave that Warden to remain against the last 2 Naths as well as the second Draken that was coming out. He could have already been attacking this base. Suddenly Shambler has to switch everything over to building military units, and that's really not what he wants to do at this point. So killing the Zealot is not the best of trades, monetarily speaking, but it does prevent that kind of situation from happening. That said, that it will eventually happen. It'll just be a little bit later. He had vision on that Nath there and does kill it. That may prompt Shambler to build some Zeths here.
The problem is there's not really any defenses set up. The hatch just finishes, and the Nexus is soon after that. But it is just the Zealot moving across the map. So your read was correct. He had to rebuild the Zealot. He's adding 2 more gates. So this is actually going to be a ground-based attack, it looks like. We have some Vorvs being made. That's going to be very, very important to slow down the Zealot so it doesn't get too much scouting info. Remember that in this version of the game, the Zethricore evolution turns into something that applies Ensnare on a hit. And the Zealots gain movement speed while they have their shields up. So when the Ensnare is applied, it's basically cutting that out, you could think of it as. And then obviously their shields go down and they become even less mobile.
Now, Meat spotted the Vorvs there, and he's trying to do a little run around here, but one ended up cutting him, and he got caught on the Droleth. He got thought patrolled by that Droleth, just completely walled in there in his booty, just absolutely annihilated. But he did catch sight of the whole army, which at least tells him the army composition he's dealing with. Again, I expected to see a 4-gate pressure come out of Meat, and that is precisely what's happening here. And now that Shambler has all these units, he has to make the most of them as he can. These Zealots here are going to be probably popping down here just as this attack hits, presuming he decides to go in right away, which at the moment he's kind of waiting to amass up. That is precious time. He could have actually done quite a bit of damage to these Drakidens, at least with the initial army.
The problem is more of them finished at the same time as the Zealots. I feel like the range DPS here, you're talking about 15 times 6 in terms of each salvo is going to be a lot of damage. Vorv does try to make it happen. They're going to try to focus down the Drax and the Ecclesiast. Zealot's not in a good position. So the commitment is here for Shambler, but I don't think he's going to be able to do too much. That Ecclesiast staying alive for a real long time, just proccing so many shields. Even with the Ensnare, the Drakiden isn't able to get picked off. Very cost efficient there for Mist. Kills the entire ground army, losing only a single Drakiden and some hull damage.
Yeah, while Vorvicores are tankier than Zeths and do apply Ensnare, they also attack a lot slower. So when you're surrounded by them, it's not as bad as it sounds, especially when you want to stand and fight because of the Ecclesiast that regenerates the shields of everything around that it's hitting. Because the Vorvs are not going to be putting out nearly as much damage as you think they would be because they're Zeths. Now, they're going to regress back into Zeths when they die.
Yes.
But your target focus and the fact you only have a few heavy-hitting units means that you're not going to have a lot of damage explode on you. So, just a little bit of backpedaling there just to prevent the complete surround. and kind of like limit their access to the one unit plus the unit's armor, allow them to hold that out. Now Shambler's in a very dangerous situation, which is going to lead to delayed aggression, but aggression nonetheless. It's not the entire army, actually. It's just a handful.
Well, look at this, right? The Ardent Authority's halfway done with an Acantor, embassy on the way to get a transport. So the play is to get some information with these Zealots, maybe delay the ground army from moving across as he spots it, not necessarily expecting this. This will obviously be a Shambler victory in terms of military, but it's going to slow his army down, maybe thin the herd a little bit. And on top of all of that, it's just going to occupy him. You can see here Mystery Meat just backpedaling, like you were saying, trying to avoid the full surround, but also seeing what he can do to maybe reduce some of the tankiness of the front line here, killing off a decent number of the Vorvs and at least a couple of units otherwise. What's the response going to be?
A flawless victory for Shambler. Now, depending on what he decides to do, he can win this. Or at least he can deal enough damage to put himself in a winning position. He's not going to close the game, but if he kills the Acantor and delays their amass, once there gets to be enough of them, and this Nath's going to confirm their existence. He doesn't necessarily know that one's already up already.
Yeah, he'll have vision of it, though. He just panned over, sees the Acantor coming out of the rally point. And yeah, that's big info.
That's going to kill his aggression, I think. He doesn't want to do this now. And now we're going to slow creep these across, and he's going to grab the envoy.
Spin, little pirouette there. Now the army is engaged a little bit, forcing them to try to take the high ground. The Acantors are going to get unloaded. A couple of shots, not actually hitting the back line there. They were going after some units that moved around already. And the Quasis are now starting to take some splash. Even without the support of the Acantors, that would have been a pretty dominant fight for Mist. And the third base is up, but there's not that many defenses, right? The ramp isn't being held by any circuits. There's only Quas, and the eye roll isn't even started yet, I don't think. If it is, it's somewhere else. Yeah, there's no eye roll here.
Heading to the main. He's looking for a split attack here. Even if his main army dies, as long as he holds up Shambler and the Acantors get damage in, which they already are, that's still a win condition for him. His main army doesn't actually have to penetrate the base to put himself in a situation. There was a bunch of Naths that came out, but
that's where all the gas
went.
Past
the Acantors.
Yes, the rally point went to the choke. He's trying to kill the envoy, or at least kill the Acantors. And, you know, the ground army could just engage on top of this, right? A lot of frags got in the way of the Acantors. And a little bit of an unfortunate stutter step there. The envoy is going to be able to just narrowly escape. And look at all the Nats. This forced all of the gas that would have been tier 2. 24 Nats. That's 12 times 50, boys. Do the math. A lot of gas just spent. And the Acantors are even going to go ahead and land.
That could deal a lot of damage to Mist's army here because he doesn't have any splash in the Drakidins. There's only really a handful of them. So they're just going to get forced down immediately.
Yeah.
Again, losing his army here isn't the biggest deal, but he would like to keep the Acantors alive and do as much as he can. That's going to be hard when there is 33 Nats chasing him.
Oh, but he gets the unload, The problem is he's still getting frags on these workers, right? The worker count now down by 11 or so, and actually it's 12, by the way. But
that was a costly loss for me. But look, the main's still not mining at all.
Yeah, there's a single Zealot heckling the Drolets that remain in the third. And there were some of the ground units were there, but they decided not to take it. Now, the third is on the way, but it's just Wardens, and it's unlikely to be completed. Witness going to catch all of these Nats. This is a huge army from Shambler, but he is so desperately all in. There's only one positron up. No, there's two more at the natural that can be pulled in. It's going to get focused down. The second one could get spawn camped. The other ones are trying to retaliate. Try to keep an eye on the counts here. The focus fire isn't necessarily there. He was about to pick that positron, but decided to fall back. And now the Warden is done as well.
Meanwhile, the third is being tickled. Tickles are en route.
No pylon there to power those Wardens, so it's just going to be the Quasis and the Naths sort of trying to sow some discontent. Now Mystery Meat is at a worker deficit. And it looks like the Nats are going to try to focus down the Nexus.
The Wardens cannot stop this.
Yeah. More Quasis on the way.
I think killing the Wardens would be a better choice at the moment because they can't really force down that very quickly, but he decides to pull back to try to deal with that front line. But now the Positrons are here, and he's back to the Nexus. If he can hold up the Positrons with his Quasis, which is
it's not going to happen, though.
He might have been able to do something, but yeah, it's definitely not going to happen.
I think each salvo killed something like 2 to 4 Nats there just because they were already so bruised. Witness spying on the military move out's going to see it's only Zeth, still no tier 2. This is a very, very difficult situation for Shambler. He can throw down tier 2 now, but I don't think Mist is going to give him the time of day. I mean, there's mass ground army. The third is now set up and can start to mine. And okay, you did some worker damage and you built a lot of workers yourself, but if Mist hits with an attack back, I don't know if Shambler can hold him off.
Yeah, tier 2 is en route for Shambler now. His goal is just to hold on as long as he can. There's not like a tremendous amount of gas mining right now. Only one base is harvesting gas for him. So even if he gets tier 2 at the moment, he's not going to have a bank.
Yes.
He's going to be definitely very starved for that. He's trying to build defenses, ever aware that more canners are very likely to go there eventually if he doesn't. There is a second Ardent Authority, but this is where Meat is just a little bit of money here. He's just like...
got a lot of gas, yeah.
Some momentum here he's not really quite taking advantage of. This is what I mean. He's got a solid play, but there's definitely some parts where it's like it feels like he's a little indecisive, or he just feels like he's like kind of waiting for something, and he really doesn't want to wait for something because Shambler is back up to 78 to 55 workers.
Yes, yeah.
It's definitely not a situation he wants to be in where he's super far behind on worker count.
I like this play out of Shambler if he keeps going on that right-hand side of the map. If he just tries to ignore this army or try to surround it and pinch it, one or the other is going to be good. He can just path this big ground force directly into the natural, start to sow some discontent there. Instead, he is going to try to see if he can engage, but the Positrons are in a spot where they can and will focus down the Nats. They engage onto the Drakodins instead, and the Zealots are staying alive for so long. There's no ranged fire support here for Shambler's army, and that feels like the game-ending move right there.
Yeah, the fact that they went for the Drakodins, at least if he could kill the Positrons, then he would have a much better chance of being able to kill the rest of the army after, but the Positrons kind of just annihilated like hundreds of gas worth of Nats for basically nothing. That's gas that Shambler desperately needs, and he's just gonna lose this base now almost for sure as soon as he goes up this ramp.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the Envoy with the Acantors to show up somewhere. It was set up, at least it was trained, but it looks like it's just sort of idling right now.
Slowly marching across the map. He will be there eventually.
He might not even be necessary, though. The tier 2 was done, but it wasn't used for anything, not even any defenses. Some Zealots in the back of the mineral line getting pranked by some pretty good anti-drop positioning there, but it's not going to be nearly enough. These Drakodins are basically immortal, just only being attacked by low armor pen units. And again, you know, Shambler did all of this stuff, but he's only now getting additional tech, and it's still downstream of the Quasith pool. So how is he going to afford any higher tier units?
Yeah, he might have been in a better situation if he had the circuits beforehand and then had Scorchriths there.
Right.
That would have held up the army a lot longer and dealt substantially more damage and offered him an opportunity to surround or at least protect that base and then force him to go in on that, which does have Scorchriths waiting for him, not as many, but
something. Yeah.
Unfortunately, the timing just wasn't there for him, and you know what Meat's doing here is he saw all those workers run away, and he thinks there's a fourth base over here, and
no. Will he even suspect that they're burrowed is the question. Oh, I think he does.
Yeah, he might have seen them. Yeah.
Well, the other thing, he had some Zealots over here that got killed by all these workers just prior to this move out happening. Now that does buy some time, and okay, yeah, Mystery Meat has the worker advantage now. And, of course, the base advantage, and all these other reasons why it's probably going to be a victory for Mystery Meat. He is going to go ahead and send the Positrons and the Acantor into the Envoy, and he will be dropping that at some point.
So defenses are being built here, and if Meat waits too long, he is aware of it, but he was kind of repositioning his army so he could get back to business. And this is going to hold up a little bit here and give Shambler a chance to send over a literal army of ticklers.
I don't know. I'm really scared if those Acantors end up going the way. Now, the Circuit did survive, just barely, and can still contribute to this fight thanks to cliff advantage. It does pop one of the Positrons, but the Acantor shot ended up destroying it.
Yeah, again, the Quaslists in this version have no armor pen, so it's really those Lyralists that are going to be doing any real damage for him. And the Acantor is able to quite easily pop those still because they're not really that tanky. He almost manages to kill the Envoy, but he doesn't quite. And meanwhile, this army here, I feel like this army could just walk right into his net and force him to split.
Absolutely.
But
I think this is just the typing bait. That's what Mist is doing. He's buying some time. He's trying to get some typing. Now, the Calculisks are out. They'll try to just take out the Envoy. That will indeed be successful. So the Acantor is finally put to bed. But yeah, the ground army has just been sighted here. Another Acantor on the front line still. And a fourth base being set up for Mist in the meanwhile, including an engram. So really no hope here for Monsieur Shambler. I feel like he's very, very close to throwing in the towel here for our game one.
Yeah, I mean, it's just pulling everything he's got over there. Again, like I mentioned, there's definitely some weaknesses for Meat here. He's got enough money to make a Monument of Sin. He can go straight to Star Sovereigns. Like, nothing is stopping him at this point. And that is definitely an opportunity that if Shambler was in a stronger position, he could take advantage of. It'll be an Argosy that comes. Again, I mean, you really can just go straight to Monument of Sin at this point. And Thelians are great for this. I think people greatly underestimate how powerful they are. Like, that would be, like, if the game for some reason goes long where your attack gets soured, Shambler builds like 30 defenses. The Anthelion completely shuts down low-level Zerg. You can just teleport it right on top of them as your army is moving in. Suddenly they can't do anything. They don't do enough damage to kill it that fast if they focus on it. The rest of your army is annihilating them and surrounding them. Is very, very good against low-level Zerg in particular. But, I mean, you don't need it at this point. Meat has double Shambler's army count just about, and that's with way more powerful units. There is only 2 Scorchreaths, 1 Sorgeth, and a handful of Quasis and Lyrilists there. They will not pose much of a threat to this army at all. So he needs to move his Witness down there, get eyes on that, and just be like, oh yeah, there is actually not that much there.
Yeah, the Calculists are going to try to do some damage to the worker line, but does that really matter? You're attacking a depleted base. They sniped the pylon, but there was a redundancy one there, out of range, out of sight. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised Shambler's even sticking with it, knowing that the 3rd base is up, now the 4th base is up, and your 2 base Zerg trying to use Gosvelettes
when you see
to
that other
create
base
pocket
already
bases.
with an engrams in it, you realize, wait, it's going to cost so much to deal with this.
Yeah, Architects have made it to the front line. He's just going to try to siege and outrange. And the Lyrilisks alone can't be doing too much here. Now, the Circuit did get transported by an Irolith. Is that really going to be enough to do too much here? It might actually kill a single Architect, but yeah, I think at this point, Meat realizes, wait, I can just power on through. And the Architect... Oh, it's brutal. Salvo of missiles and plasma.
If he just moved that Witness a little bit forward and realized, wait, there's nothing actually here. Yeah. I think he would have come in a lot sooner, but he was probably expecting more than there really was. He didn't realize how much damage had been done to Shambler at that point. And,
yeah, perhaps.
Shambler's doing his darndest here to move over his defenses, but
yeah, he's got some mutas out as well.
Not quite enough.
Only now started to actually fight back against those Witnesses as well. There's a lot of really good value that Mystery Meat had just from those alone.
Shambler's holding out on 1 base.
He has the Nidus complete.
He can still win the election.
Wait, he built the Nidus, but I think he built 2 separate Niduses instead of actually linking them. So GG is called. Shambler getting a little bit bopped there, and Mystery Meat will take game 1. Obviously, like you said, there were some weaknesses, some indecision, but he gets the dub. Can you complain too much? That's obviously going to be going the way that we were predicting, where if it doesn't go super late, and even if it does go a little bit late, like mid-game, you do see some holes there, but Shambler... He had a couple of botched engagements. He could have gone for Zeths or for another tech structure entirely instead of the mass Quasi versus the heavily armored Protoss force when he was supporting the Nathracor incursion. And he did look much more lethal than maybe I was expecting with that almost like all-in strategy. But then his subsequent attack in the middle of the map, it wasn't going to be too effective. He needed to then realize, I'm playing with a disadvantage, I need to go and attack my opponent where their army isn't and use the fact that I have more mobility. That's what he needed to do there. Maybe bait out more static defense, slow that war machine. Mystery Meat takes it, and we go to Otherworld for our 2nd game.
Yeah, the mass Naths was almost like an overreaction against the Acantors. And unfortunately, while they did manage to kill the Acantors and get that situation under control, they were not able to do anything against that army. And I felt like they should have been able to at least get a couple of kills, either on Positrons or Drakodins, but unfortunately, they all died, and that was kind of the tipping point. I think that Shambler maybe more... well, he will have to be a little bit more steady-handed in regards to that at this point. It was kind of interesting to see how he had scouted the Acantors, but there really wasn't a lot of actual preparation for them. So there wasn't anti-drop stuff placed until after the drops had already happened, even though it was telegraphed that, oh yeah, there is the building for Acantors. And depending on how that Nath had died there, I think he had seen the 2nd Acantor actually pop out, or at least
he had seen it. Yeah, he had seen it finish and start moving up. So
there really wasn't a lot of respect played to that. So I think that Shambler is going to do something different now. He is going to go what looks to be Nath or Leon. Yes. That is very hard into gas.
Yep,
so
he's already got enough
some
gas
early
for
aggression
2
here, but I think it's a little hard to do that against Meat. He seems to be pretty capable of deflecting that. You're probably going to see him drop a ward in the second he scouts this. It is a little bit longer of a scouting distance, but he will have a little bit of pre-warning for that.
Well, the
Gateway,
critical
however,
thing too, the gateway being a little bit
not
on the
gonna
slower
finish.
side. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I think the Warden is a good choice because you get the Warden for defensive power and a Drakiden at roughly the same time, since the Warden is 35 seconds.
He's going to deny this, but you know what? That's precious money that he's going to need for that Warden. This proxy pylon could actually really cost him.
Yeah, he's going to try to interrupt the gas mine, but I almost feel like Shambler might have pulled away at the perfect time, because now he might not have seen that. Right? He just sees a lot of eggs. Whenever you see 4 eggs, that's a dead giveaway too. But
that pylon might cost Meat the game. And he made a second.
He made a second one to scout it. He cancels that one. Where's the Warden? What's the reaction here for me? He does put it down now, but I feel like it could. it could actually end up being. This could be really brutal.
That Warden could have been well over halfway finished at this point if he hadn't made that pylon and had just gone straight for the scout instead. But now, this is a much different situation than the first game.
Yeah.
This Drakiden, it cannot outrun 6 Nats.
No, it can't even get a single frag. Yeah, no, you can just go straight for the pylon. Yeah, why not? A second Warden, a second pylon. Okay, the second pylon's not too bad. It only takes 10 seconds to make, so this Warden will come online. But there was nothing on the gateway, right? It wasn't being made, and now the second pylon is... As it's being, finishing, it's going to maybe allow the Warden to get 1 frag. Okay, it does happen. But look at that. Another pylon coming down. I don't know. There's a lot of indecision here from Shambler where he's not actually fighting the Wardens.
Yeah, Shambler's losing a little bit of opportunity here. He could have just destroyed the Warden while it was unpowered.
Yeah.
And now he's losing a lot of momentum as a result of that. But at the same time, he doesn't necessarily have to end the game here. He forced... There was 4 pylons in total. 1 got canceled, but I don't think it was 100% return when he canceled.
No, it's 75%.
And there was some worker kills in that. He killed the Drakiden on top of it. He managed to save. You didn't save any Nats. I thought a couple of them escaped.
No, only as F.
Died. Yeah. So not game ending at the moment, but I mean, Meat's still on 16 workers, but Shambler can pressure this. The bigger issue, I think, is going to be is that he made Vorovs, and there is no ground units that are really going to be trying to escape or be chased. They're really contained, and I, in my experience, Vorovs are not really great for sieging the base. They have more health, but again, the damage output really isn't that great. So he's gonna.
He doesn't even get the surround onto that Drakiden. Yeah, he loses all the Vorovs. He loses 2 Zets. When you go against double Warden at that point, so the thing about the Vorovs is that they do slow the attack rate of buildings with Ensnare. So you can attack. You can send 1 Warden to 1 Vorv to each Warden, and then try to pick off the Drax. But the Drak number is growing. And he's only got the 5 Zets now 4. 1 more shot will make it 3.
This is a situation where Shambler needs to expand, or
look at the expansion. There is a pylon there, and it could very easily turn into a Warden behind it. I mean, Mist has a lot of minerals right now.
Yeah, this is not a case where you want to have 600 minerals in the bank.
Yeah,
you really got to take advantage. He had the worker advantage, and it's quickly dwindling. But like me, is in such a situation where he couldn't really be aggressive for a while, but it is kind of reaching a point where he can be aggressive. And this could be a disaster for Shambler because he's gonna try to let this Warden finish, and Shambler might feel content by this, but not. Shambler is probably responding to it. He's building a lot of Zets.
He's building Vorovs as well, but now the ground army is here, and this can absolutely be a focus fire. Now, I think that egg will hatch. Maybe not. Oh, just at the tail end of it ends up getting bopped.
The Vorovs are much more useful here because now Meat's in the situation where he doesn't have his defenses. This early aggression is going to get called out. It's going to be bad news for him. That Zella had a hard time even getting in there for a moment. It's getting body blocked. Yeah,
the Scribe will get put down as well. So, all right, fairly reasonable. Doesn't even get the last Vorv kill.
Substantial investment from Meat there to lose it. There's momentum he could have taken back, but I guess maybe he felt pressure to stop that expansion before it put him too far behind, but he trades a lot for extremely little. He's even making his own expansion here. This is Meat trying to be as ballsy as possible. I mean, his main's in a good spot here with the 2 Wardens. When you go back to ground units after losing that aggression, the Scribes can just drill you every single time you try to surround those Wardens. So he's safer than he looks, but at the same time, that expansion is so vulnerable. Going aggressive at that point can be easily called out.
There's an attempted surround multiple times here. There's only one good for 1 Zealot. Almost lost a Vorv as well.
The SimCity here makes it really difficult, and Shambler has no idea that this base is being built.
I was going to say, yeah, if he ever scouts over there to that corner, instead he's just going to mutate a whole bunch more Vorvs. This is, I mean, yeah, of course you can just come in here and start attacking and harassing this force.
He's got to be careful because he can get surrounded and he doesn't want to lose. And if it turns out to be so many Vorvs and Zess, they can just take the losses and destroy the buildings and just...
Yeah, look at this.
Keep him locked down and then eventually win in tier 2 if he really wants to, or wait until he's got something heavier.
Yeah, tries to go for a second surround, but unfortunately that Zealot not getting slowed down enough. And this is not a winning fight here. Needs to wait for additional Zeths to come in, but you do get diminishing returns on this sort of thing. Drakodins are out now. Goes for yet another surround inside the base. These two Wardens are going to help out massively, but the first Zealot is going to fall. Can he get the Ecclesiast? Looks like the answer is yes. Now starting to slow down the attack rate of the only remaining Ecclesiast, and of course one of the Drakodins falling back. But look at the ground army for Shambler just starting to evaporate. Yeah, okay, he's going to get some kills on the army, on the military, but I don't know if it was worth it, Mesk.
No, there's a problem for Shambler here, a very big problem. That problem is he stopped mining gas after the Naths. He feels like he has to win on Quaz at this point. And the more that this happens, the more it becomes apparent that he has to win on Quaz at this point. Only now is he going to start mining from his gas. Meat now has 2 bases. The second base, Shambler has no idea even exists. And it almost seemed like Meat was even going to try to take a 3rd base. All the momentum from Shambler is evaporating, and he's trying to get some picks here and trying to deny this from happening. He doesn't realize.
Oh no! I think he's gonna he's gonna reveal it now. But does it really matter? You can just pull the scribes here, like you were saying. They do get pulled a little bit late. I think that Warden will actually go down as a result. But does that really unlock too much? I mean, it's almost demoralizing here, as Shambler thinks he's been way more further ahead than he actually was.
Yeah. So Meat is doing some scouting here in the Otherworld, looking for secret bases. There is no secret bases, but if he continues on that path, eventually he's going to loop around and find Shambler's 4th base. Shambler is desperately trying to turn a deficit into an advantage here by trying to take as many bases as possible before Meat can come online and start to punish all that failed aggression. This is the issue, though, is the Acantor is already en route. There is no embassy for this, so if he decides to send it out right away, it will be very slowly moving across the map, and there is a lot of Hatrosks of potential units to punish this.
Yeah, there's also static defense happening here too, right? So I don't know that you can really do too much with a ground army that moves faster than the Acantor. You definitely need that transport, it feels like.
The Zealot are indeed finding these one base here, and they do kill Zest, and are going to cause a little bit of a headache.
Bit of an attempted drill. Stops any worker kills whatsoever, so that's pretty solid there. And now one of the Zealots will fall down. Second one popping in just to see what the worker count is. Maybe he can position himself between the minerals, StarCraft 1 style. Yeah. Looks like it's going to work out for the killing that one Zeth, and he'll just be continuously annoying before falling into the circle. So
Meat decides that he wants to engage this, and he's bringing out his army as the Cantor is sprinting across the map very quickly. I feel like if Shambler had gone Mass Quasi early on instead of devoting so heavily to Vorvs and Zeths, at least having just a couple of them, but mostly Quasis, you could have put a lot more pressure on and been able to capitalize on the army being out of position a little bit more. The surrounds evidently were not working out for him whatsoever. And at least like try to tickle down buildings and deal some damage without committing super heavily to all inning. But Shambler is rebounding from that now, and we already see tier 2 starting for him, so the Acantor is going to get spotted by the Zeth here. And I don't know if Meats actually really wants to go on the aggressive right now because there is just a lot of stuff waiting for him and his Acantors are very slow, but he was trying to secure that second Ardent Authority. More Positrons coming. Looks like it'll be pretty much the same composition as that first game.
I think so, yeah.
He's not going for that in-base at all. A bunch of Naths are coming out, and Shambler now is quite prepared and ready and accepting for those.
Yeah, I think he realizes you can use the Naths to really focus the Envoy and force them to... He's even positioned them preemptively behind the mineral line of his natural, which makes a lot of sense. I feel like he's found the appropriate response to the attempted drops, because if the Envoy flies away, then obviously the Cantor's attack. Naths, so.
I almost feel like those are defensive Acantors because there is still no embassy en route, and if he really wanted to go hard and do a drop, I feel like Meat knows that Shambler is going to be better able to deal with this than he was in the first game, and he'll be kind of just expecting that. So
Muteth on the way.
No evident intent.
Third Ardent Authority.
Drop these. Yeah, I think it's going to be like mass positrons, and
that's going to deal very well versus the mutas, right? Like the stacks air and stuff. If that's where
I feel like he's calling it out, is this mass mutas, and there's gonna be a lot of Zeths too. So the positrons are going to get a lot of mileage out, but Shambler's army is so much larger though. Like there's only so many targets he can hit at once.
Yeah, that's fair. It's going to largely depend on the attack angle. If Mystery Meat moves out with his army, he can be pincered a lot more aggressively, and a lot of the power, or at least some of the power here for Mystery Meat, he is now taking the in base just for that income multiplier from a safe distance, you could say.
The Nats could technically deny this, or at least cause some headaches for him, because it's not like engrams or anything over here to really easily deal with them, but it seems like Shambler's more intent just to make sure there's no hidden bases going on there.
And that makes sense. It's a big map, so you definitely want to keep your eyes on the Otherworld.
Scribe was killed in the far top left by a tooth. That's cornered in the literal abyss, the literal bumfuck nowhere. So it's probably why the Nats are looking around there,
right?
Because he's aware of that. But neither player actually wants to take that yet.
Looks like we do have a bit of a move out here. The Zets and Vorvs starting to move their way down just to see if they could hold the ramp. The answer is obviously no, but they spot out a very important detail, which is, of course, that Mist is being a little bit more aggro. Now, the number of Nats here in the various bases and flying around over the neutral anchor in the middle is really, really good, because the Calcure pawn just finished. You can use those to turn them into Calculusks. They can suddenly be a lot more effective versus an army that's mostly composed of Positrons. But here come the Mutas. Obviously, the Positrons themselves are going to be pretty effective versus this, but actually, I think Shambler's doing pretty well to stay at the extremities and pick off a couple of Ecclesiasts, maybe make sure that his melee army later on can do a little bit more damage. I don't see any Calculusks being made just yet.
There's 2 Architects out now, so these are going to deal massive damage to the Melisks.
Oof, you just saw a couple of them
He's going to be way more decisive in his attacks if he wants to try to work this down.
We need to see those Vorvs in the sort of main area, but at the same time, an Architect does get dove on. I think both of them are going to get mopped up real quick. Well, Shambler a little bit less efficient.
Was really risky there. That was not really what he wanted to do.
I feel like Mist is getting baited into the static defense. They aren't tier 2, but they're still going to be doing some consistent damage and drawing shots from some of the other splash. But it looks like the Positrons were focused on the right targets, and the Mutist flock does end up getting completely wiped. We have Protathalors here to try to counter the Architects, try to counter these ranged units with stuff that does outrange things like the Dracodon and the Positron, but I don't know if it's going to be enough here.
I don't think he wanted to engage a Melist without having a ground army already in place, even though it wasn't the best engaged. At least to bring them from behind and split some of that damage and punish it. Now he has to engage with his potatoes outside of the assistance of air. He's getting in some kills here, but he's already no longer mining from this base, so...
Yeah, he's not splitting versus the Acantors. Now has to fall back, and the Positrons are still up a little bit. You know, we've got
more Mutas are here.
The Mutas are going to try to do what they can, but the Protathalors weren't brought back in to sort of deal with some of the damage while they could.
I feel like there's better targets to go for than the Dracodons, and if you're going to commit your Mutas, you've got to go straight. Yep, straight for the Positrons. Split them up, try to get some damage in, but the Acantor still alive. The Architect just gets lots and lots of damage in. 16 kills on it, and most of those are high-value kills.
Yes, absolutely. Well, even the Positrons have like 10 kills apiece, so this is a very big deal.
4 units hold off Shambler.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, keep in mind, there is 5 Nats that are over there just chilling out that could have been committed into this with those Minas for a flank that could have really helped out. Shambler's trying to be scrappy here, but the Cantor inches away with its 10 kills. And they run face first into the Nats.
Well, it's not going to be enough.
Almost kill the Positron. See, if those had been there, even just a few moments ago with the Potato Thalors, he would have killed the Positron. He might have actually killed everything.
Well, 22 Mutas are moving across the map. There's some very strange formation of Mist units.
No,
they take a bit of a
disaster.
Take a bit of a pivot. Base in the middle of the map being taken here, and some the wounded warriors from before are actually taking up a position. But the Mutas will shut this base down, force a cancel, and wipe off the remaining artillery. Surely it'll force a cancel. Maybe not if Mist can't click on it because the Mutas are over it. Oh, God. Doesn't matter. He's got 2,000 minerals starting to spend a little bit.
Shambler has no idea that there are thousands of Positrons and Architects and other nuisances inching across the map, going straight into his juicy posterior.
Well, look at the Positrons are leading this fight. If the Mutas actually caught on to this military, they could immediately start picking off the Architects, and then you can start to play around that force a lot better. But as it stands, it's not going to happen. The Circuits will welcome the Positrons with open tentacles.
These Milas could do massive damage to meat space right now, but they're going to get pulled back to defend. There's engrams being built, but they're only halfway finished. Both of those expansions could have been easily destroyed. But Suddenly this attack hits and he's realizing, oh wait, I'm being destroyed.
Yes, yeah. And
Such
the
a
architects
massive window of
are...
opportunity is going to get lost because
Look
of
at
that.
that.
Almost killing an architect.
He almost killed 2. He split his forces too much. There was 22 and 25 HP. That could have been 2 frags if he had focused it down. Now the Mutas come in from the left-hand side while Protathalors try to hold on from the ramp. I'm not sure it's going to be enough, even though the Positrons have mostly been, focused on the ground army and on the buildings. Now he's clumping up, which is exactly what the Positrons want. And there's just no front line.
The Potatoes marched forward to their doom. They need to hug the ramp, but they got pulled into the group, and now the Draconans got pulled in. And
Oof. Another architect shot for good measure. I think he's actually going to go ahead and attack this top left base as well, so that hidden base is not going to help either. Only now trying to reset up his Nat. It just finished,
Middle's
but Shambler...
being rebuilt.
Yeah, Shambler's really far behind economically, tempo. Maybe even you could argue in terms of tech, there's an Argosy coming. And this base just looks impenetrable as well, so I don't think Mystery Meat can really be taken advantage of here at all. Another architect does end up falling. We'll see the last one fall. Positrons slowly being thinned out, but getting good mileage, getting a lot of cost efficiency here at the tail end of their lives. And we might even see, only, what is that? That's
Shambler
9
holds the
mutas
base
left.
at the very least, so
Yes.
it's something. He's got a macro hatch in an interesting place in his main there. He
Yeah.
could mine from that. It might take a little bit longer than normal, but you can, it's something. Only now is he went back to a mine from his bottom base, though. So he's got 108 workers, but the actual mining efficiency was not very good until now.
Yep. Yeah, he's not
Meanwhile,
harvesting from the gas either, so...
Central base, the second engram is now finished. The Potato Thaloras are marching forward, and they'll do some damage here, but they're going to get tickled.
Well, they can start to attack the engram from this diagonal angle, so that's actually going to force Mystery Meat to respond in some way. Where are his military units anyway? Most of them are just Positrons in the middle of the map.
Amassing. He was making a base on the bottom left that got just killed by the Mulas, so he might have been thinking of dealing with that first, but
here come the
trying
Zealots.
to come here to save the engrams from getting tickled.
Okay, well, the Positrons are not being shuffled out of the base just yet. I think maybe he wants to keep them for anti-muta defense, although he has an engram in this third base, which he actually took as his natural. Yep. So the question is, are the...
Mutas are going to cluster up nice and tight front.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, jeez.
That would definitely be a typing moment if I ever snorted one.
Sicrolisks are out, and they will be good for
Look
splash.
At Meat's money. This is what I mean. Meat is rich. He doesn't have that much gas.
Look at what he's got. Look at what he's got in the queue. He's got 2 Didacs with his Crucible empowering the Argosy. So he spent all of his gas on that. It's 300 a pop, but I think he wants to double cloak Shambler. He wants to give him a recall or something.
I think he needs to start adding gateways to his base here and just start dumping like zealots or whatever out of them.
Well,
Maybe
Grand
even
Libraries
Amaranths
could
or
help.
something.
Yeah, he's got a lot of money he's not spending right now.
Shambler, on the other hand, is still quite far behind in workers, but he is mining from the other base. His one that he rebuilt next to his main is not being mined at the moment, and he is building a bunch of defenses here, but I think when you start seeing a large number of architects, positrons, and Acantors, circuits and Scorchers start becoming less effective, but really what he needs to get is, I think that what he wants at this point is actually tier 3.
I think so too, but he spent a lot of money on other things, right? And okay, he's going to stop Meat from taking the other middle base, but he's also going to reveal what his army comp is made of, and we do indeed have the double Didacts. They are going to start to move across the map. And they will initiate a very, very big recall here. Mist does not want to move across the map. He doesn't want to micro. He doesn't want to do any of that stuff. He's just going to do the classic move, and he's just going to reveal himself.
What Meat could do in this middle base here is just drop like 2 Crucibles. And they would really help make that ironclad. Like, people underestimate the power that Crucibles offer to defenses in this.
Engram being focused down before it even finishes.
How powerful they are. And the bottom left is going to die again. Again, if you made a Crucible here with your defenses and like just some matrices, this would have been easily dealt with, and it's been attacked several times in the past. So Meat can't really be too surprised that this keeps happening, because at this stage, with how much money he has, he's allowing it to happen. And it doesn't really matter, because although Shambler did spot them,
he's got a Vitrilisks out. They're going to be pretty durable there, but yeah, at this point, the military is going to start coming through. Yeah, the link has been established, and a giant force of units pours on through. I think this is way too much. The mutas were not at home. They couldn't try to engage. Stasis field's going down. I'll lock out some of these units for 8 seconds. And yeah, GG is going to be called, and Mist goes up 2-0 in the series. You know, this could be on track for the 3-0 that I was thinking it might be, but these are much longer matches than you might expect.
Yeah. This is Meat taking his opportunity to kill all the units like he did in some of those other ones I watched when they were playing. I got a few glimpses of Tickless killing a dead Shambler.
There you go. Well,
yeah,
that's a move.
There was definitely some weaknesses there, but Shambler was not able to really capitalize on them in those games, that's for sure. He was able to deny a bunch of bases, but he wasn't really able to get the timing he really needed. Again, the moment that that attack hit his left base, there was 2 bases that his Mulas could have attacked and absolutely annihilated every single worker in without really any contest whatsoever.
Right.
He didn't realize how close he was to just completely shutting down like half the economy that Meat had, but he couldn't really do anything but pull back. So there was just like opportunities that kept escaping him that he wasn't really quite aware of. And unfortunately, he just kept falling further and further behind as a result of that, in spite of a very strong opening that unfortunately got a little too carried away with.
Yeah, if it wasn't for all the attempts, if he didn't try to keep repeatedly surrounding ground units that are pretty slippery versus SimCity and the Wardens, like it could have gone a very different way. If he scouts the base, but when it just goes down, suddenly he can try to, you know, posture over there. You can't really build too many workers or get any defenses set up. You know, there's lots of things that he could have done, but Mist is able to claw back after a pretty successful rush. Now, Nitro Valley, 4 spawns. Mask, I don't think we're going to see a 6 pool because it is a 4-spawn map. But come on, we haven't seen a 6 pool once this whole game. Oh, never. That's not true. Keen did do it earlier.
Oh, Shambler, you gotta 6 pool him on the 4-player map.
Come on, Shambler.
You gotta
cancel that worker.
Ian's power.
You build that Quaseth pool right now. Ah, he's typing. Never mind. He typed and forgot what he was doing, so that's why he's.
I know. Yeah, that's why there's no 6 pool. See, the quads would finish too fast. He wouldn't have a chance to type.
Yep.
You gotta play by the rule book here. You gotta pay attention to your own meta.
Right. Well, hey, we've got the same spawns as in the Keen match on Nitro Valley. Horizontal. It's going to be the Lemon Zerg of Shambler in the top left, and the Palatnet Blue Protoss of none other than Mystery Meat in the top right. Now, at this stage, something to keep in mind as well is I've told Mystery Meat that eventually I want the meta to not require, I want Meat to not feel like he has to put his first pylon in his mineral line. Because the reason why people do that is because they're really terrified of early air, and they need to be able to put a warden down, and so it just makes more sense.
Well, it's also because of what happened in that second game. It was because of his SimCity, really, that he was able to hold that off. If he had his wardens out, or he had his other buildings trying to build, I mean, you can't wall off those ramps anyways, but if he had even made the effort to build them towards the ramp like I sometimes do, that would have just been it.
Well, I think you can definitely wall the naturals here, right? So that is something that you could do, but obviously, are you going to try to do that when early air can be so powerful? And on a 4-spawn map, your opponent could go for something a little bit cheeky. However, we see no gas being mined. Well, that's
not a lot of people are comfortable with Reaver Micro, and Reavers feel super unreliable. So when it comes into this, you carry that assumption with you. Yeah. And I mean, when I build a Candors, I've never done drops. Like when I play Brood War, I never really did Reaver drops.
Right.
I might sometimes do Storm drops. I would sometimes use Reavers just as normal combat units, but chances are if I'm Protoss and I'm going tag, it's going to be Dark Templar. It's going to be Air. It's going to be Archons. I find that the risk is just too much for me. But in this, Candors are much more reliable just as a general combat unit, even if you never intend to drop them. I don't know if he even got an embassy in that game.
No, he didn't. He
didn't need to. Like, he didn't even bother to get it for witnesses. The Candors were just there as a general combat unit because the fact that the projectiles collide can be an advantage as well as a disadvantage. It means you can use them as a deterrence and to funnel things into a choke, and they have to walk into the projectiles. They fire faster. You're not constantly paying resources just to keep the scarabs up. they're just a lot more reliable, and people have to warm up to that. And
well, people are warming up to vassals right about now, Mask, because 3 of them have flown across the map. The Spraith was pretty fast, but the burrow, ooh, just narrowly coming in there. I don't know if he's going to have the micro to stop that. Yeah, he is going to go ahead and lose 2 workers here, and only 1 vassal ends up popping as a result. And, of course, the pylon blocking the natural expansion because Shambler did go hatch first here. So this is the first time we're seeing lattices out. I think what you're probably going to sort of surmise...
He's even going to kill the worker in his base here, using the scribe to unburrow it just to make sure.
Worker kill. Love to see the kills on the worker. Always a good sight.
Pretty sure that he's doing that because he's going to do a tech switch or he's going to do an expansion. And
he doesn't want his opponent to get free scouting info. He's going to go for an idol. So that's interesting because, Shambler is fond of saying that Nather cores can be used to defeat the vassal. So if he's expecting a lot more Nats, which actually have shown up in 2 out of the 3 games so far, yeah, the lattice absolutely makes sense to start sort of going away from the idol. Now, the early damage and the tempo advantage he's gotten, not just from the vassals at killing 2 workers.
It's a 3rd Hatchrosk in Shambler's base. I don't know if he's going to I think he might hard switch into quasi-Nath here, it looks like, to try to punish this. But all Meat really has to do at this point is make a matrix on the ledge.
Yes.
And then some kind of SimCity to block them from all-inning this expansion. And he can completely shut this down right away because he already has the tools he needs to deal with the Naths. These 2 Naths are going to fly right in here and may even die for nothing if Shambler's not paying attention.
He's not.
Cameras all across the map, so they die for nothing. And that's just cost you don't want to lose at this stage.
Well, he's also revealing 10 quasis on that pylon, which might inform Meat enough that, hey, maybe there's going to be an attack coming, right? So that could also be something where if you only attack with 2, or you build a pair of Zeths or something, then it can be a little bit sneakier about it. But he is going to go ahead and take an Expo. So at least there's the threat of that.
Lattice.
There you go.
So what he could do at this stage, too, is he doesn't have to commit heavily into idols, which can be microed around. He can also make golems.
Yeah.
And golems are very, very difficult to kill normally. Especially for Quaslist, who, again, they don't have the armor pen that a lot of people are used to seeing in pre-release right now.
Yes.
They would really, really, really struggle to deal with golems, and it is 2 Spraiths in Shambler's base.
Yep.
A golem all in at this point would be really hard for him to deal with.
Well, the question is it even going to happen? I think he's just going to go for the tried and true ranged one. We haven't really seen golems have too much success before, so even though I agree with your assessment, I'm not 100% sure that Mist is willing to risk it, even though he is, up 3.
They are mineral heavy, so it can be costly when you feel like that, there's going to be an attack at any moment. I don't really want to commit into this. But
even just 1 would help with the fact that the Quasis then have to deal with not responding to the damage. The Vassals are going to go ahead and peer out. They might catch a glimpse. Their vision range is very slow, or very low rather, so I would be a little surprised if that happens. But the Quasis caught it, and now Shambler is going to try to move backwards. So even though the Quasis were on the other side of the map, you might give a little bit of a something for Shambler to walk in, kill some defenses, kill some workers, maybe even reduce the idle count a little bit. Okay, he could have done something there with his army, but now he can't really because he moved them all back just so that he could defend his natural as it's being set up. He is going for the gas,
Quasis at this point. He can deter those vassals. There's not really a lot of them from really doing too much. And he's going to spot them move out from the idols. I don't think he wants to engage this, but he can try to snipe them if he really feels like he can separate them here. But idols move very quickly, so at the very best for Shambler, it'll be a trade here, which he might consider acceptable because he kills 1 idol, 2 idols.
Yeah, he kills 2.
Some Quasis.
Yeah. That's going to buy time.
Enough circuits, it'll work out for him.
Yes,
right?
yeah. I think he should be okay. The Quasis can hang back around the circuits and deal with the vassals coming in. And he also has Kagra spread by the cliff, so he can put down some defenses over there to sort of deal pot shots to these. Like the cliff advantage does apply to structured weapons as well, so
Shambler's really banking on that tier 2 for this one. He's really holding out for it. I think that Bactylisks would be a great choice for this, or maybe even Lyrilisks. He's not building a Hydrith or anything of that nature, no Zorkas or anything. He's just holding out just about at that 900 gas, but
now he doesn't have the minerals
on Quasis at the moment. He's not quite able to get it, but
idols have fallen back meanwhile, and it's just going to be 8 vassals. Yeah. So those won't be
Templar Archives.
Ooh, we love to see the Ancestral Archives. Yeah, so this is... Remember when we were talking about the... something that he did on this very map was he tried to counter Mass Wraith from Neblime using the Patriarch. And it kind of worked, but it was very slow. We could see Tectons here to deal with the ground army. We could see Archons just to never take damage because they have so much armor. Because, guys, if you don't know, in CMBW, armor applies to shields. So it still will work for something like the Archon.
So I think it kind of like, it really depends on when he must know Shambler is just banking it for tier 2 at this point. There's no, the initial Nats died, there was none to replace them, the aggression didn't come. And it was just been quasis and defenses at this point. So he must know that there's tier 2 coming. So he must be banking a lot on Shambler, perhaps even going for Melisk again. And he might even see Patriarchs. I think that Obtectons would also be a great choice here because, well, they're beefy enough that they can survive, and if the Melisk went to engage them anyways, you've got idols for that.
Yep.
And more importantly, they would annihilate all the Quasilisks and easily deal with all the defenses, and he could just go for a contain or just keep
It is
pushing
Obtectons as well. Yeah, you're right.
And, you know, he's got the protect the carry comp here, so I think in Shambler's case, actually, Backlist wouldn't be a bad choice. They're not going to do too well against the Obtectons, but he doesn't know that at the moment.
Right.
But they would put some range on this. They would shut down the Vassals quite quickly. And
oh, his Quasis are actually cornered here, so this is not so good for Shambler. He kind of got baited in to attack that naked base, and then the Vassal Idol army came in and just mopped the floor with him. He does have a lot of Naths, but are those really going to be the weapon of choice when you've got Idol Obtecton as your backline?
He is moving the Quasith pool, so either he's going to be making Calculus,
right? That wouldn't be bad.
There is an Alcag coming.
So in the last game, he did go for a Vigrilisks, which are very, very durable units, and they can
would be good against this comp for sure.
They're pretty good against proccing flash shielding or denying flash shielding from as many targets as possible. While they're moving, they attack up to 4 targets, and while stationary, they send all 4 of their attacks onto 1 target. So if you can keep them moving towards the front, they basically will deny shielding recharge for a lot of units. And that can be something that you can use to your advantage. Now, the Nats are here to sort of corner the Vassals and send them basically to Tunisia, you know, somewhere else. Go away. And that's fine.
Hydralisks are pretty good. Their damage is high. They have good stats. They're kind of like an upgraded Hydralisk. They do very, I mean, Idols don't really do a lot of damage, especially against tier 2 units that are not stacking. So it'll be very good against that, but he doesn't, I don't think he has any idea at the moment that there are Obtectons are not a second Ancestor Archives, a Patriarch, and a Crucible powering them are all in or out there.
Oh boy.
So this army is about to explode in potential. It is Calculus that are coming, which will be reasonable, of course, against the Vassals, but the Idols are already a good choice against air stacking. And the Obtectons are not super bad against them because they have 4 armor. And they already deal some mix of anti-air damage. So
yes, they have multi-target on their
a good
air
engage
weapons.
from Shambler could win here because he has 62 military versus 25.
So and a decent number of those units, by the way, are the 11 Vassals that are still in route here, and they will actually be shredded by the Calculus and Anathracore combo. But here, ooh, some pretty good shots here, revealing the Obtectons as well. So that's going to
Shambler
include
immediately pulls back and it's like, nah, hell nah. But this actually should be a hell yeah, because he is in a position to circle around outside of vision, go around the middle, get behind this army and completely surround it and kill the Obtectons before they reach an insufferable number. That he is waiting here is giving Meat the opportunity to get a front line. He's got
and he's not
coming.
He's letting Meat dictate the army as well, the engagement. So he loses a couple of Vassals, but that's more than enough here. Going for it again, the ground army still not moving, and there's the Patriarch starting to just completely eviscerate the Nats.
5 kills immediately off of that one shot. That's and then there's an Archon there on top of it.
Yeah.
Oh no, not the Vassals.
Yeah, the Archon's trying to be focused down, but you really want to deal with this, dude? The Patriarch is just shredding these Calcos. There's almost nothing left.
The opportunity is wasting away where he needs to get behind this army and surround it. Either where it is right now, you know, before it runs and hides into that choke where an engram is now being built, or at least just not engage and wait for him to come to you. Evergrillisks are indeed what he has at the moment.
Yeah, and
he's
at
very,
least
very low on gas, though.
Yeah.
Only,
well, he's not mining from his third. That's the problem, right? And
he's got caps in his nat, but none in his main at the moment. So
yeah, and no gas mining at all in the third. So a big deal there. Calculus is once again going to probe, confirm they're still in the same spot, haven't moved.
Scouting out that other base there with a handful of units.
And this is good, but look, the natural at the bottom right spawn is being taken by Mist as well. He's just got way more sort of heads-up play when it comes to that, and some Vassals are going to clean this attack up pretty easily as well. So
2 additional Archons and another Patriarch is idling in the base. There's just a lot of AoE there. There is a couple of Kaggerlisks right now, but it's just the 3 of them. There's not really a lot of ranged firepower in Shambler's army at the moment. I think he's realizing that if he engages this up front at this point, I mean, again, a good surround would easily deal with this if he just had the ability to get behind them, if he goes in the front, then that allows Meat to do precisely what he's doing right now. Get the vassals in there and start dealing some damage, taking some aggro. There's no air support here to get around them and force his attention to divert.
Yeah, the calculus scored down in the mid right. So he's going to lose maybe a lot of the vassals, but
and now that the calculus come in, they're alone and they take tons of damage.
And now they're standing on top of the ground unit, so the splash is working double duty.
Engagement that Shambler wants.
Oh god,
he might get that Archon, but he pays so heavily for it. The calculus have no front line now.
Yeah, GG is going to be called. 3-0 for Mist, dominating the PvZ matchup here. And you know, the first two games, they were closer, they were more accurate to what we might expect, but that one, that was just a tech power, right? That was just the ability, and you know, Mist is sort of surveying the battlefield, seeing what's going on here, just seeing what his opponent had. But that is going to be a 3-0 for him. And I will say, to Shambler's credit, he looked, you know, I think he looked more solid than I was expecting in this matchup. Against Mystery Meat in particular, in those first two maps, he had fighting chances. But that last one, man, it looked a little bit helpless. He didn't have the tempo on the expos. It actually reminds me of the Nitro Valley map, which I think might have even been the decider versus him in a Neblime. Oh no, it wasn't. Ex Situ was the decider because he tried to 6-pull and lost to Ahmed. But so there was a Nitro Valley match where he played against Neblime, and Neblime out-expanded him, out-teched him, and had more units in a better, more, you know, appropriate position. So Shambler getting knocked out in third place here. That's an area where I'd like to see him improve in the future. See if he can be the one to set the pace. Because as Zerg, you want more bases, of course. It's just like in StarCraft 1 in that way. You want the additional bases. You don't want your opponent to... You actually want to make it so that if the Protoss tries to expand more than you, that's a mistake, and you punish it because they're spending money on that when they could be spending money on military and tech and stuff like that. That's what you want the situation to be. Your expansions are cheaper. Your expansions go up faster. That's the kind of thing that Shambler should be taking advantage of. Either expanding faster than his opponent or punishing them for trying to out-expand him as a Zerg. So hopefully that's one area that, as we get more four-spawn maps, as we get safer maps, more big maps, that's something that he can maybe leverage in the future.
Meat had such a weak position for the first, like, couple of Ateptons he had. They were all sitting just with a handful of units in a nice little ball. Just a little ball. In this one spot that had three ways to access it. One from his third base, from the south of him, which he had no vision on, and then from Shambler's direction. Shambler kept engaging him in precisely the direction he wanted to come from, in kind of a leapfrog where it was one group of units and then another group of units instead of all at once. And then when he did manage to engage all at once, he had already taken tons of damage from constant failed harassment. And then they all came in one big blob, precisely what the Aptectons and everything else wanted. There was a large window of opportunity where he could have moved through the middle of the map with his very fast units, had his air units sitting on the west, even in vision, just so that, you know, Meat sees them there and thinks everything is there.
Yeah.
Run them in all at once, get the Vorovs on them so they can't move, focus down the Aptectons, kill enough of that damage, probably wipe the entire army, given that he had so many more units at that point, before it reaches an insufferable state where there's like 2 or 3 Patriarchs, a bunch of Archons.
Yeah, it gets just too much to handle.
Harder to do that, right? Like, he did not really even make the effort to try to go around it. I feel like that it was Shambler's unit control and general approach to that engagement overall that costed him in that game, not even necessarily the composition. Absolutely, having Bactylisks would have assisted, especially early on before the Aptectons started to reach a big number, and Meat had a whole ton of engage potential. But he could have most certainly taken it with the tools he had, because if he had managed to get behind that army and do a surround and prevent it from scooting up into the third, into that choke, which would have been awful if he had done so. And I mean, even hypothetically, if he did do that, if Shambler was willing to sacrifice that army, he could have sent the other half of it into the Nat or something and gotten some damage in on it. You know, some kind of exchange could have been done there other than playing precisely to how the way Meat wanted that fight to go. And there was a lot of instances where it was like there was a bad land engage, and then the Calculists would come in after and just fly straight into all the idols and the Patriarchs, just take tons of damage. I think the second you see that kind of composition, you have to switch straight immediately away from that and go into like Protathalors. The Kagurlists were a good choice, but there's too few too late. Having Brood Spawn, Matrolets, you know, Vilgoricor, just some way just to tie up the smaller number of units and keep the AoE from hitting your back line and then using those to focus, and then spreading out and trying to get behind it and surrounding it with melee just to tie them up. There was just, I feel like Shambler felt maybe a little bit overwhelmed by that and felt like he just had to do something. Now there's Tectons, I got to get some kills in. But the approach was not level-headed to that situation.
Well, that does pretty much wrap things up for the casts that we're going to be doing from replays. But we have one more match. It's the grand final, boys. And let me just show you a little bit about what that's going to look like. This grand final is a rematch in many ways of the previous tournament, Ascension 4. Neblime now as Terran, Mystery Meat now as Protoss, but they reprised their roles as our finalists. And this time around, Neblime has the advantage coming in from the upper bracket and not actually dropping a series so far. In the only matches actually that he's been accosted by so far, right, is the 6 pool from Shambler, and of course the 2 more straightforward macro matches that he played against Mystery Meat before cheesing his way into the grand finals, patch zerging with the Wraiths, all the things you can say about him, but Mystery Meat did not have the answers. This time around, I suspect it will be different, but it's really anybody's game, and I'm very excited for this set. Do you have any sort of quick final words to say about Shambler exiting in 3rd place and Mystery Meat's play versus Terran that you expect out of this? Because we are going to go to a short break, and when we come back, we're going to be at the grand final, but I want to get your take on what we're about to see and what we just saw.
Shambler wants to fight an honorable duel every now and then in the streets of Osaka with his katana against the opposing samurai at high noon, and Meat just seems to be able to accept this and just deny him at every turn, just whipping out a gun at the last moment. That seems to be what happens in a lot of cases with this. We saw it with that attempted all-in after the Nath rush in the second last game, and at the same time we saw it with this game here, just to somewhat of a lesser extent, where Shambler became very, very aggressive and overtly greedy at some cases, like picking fights against the idols with the Quasilisks, trying to pick them off, but maybe being a little colored by the pre-release with the armor penetration. They would have done better. Sure, but I think they actually move slower.
They do. Significantly slower, yeah.
They would have taken more damage from the idols as well, because then they're not going to be escaping them.
They need a frontline guaranteed to intercept those shots, basically, yeah. So either way, yeah, I would say Shambler really dialed in heavily on Quas only until Tier 2. It felt like he could have maybe worked in Hydrath units or Zerkiz units, something to
especially after
Tier 1.
Tier 2, right?
Right, yeah.
Backlist would have been great just to at least, force out the idols so that his units could move in. And, it's just like, again, I feel like the composition was one of the lesser of the things that hit Shambler in that. But maybe because of the composition, he felt like he had to do it a certain way. I think it was all about positioning and just general map awareness of where his opponent's units were. They almost never moved from that one spot, and he kept fighting them there, and they just didn't want to move from that one spot. Meat had no vision on the center of the map. By the time units run down that ramp through the center and go north, Meat has very little chance to try to get them into that choke that they were south of. And if he does that, you can still get like a half surround on them and still get a lot of damage onto them. If you have your air units on the west and they go east or they go north, before the engram in that base finishes, that was more later. But you definitely felt like in this case that Shambler kind of like worked himself into a situation where he built a bunch of defenses to deal with the idols because he felt like there might be early aggression. The idols are not going to kill circuits. Like, just think about my game versus Biddy. Many idols died to circuits, and Drolless of all things. Like, they're just not good at killing defenses like that. They're good at killing clustered units. Yeah. And Shambler had the tools to thwart any early aggression like that. It was only when the Tectons started appearing that he was really starting to lose momentum in that regard. But he kept choosing to engage them outside of his defenses
and away from his reinforcements on the rally. His army was async a lot. So, I have a feeling, Mesk, that Neblime is not going to make the same mistakes. We'll break down that matchup.
I don't know about that. I guess we'll see.
We'll see.
I feel like Neblime has, Neblime isn't Zerg, so there's his
very
whole play style is going to be very different. Yeah. But I feel like that this is something I've seen just about everybody do, which is get overly committed to certain things. And this, Meat as well in some cases, and again in that second game, the early aggression that he had trying to make the cannon and trying to bring in 3 units, that was just immediately punished. Very decisively. Everybody kind of does this at this point. they're not quite at the skill level where they're able to, see what isn't seen and kind of, be boxing shadows and knowing the shape of those shadows. So that definitely happens all back and forth. But I think Shambler in particular is predisposed to this, where
yes,
that is where like the tilting and the typing gets him, as it throws him into that, and then it feels like he can't easily dial back out of that within the same game. He can bounce out of it when he gets into the next game, and then he can perform consistently again. But it feels like that if his tempo gets thrown off by something, is really difficult for him to get back on. And I think like in terms of general growth and improvement, being able to like level out and adjust your style and your approach and your comp or whatever it is you need to adjust in the game. In this case, again, I feel it was like mostly his engagement patterns and his positioning and stuff like that. Being able to recognize that, stop what you're doing, adjust your course, and then, make the adjustments necessary after that. That's what I would say is like the biggest takeaway that I think that he could work on. And if he works on that and improves on that tangibly, I think he's going to start consistently taking games off of Mean at that point, because he has shown he can win. And he's shown he can take matches and rounds and stuff off of Mean. So
sure, yeah.
I don't see any reason they can't continue to do that.
I think it's quite possible. I think it's quite probable even that we'll see more parity in the future. But let's see what happens in this grand final. Guys, we'll be back in about 10 minutes, so stay tuned.
Yep. Smoke weed.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are in the lobby. We are awaiting Mystery Meat. As a reminder, of course, the last series was not played just before. It was played from replays. So Mystery Meat is well rested. And Neblime, well, he said that his excuse for this series preemptively is that he's going to be tired. But come on, dude. You just watched Shambler get owned 3-0.
He lives in a world that's upside down. You can never be tired when everything is always falling out of your hands and into the abyss all the time.
That's true. That is very true. All right. Well, guys, I'm pretty excited for this one. We do have Boskevine as our starter. It is a rematch. And the pick ban... I didn't actually go dig up the pick ban from the previous time these two met in the upper final, but Neblime banned Ex Situ and Death Spiral as he elected to ban 2 maps. Meat banned Nitro Valley, and I thought that was the most interesting one because, I mean, first of all, Ex Situ being banned instead of Boskevine, when Boskevine is something that Neblime really doesn't like to play. That's interesting. Death Spiral makes sense. You know, it's not a very safe map. And then Meat banning Nitro Valley indicates to me that Meat doesn't want to have the variance of 4 spawns. He just wants to know where his opponent is and just dial in on him. So I feel like we've got something going pretty well here, actually.
Well, Meat shouldn't be sick anymore.
That's true.
He shouldn't have any more excuses for this.
Yes.
We're expecting a good 3-0 from him, if that's the case. But I believe Neblime has also been practicing.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
Surely aware that this rematch will be... his time to shine and make a name for himself and or otherwise get cheesed out every single game. Now, this will be very different from the last cast we did today because it's Terran, and Neblime has shown an affinity for Wraithspan.
That's true.
Will we see the exact same thing, and will Meat respond to it correctly this time?
Meat responds to it by going into the ob slot, so what an asshole, honestly. All right, no funny business this time around. No false starts. Hey, at least this time it was the right map. So it wasn't me who screwed it up, it was Meat. Let's get into it, boys. That's a funny joke. That's not what I meant to do. All right, we have Mystery Meat. Now, he rage quit so that he would start in the bottom left. He is Yimin Blue, and he's going up against Electric Blue. Terran. So this is Boskevine. Now, Boskevine being selected here by Mystery Meat and left open by Neblime. Again, a little puzzling. I'm a little surprised by that. Neblime, obviously, can go Mass Wraith on this map if he wants to, because this is where Luciferius pioneered the strategy all the way back like 4 weeks ago in group stage when he almost defeated Shambler on his home map. And we do have a very fast scout here for Mystery Meat, so I'm wondering what's going to happen. I think he just wants to verify there's no funny business, no shenanigans. And Mesk, the last time these two faced off, it was a 2-0 start for Meat. So you really can't draw any immediate narratives, but I want to say that if Meat comfortably gets up to a 2-0 start again, I don't know if Neblime's shenanigans are going to carry him through. You know, I think these players are probably evenly matched, at least in some cases, right? In some capacity, but I think Meat is favored if the game is in that 15-minute mark area. I think Meat can definitely take matches unless Neblime gets to some cheeky upstart, opening where he gets an advantage.
Yeah, I think that...
Lattice first, by the way.
There would be some argument to be made for Meat coming into the previous encounter with Neblime that maybe only Shambler was really the opponent he ever took seriously. And until I realized, wait a second, Neblime is actually capable of adapting and defeating me as well, regardless of whatever excuses you may have had. And the end result was that. So, a little bit of a manner pylon here.
I wonder if he's setting up for a gas block. That's not going to do too much as it currently stands, and it's not being canceled. So I guess it's for intel, but it's not going to. It doesn't even really delay the ridge mining that much. So.
Yeah, so I think that if we start seeing like a 2-0 entry from me, I agree that it's probably just going to go from there. But he will certainly be coming into this much more aware. Also, the fact that it is the grand finals.
Yes.
Much more conscious and cognizant of the fact that he can lose against this player. So he has to be paying very close attention to everything that's going on. Now, going the vassals against Terran in particular is interesting because
well,
of course,
look at
everything
this.
is range that they have.
He's holding the Cyprians back as well, and the vassal is not going to get a scout on them. You remember when I said in the Nitro Valley game when Shambler showed all of his quasis attacking a single pylon? Neblime's doing the opposite. He's only killed it with a single maverick, keeping his other units out of vision and also at the ready in case there's going to be a frontal attack. But his Mason did scout the lattice first, and obviously scouted the vassal count is growing. So it's going to be vassal expansion here for me. I wonder if this is something he cooked up specifically for this situation. You know, vassals in a relatively even number can actually deal with wraiths, but the question is, you know, is he even going to get the chance? It doesn't look like Neblime's interested in a star pad anytime soon.
Well, even though he doesn't see the Cyprians until now, the Cyprians aren't exactly units you want to be marching all the way across the map.
Of course, yeah. This is a very safe
Neblime's
opening.
kind of like locked himself into being defensive. Whereas vassals, at the very least, give you the chance to respond to aggression.
Oh, this is scary.
It's almost like a safe entry here. And you know, he can get a couple kills in on them too. So
yeah, absolutely.
That's very good for him. Stopping early Cyprians from amassing is always nice to have. Getting in a couple kills can most certainly help. They pay for themselves, especially because Cyprians are more expensive than they used to be.
Yeah, 50 gas a pop, so that was actually a bit of an awkward loss there. Just sort of trying to zone away the Mason, do some delaying. Unfortunately, one of his vassals does get rallied in there and die. But he can continue camping the stockade here, even only with 2 vassals. You could theoretically get some frags in or do some damage, force some repairs. Remember, you can repair infantry, but Cyprians cost 50 gas, boys. That's a lot of gas to be losing to repairs over time. Yep. So obviously it is more efficient than building a new unit, but still, it's damage that could be done economically.
And you know, if he forces them to build nothing but Cyprians, he's probably quite happy with that. There's a Fulcrum coming, no star pad. You know, he doesn't probably really want to deal with all the wraiths. So, regardless of what tech path Neblime chooses, if he has to keep spending money on Cyprians, it delays it substantially. It also delays his tier 2 substantially. And look at that. It's a fast switch into triple gateway.
Yes, yeah, I like this, right? Off of the 2 bases that he'll soon have as he starts to saturate his natural. I think Mystery Meat will be in a pretty good spot to overwhelm the bio forces with superior armor, right? Superior durability.
Yep.
But he does, or he has the opportunity here to scout the Fulcrum. Instead, he just picks off 1 Mason. He knows that Neblime likes his 100 worker games. So, you know, if he can do a little bit to reduce that number, that's fine by him.
There's kind of like a mini game going on here where the more that he forces Neblime to try to react to the vassals by building Cyprians, watchdogs, everything else,
star pad
the bigger advantage he will get when he actually decides to attack with his regular units. There is a star pad coming, but it is probably not going to be mass wraiths. He will probably end up building a couple of them nonetheless, but this is probably going to either be for Ancils or maybe even Trojans.
Yeah.
And Neblime is probably going to be very cognizant of the fact that behind all this tickling that there's an expansion coming, and you know, there'll probably be an inevitable tech switch because it's not like he's being swarmed with vassals. It's just an amount of
well, that's a lot of vassal damage, right? Yeah. It doesn't result in actual kills, but it can in the future. You're banking a lot of that damage onto the hull, and the vassals become less and less powerful. The other thing to note, though, is that if Neblime's got a keen eye, he'll know, hey, the vassal count isn't actually growing. There's not really that many more here. They're not growing the same linear progression off of 1 lattice or exponential off of multiple. That should give him an inkling that there's some other tech on the way, or maybe slow it down. And he has this Maverick that's been stimming across the map in an attempt to actually confirm what's happening. And the Zealots are pulled back. Beautiful play. Mystery Meat going to try to deal with this Maverick without allowing it to scout anything. He doesn't mind showing the idol because that's also a Lattice unit. So he has successfully
I'm not even sure he caught it there because he wasn't quite fully up the ramp. He might have, but it's not going to tell him too much. The idol isn't really something he'd want to be using against Cyprians and Goliaths anyways. So, you know, Neblime's probably not too worried about that. He's going to commit heavily into Fulcrum now. Going to go for Cleric Goliath.
Here comes the Wraith Scout,
good transition, but it's not going to be fully gathering steam by the time this army comes out. This could be a really big mistake for Neblime, but he does manage to get a lot of vassal kills off of that.
Yep, 3 and some extra damage. The ground army moving out here, but the Wraith obviously scouting out.
The trap is laid. He's waiting for the Goliaths to walk in, but they actually have vision over there.
Yeah, this is not a cliff advantage spot at this point, right? So maybe getting thrown off a little bit by that. Now the vassals can enchant the Zealots to get a better engagement here. Draconins as well. You don't want to pick off the vassals if you're still busy getting attacked by the Zealots, and they're tanking so much damage. The Cyprians cannot attack the backline, and the Goliaths have already fallen. Now this is a spot where Neblime has to immediately throw down additional anchors and pump additional units for defense. This is still not a cliff advantage spot, remember, so he could very easily get overwhelmed here. 2 Goliaths in the anchor. That'll pick off the Zealot if he's lucky with the targeting. Indeed he is.
Yeah, that engagement was really bad for Neblime. His target priority was all over the place. There was no focus firing. There was many units that escaped that fight with extremely little health and no shields, and just like the Zealots in particular. So now he has to pull everything here and make a makeshift front line. Even if these Drakenins die, they're going to get so many kills out of it.
Yes, yeah, Neblime is now down by 8 workers. Could be more if these Drakenins stop trying to... They're trying to attack Goliaths, but they did get a Cleric kill as well, so it wasn't all without any value. But this is definitely...
There was a lot more damage. They could have killed way more workers there, but they started spinning instead. Oh,
yeah, absolutely.
Deputy Dad is on the scene.
Yeah, don't worry about that. It's just reporting the fact that an Ardent Authority is on the chase.
Yep, Ardent Authority is en route. That'll probably be at Cantor's. But, you know, if he does go with Cantor's, the Goliaths are good at defending against the Envoys, assuming he even decides to get one, which I don't see one. Third base coming for Meat as well. Of course, that engagement tells Meat precisely all he needs to know about the composition of Neblime's going. Yes. He can't exactly transition off of Goliath Cleric at this moment. So all he really needs to do at this point is just make himself a little dandy front line. He's still making a handful of idols here, just to have some extra damage. I think he wants to intercept any scout coming here to make sure that this base is not discovered, which he does.
Yes, I don't think the Mason had enough scouting vision radius there to spot the Nexus. It's tight either way. And just knowing where the army is could allow the Goliaths to march forward. But remember on Repulsion, when these 2 last locked horns, Neblime made a similar mistake and got his army pincered. It won't be a pincer this time around, but...
There's only 1 Cleric for this. Yeah. That cannot heal them. They're going to get cornered on here. And remember, Goliath's damage is not really that high, so...
the Wraith scouting over just to see what's going on, as if they need the vision, but not going to be a huge issue. Now, it looks like Neblime will try to take a 3rd base here. It's a question of whether or not Mist can punish.
Embassy is about to finish.
There it is, and the Acantor also is about done.
Yep. So, Neblime is starting up his own 3rd base there. He's trying to bank towards Tier 2 here. Not losing his army is really good for him because it lets him kind of just sit on that buffer for a moment. This Wraith is just making sure nothing exciting is happening. No Star Sovereigns, no move out.
The Wraith scouting the Ardent Authority hopefully will be enough for him to preemptively sort of expect a drop.
Yeah, he is. You see he's building a Watchdog kind of in like in a bizarre place there. Yeah. That's precisely for that.
Goliath move out, trying to get to the cliff, but there's only 3 of them at that location, so it's going to split it up a little bit.
He knew something was weird about them blocking off that ramp.
Yeah.
If they're there, there's a reason for them to be there.
Right.
But this is kind of a bad engage for him. All of his units are separated.
Yeah, only 2
They're
Clerics.
kind of attacking random things. Like some are attacking the Warden, some are attacking Zealots.
Oh, they don't even finish the Warden. Yeah, no focus fire there.
He just gave up on that.
Each Goliath is 200 minerals, boys, and I'm counting double-digit corpses or so. Yeah, 9. At least 9
just gave up on that army. His camera wasn't even over there. He was focusing on his vultures. When he could have tried to focus fire, at least kill a couple Drakenins or something, make the exchange worth it. But he basically got nothing out of it. When you look at the rubble, it tells all you need to know. There was like 200, 400, 600, 800, 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, 1,600, 1,800 minerals worth of Goliaths. And then there's the Clerics, and there was like 2 dead Zealots or something like that. Like that was not a good trade by any stretch of the imagination.
And the 4th base stays up
because
as well,
he just gave up on it.
Right. Now the Wraith is being spotted by this witness.
Yes, there's
a meeting of the minds.
There's a peeping war going on here, and he's gonna pull back stuff so he can just kind of walk under it, or maybe pull it in and kill it here.
You know what's really interesting is the Envoy is only now about to finish, but look at the reaction. So many Watchdogs, a lot of lobotomy mines placed by those vultures, and okay, Tier 2 is going to finish, but the big investment here is the ground army. And the witness
Meanwhile,
can
the Acantors are inching across the map once again.
Right, and so it's forced this big reaction, but he didn't actually see anything else of consequence happen. Now, some Zealots are taking a lot of those early shots. A Vulture and a Cyprian in that anchor, and a lot of Vultures.
Those Vultures are his army. He doesn't want to lose them.
Absolutely. Gonna go ahead and try to lay some more lobotomy mines, and it will work out so far. Unfortunately, stuns his own Cyprian, and here comes the anchor, or the Acantor rather, and a lot of these Vultures are gonna get bopped here. A Sentinel does finish. The only thing in that back anchor is a Vulture. The other unit inside is a Mason. That's not gonna help you out too much. And there goes the Sentinel, popped as well by that Acantor. Another one unloaded.
Oh,
It's a
the workers are
total
marching
massacre.
into its waiting embrace.
Yeah, there's nothing coming from these structures. It's just some Goliaths in production. I think, yeah, these things are busted. There's absolutely no way. Neblime, GG's out. And our first match goes the way of Mystery Meat. So starting off in a similar fashion, right? Boskevine, I think, might have also been the opener of that upper final. And here we have a very different look with how the match actually ended, right? That first time, it was, if you remember, Mask, Neblime trying to drop all inning on like a one-base drop play or something like that, and it was rebuffed. This time, Mystery Meat decisively just stomps on him with a series of multiple attacks. Often the gateway switch maybe got him there, but definitely something to write home about there for Mystery Meat.
I feel Neblime was very, very concerned about the drops, and in the end of the day, Meat didn't need it. He just brute forced it down. The Envoy was almost not even necessary. It just kind of secured it just to get them past that initial choke point so they could actually contribute. But, you know, this style is maybe a little bit unlike what you might expect out of conventional Brood War, where the Reavers are almost always going to be used for drops, and, you know, it's a little harder to deal with them, so you got to stick mines and turrets and stuff all over the place. But I think Meat was very well aware that he didn't really need to do that or want to do that. So he just used them just kind of like the same way he was doing against Shambler. I mean, he did do a couple drops against Shambler, but the vast majority of times he just walked them with the army. And facing him at this point, because Neblime had lost his army so decisively in the bottom right for nearly no gain at all.
Yes.
Man, that he was, even without the Acantors, I do not think he was holding that.
Well, we are going to go on to Repulsion for our second map. This is the map that was selected by Neblime after dropping that first match. GLHFs are exchanged, and Neblime, the Midnight Green Terran in the top right, against the Beige Protoss of Mystery Meat in the bottom left. This is another map that mech pushes were surrounded on, and decisive moves ended up giving Mystery Meat the, I believe, the 2-0 start. So honestly, we might actually be seeing a straight-up repeat, at least in the early stages of the series. But what does Neblime have in store for us? What are his adaptations? No gas early, so I think it's going to be the same kind of opener from both players. Maybe we see Gate instead of Lattice from Meat, but otherwise, I think it's going to go pretty much the same way.
I think if this ends up being a 2-0 for Meat, you're going to see Wraiths come out again in the third match.
You must, yeah. And it almost feels a little telegraphed, right? That's the beauty of double elimination is if you're facing off against the same guy, like Neblime would probably have hoped that it was Shambler so that, oh, at least, you know, my last tactics don't have to be reused or potentially, you know, game planned against. But it depends, you know, it depends on what Neblime's thinking. He's up to towards the 500 APM, so he's feeling it. He's feeling warmed up. Maybe got the sort of fear of God put back into him by Mystery Meat and is going to be going for a scout after this stockade.
I mean, if it was Shambler, he could just start slinging Australian slang at him and get him typing. So there's a few strategies he could have employed in there.
It's a Lattice again for Mystery Meat. Sticking to that.
There's a little bit of gas here, probably just Recipients at the moment, though.
Yes.
And yeah, Lattice again. You're very possibly going to see the exact same thing with a soft contain from Vassals.
Oh, he's got the pylon. Hey, you know,
trapped him.
Last time I saw this,
he wants to do it again, but they scooted out.
He's just tickling a little bit here, but he could also trap him again in the other one. So this is.
I thought he was going to trap another one behind there. Just.
Well, the Scribe will even escape, so that's even more insult to injury because if the Scribe goes back home, Mystery Meat now has a little bit more eco, right?
Yep.
So that pylon is going to eventually get popped and allow another worker to reign supreme.
This is dirty. You know, he can't put anchors in your base anymore, so he's just putting pylons there instead.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, he should grab a Mine Tyrant and then start putting anchors in your base.
Yeah.
After that.
You know, we don't get to see the cheeky shit often enough. Someone's going to pick up my torch, use Demier, just build diadems.
Of course.
And just build them next to their base and get them to rage out.
The first Vassal is being used to scout and will find the Mason. But the Star Pad is on the way, as well as some early
second
infantry.
Lattice. So this will be a little different.
The Scribe returns just to confirm scouting on the natural and sees no natural here, which is a little unlike Neblime. Now two games in a row.
There is a Star Pad coming, though.
Mason will finally fall.
So it very possibly is being switched into Wraith here.
Yeah, it could be earlier than we expect, right? We were thinking maybe it would require a 2-0 first.
Yeah. It could have been that, it could have been because of that and what he scouted as a result, and is like, well, you know, this is kind of turning out the same way or whatever. But it was also something maybe he just held off on it and didn't want to be hard harvesting gas until the scouting was dealt with and then switch to it. But it's a little dangerous here because there's already 3 vassals out, and he has to split his gas up so it's not going to be like double star pad Wraith. So it's going to be a little slow to go off. So he has to get a lot of mileage out of these initial units. He's kind of like running around trying to stop these vassals from getting picks off. He doesn't want to repeat the last game where he started like losing Cyprians.
Oh, and it's going to happen, I think. It could anyway. No, ends up diving backwards. Not losing anything just yet. Scribe's still hanging out in the 3rd.
I don't know if they spotted that star pad, but there are no wardens or anything at home yet. So Neblime's starting up his expansion now, and Meat's expansion is about halfway done.
Warden just now got put down. The Wraith is just going to confirm the scouting of the natural expansion. Vassals are kind of nearby, so I don't suspect, and 2 of them just popped as well. I don't think that the Wraith is going to do too much damage, but maybe Neblime will park it, instead just falls away. And yeah, not building any additional
Neblime could do at this moment, if he really wanted to be ballsy, is he could just go for an early drop.
Yeah.
If he sticks like 4 Cyprians into that back of the base and just in a bundle, even if he didn't get that many worker kills, he could thin out all the vassals and then force a bunch of response to that. But it seems like that Vast Wraith was really just to see if he was doing some tech switch like he did in the last game into gates or something like that.
And he scouts 2 lattices instead, so he knows that it's going to be a little bit more of a committal.
Yep. So that information he felt was very important. It kind of more or less dictates how he's going to go from this point. So we're actually seeing a 2nd stockade, 3rd stockade, plus the vestry. So I'm kind of actually expecting to see some Achmed here.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a drop. It has to be like bio drop against Mystery Meats Protoss. Now, it's funny because it's sort of inverted, where on Boskevine in the last series, the opener, Neblime tried this. He went for a drop, but he went for it in a much more committal, all-in fashion. And now on this map, where he had gone mech previously, he's switching over to bio, maybe favoring Repulsion's more spacious mains, where... Okay, Boskevine has more drop space, but it's harder to harass the worker line. It's harder to get at the resources or critical infrastructure. And it looks like the Wraith was responsible for getting 2 frags, zoned away by the Manifold. The Natural is now going to be staffed with a Warden. And we even have the Vassals returning home. So just this Scribe here is the only thing that Mystery Meat has on the opposite side of the map. A 4th Stockade coming. And Vestry completed for Clerics. So, yeah, it looks like Neblime is going to be going for a... I guess Cyprian heavy army right now.
Strained Ardent Authority. So this will be in full view of the Wraith. We'll see what kind of response is. It is an Anseal being built first and not a Trojan. So he could just march this across the map. There's not really a lot to deal with this at the moment, but you know, if you really wanted to, you could build even like an engram or something in there, and that would do a lot of damage to it if you can stop it from getting sniped. You wouldn't want to repeat one of the last sessions where there was lots of Wraiths destroying them, but there isn't any Wraiths to do that at this point, just the one's not going to stop it. But there's not really a lot of money in the bank for that, so he's probably just going to go straight for the Acantor, and he could probably have the Acantor on ready if he builds it right away.
Pylon's revealing this move out.
Attack force.
I think it may have caught at least a couple of those units moving out, so it feels like Meat should know that Cyprians are going to be marching to his doorstep. I'm looking out to see if there are any Masons with this army to construct anchors or watchdogs, but it doesn't look like that's the case. Now pulling off some of his workers in the natural to go for some gas harvesting. But other than that, yeah, it's just going to be the Anseal for protection and detection. Not that it matters too much versus Protoss. And
this army is pretty scary because there's not really a lot of units out for Meat at the moment. He's getting an embassy now, and the Acantor will eventually be finished here, but the Wraith actually pulls these right to finding a Cleric. You get tickled.
3rd base going down. That's a decent amount of minerals just expended on that. Now the Vassals are pretty much all going to go up in flames here. There are 2 idols. The lattices are completely vacant right now. They've gone dark. Clerics are really important. They need to be spared versus the Protoss arsenal. There's only the 1 watchdog, but the Cyprian cannot target it because of the Nexus positioning. So Neblime's positioning really matters a lot here. The Acantor has shot off one shot, gets multiple Cyprian frags. And the follow-up is way even more deadly. Neblime has started to kill his own Wraith with his Cyprians, getting flustered in the unit control. He burns down the Warden, but it's... I don't know if it was enough. He forced the Scribe transfer, but only momentarily.
Achmed is en route to that 3rd base to try to deal with it while this is being heckled to death here. But doesn't want his counter to die here, so he's being a little careful. The Anseal is kind of like fluttering around back and forth.
Oh, but the Golems are here too. That front line is brutal. Just can't do much.
That Nexus was canceled.
Just from the 3 Ahmeds, okay.
Yep.
Well, that's something here. Neblime isn't necessarily completely out of the game, but he's been building only Hurricanes for a while now. I don't know if I would want to go for that against the Akantor Golem Idol composition.
Yeah, Golems are tanky enough to deal with the slapping of Ahmed for a while. There's so many Ahmed. Oh my god.
An attempted follow-up here as
There's
the Huracan
so
tries
many.
to charge forward. He's just going to get the rescout on the Warden. He's not going to get too much additional info. And yeah, it looks like the bio here is being recalled. The rally point
is en route.
The rally point is sort of competing with the intention here.
Ahmed really wants to ride the fire here. He's just 3 of them are just charging down. That is 3.
And look at this very unfortunate stockade placement. The only one with an add-on is the one that would need to be moved if he wants better rallies out of his own base, because it's a tight wall here on the left side.
Ahmed will, at the very least, heroically scout this base here, finding
confirming
various
it.
units.
Yeah, there's a scribe on the way to build it, so actually he should see that at the tail end of his vision. Pylon with a vassal guard in the 3rd for Neblime, which has not yet been put together. And you said earlier,
halfway done there.
Yeah, you said earlier there was an envoy en route, if I'm not mistaken, and so. Yeah, okay, we have some watchdogs, we have some Hurricans here to try to intercept the shots, and we do have double Fulcrum coming, so I guess those will complete around the same time as the Atlas, and that will allow him to transition into either Phalanx or Madrigal.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's going to Madrigal, because there's a Trojan en route.
Okay.
It's just been started, so he's going to hope to try to get some damage there. He can't break that front line, so he's going to try to make something else happen. The envoy is just idling in the ramp to the 3rd, and there's nothing in it at the moment, so Meat may be actually looking around for it, figuring, where the fuck did it go?
Yes, yeah, he's looking around for it. Now, the other thing to mention is the Vassal flew in and did see the Fulcrums being made, but it was before they showed their almost built frame. I assume that Meat is aware that these are Fulcrums based on their positioning on the grid, right? Like, star pads would take up less space, and the Atlas wasn't done, so they couldn't be starports. So astute players will kind of pick up on those, and yeah, some tickling is happening as some Sentinels are being attempted to set up on the ledge. Not a bad shout, but the vast of the army is actually these Acantors in the Envoy. He could start elevatoring up his other units after he unloads them. And there's only the one Watchdog on the left-hand side, the one behind the minerals, the one inside the mineral line. This is potentially very disastrous. We have some Wraiths scrambling. 8 Hurricans and a Trojan could be used here, but the Wraiths actually spot this army, and what is the reaction? I think he's going to try to preemptively move his Hurricans in a spot where he can drop there.
Oh, no.
Ahmed, get back in! Get back inside! Oh, one of them doesn't make it. Anchor being constructed here, but it is within firing range of the Acantors. They can't attack the mineral line, but they can definitely do some damage to structures like this Watchdog. Oh, here comes a witness. No detection immediately available. Acantors do get dropped. Only one of them shoots towards the workers. The pull is in, but they are not going to be pulled onto a mineral line, so a bunch of them end up getting cluttered up. One Akantor has fallen since then, and Mist is trying to unload the Envoy. It's only barely going to happen. Sentinels have been here to start shooting the ground army, and this is a little awkward.
Ahmed must charge. Ahmed, charge forth. It's too late.
This is very, very awkward here for Mystery Meat. He's fluffed a little bit of that micro. Losing the Envoy means he can't elevate or any additional troops. And now he just has an Akantor kind of marooned over here. It should be able to...
Phalanx is coming now. If he wanted Madrigals, they're not en route. He needs tanks. He figures his army is going to charge forth. He has to do something now. Half of his Econ is pretty much dead.
He's lifting and landing the Sentinel so that he can dodge the shots.
Yeah.
Oh, but he baited
Bounce
himself.
to daddy, but flash shielding is...
here comes the Phalanx. Big bio ball, but again, this is essentially one base of Eco.
That
now
tank almost got decollided by the Sentinel into dying there. That was a little scary for a moment.
Yeah.
Bao was going to try to collapse on those positrons.
This is a pretty good play.
Akantor.
Yeah. It's a question of how quickly they can take it out. It's already gotten a couple of frags and a lot of splash damage onto the Huracan front line. Now starting to hit the back line. The Vassals are coming in from the left-hand side to sow even more chaos.
There is a Wyvern.
Wyvern is here, but the Vassals can deal with it, and that's assuming the Idol and Positron don't deal with it beforehand. And the Akantor survives. More reinforcements from the Lattices for Mystery Meat.
He could have traded the Wyvern for the Akantor for sure. The Vassals weren't chasing it, but he didn't go for that. So there is a stray Phalanx over here that might... Yep, punk. Oh, even this Wyvern might die just for nothing here.
It almost certainly going to... No, the Idol's retargeted. They'll go back. One shot left. Now
he went for it, but
there was an attempted Huracan drop.
Vassal has found it. Yes. Yeah.
Yep. Now this is a game. I like what we're seeing here.
This is getting silly. So now he's spamming Maverick tanks. Benno smiles in his reflection. The Vassal is annihilating his forward army. It will even possibly kill. Oh, it's going to repair. It's going to repair.
No, he's repairing the Wyvern first.
Oh, no. He on siege.
Yes, to get the armor. He only takes 1 damage now.
Go for the Wyvern. Yeah.
Disaster
strike.
Absolutely popped. Here comes more Vassals.
More of them.
This is the battle for the soul of the game. The Phalanx is going to die.
Is going to land right in the front of the army here.
Well, it's getting some good shots off.
This is going to drag Neblime into a terrible fight, though. He's trying to reinforce this awful little place.
He should have unloaded the Trojans that had the Hurricanes and just airlifted the Phalanx out of there. Now the Vassals are here to start pickling these Phalanxes.
He needed to move his tanks. Now he's forced to fight this, and it's a terrible fight.
He could try to unload the Hurricanes that are still in that Trojan, as far as I know, but instead he's sending it outside. Mist did clock that position with his camera movement because he's got double witness over there. So he's going to be away. I mean, look at this base for the third. Yeah, okay, there's 10 or 12 idle scribes, but there's an engram and 4 wardens. How are you going to deal with this? The Trojans only got 52 HP anyway. Ew! Oh, man. That's another battle for the soul of the game, and I feel like Neblime has lost the heart of the cards. It's over, man.
He is definitely against the ropes now.
If we take stock of the game, right?
Sweaty.
He has 1 starport slowly making wyverns. His limiting factor is both minerals and gas, trying to get a third base set up. Has some sentinels in a good spot. Okay, he can control the
those Vassals alone are going to annihilate that base, though. He has no way to contest it. If he tries to move in there, he's just going to get surrounded. His units scattered around here is like just a handful of Mavericks, 2 tanks, and a Shaman.
Hey, the Phalanxes are actually, yeah, they're going to do okay over there. The Shaman also is just going to get popped.
Meat doesn't realize how weak Neblime is. This 1 Wyvern, 2 Mavericks, and a Phalanx.
Yeah.
He can just dive that, lose a Positron or 2, and then he completely commands the game at that point. But he doesn't really need to. I mean,
no, the Vassals are going to start sabotaging it. Yeah.
He can kill those Sentinels. That's another 600 minerals down the line. So he's tickling the Ministry very, very viciously. Absolutely brutal.
2 damage a pop, dude.
Now, his witness is spotting the army move out here. Again, there's 3 Sentinels here, so maybe he doesn't want to collapse into that.
There's no anti-air with this army. He moved out, but he's got nothing to shoot the Vassals with.
Yeah, the Vassals are just...
Architects are up here as well. Look at that. 4 Architects mess. Neblime's going to have to GG. And I don't think Wraiths can save him this time, but we've been wrong about that before.
He's got a Valk coming, but you know what? Vassals counter Valks.
Well, when you've got 19 to 1.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good ratio.
That's what I mean. You just need thousands of them.
Yeah.
They counter them, you just need a gabillion of them, and you need to split them. But, I mean, the Architects at this point kind of seal the deal. Like, the tanks on the ledge can help deal with them a lot. But, even if Meat can't make a lot happen here, he still has such a huge advantage economically speaking. It's 140 to 67 workers.
Yes.
Neblime needs 2 to win the game, but it's going to be tough getting there. He's got 2 Valks here, hoping to murder the
stack of Vassals.
Menace. But there are so many shoes, though. Oh, my God. The witness was blocking for the Vassals.
That's advanced tactics right there.
Now, if he splits these, he can actually get these kills in, but
no, he doesn't want to go for it.
He decides not to go for it.
I mean, he's got such a massive military advantage because the quality of his units are higher and the quantity is also higher. Sure, Terran is famous for having lots of defensive capabilities, but my goodness, man. Neblime is not doing too hot. He's got a deployed magical. It's going to try to take out a lot of these Vassals. The Valks are out of position, but that's not the main damage. The Architects are, and they are absolutely running roughshod over the rest of this Terran military, breaking basically the most consolidated format that Neblime had as far as power goes. There are now 6 Architects, Mess. Not to mention the Positrons and
tanks on that ledge a lot sooner than he did, or Sentinels or something.
And GG is
He kept fighting Meat precisely where Meat wanted to be fought. He fell into the Shambler trap.
Well, Neblime now must pick the next map, and it is Nightfall. This is where our story ended in the previous match. This is where the Wraiths prevailed a second game. Remember that we still have Otherworld waiting in the wings. Now, before we go on to this match, Neblime, on the ropes, I have to ask him...
What's next? Again, I expected red spam.
Yeah, let's switch
You
over
went
to
for the red just for the fast review.
Let's jump right into Crow's Nest here. Mesk, you can pop into some other channel. I'll drag you in.
Oh, okay.
Neblime fans, come here. he didn't quite get the format. That's okay. We're about to hear from Neblime, who has attempted to defeat Mystery Meat. Neblime, my man. You are muted for some reason. Let me see if I can fix that. There you are. What's going on? So you are now down 0-2. This could be your last game in Ascension 5, but the title is on the line, and we still haven't seen Mass Wraith. What's going on?
Well, I don't want to be too predictable, but I'm not going to talk about my strategies in the middle of the match, man.
Of course not. No, I wanted to get your read on this situation. Do you feel like Mystery Meat is playing differently than you expected, or are other things not going your way? What's the difference here so far in your estimation? And don't worry, Mystery Meat's not watching the stream right now, so you're fine.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, I'll tell you straight up, the ban did not go the way I thought. I thought he would ban Infinite Velocity.
Oh, okay.
So I was very surprised that he actually didn't ban Infinite Velocity. Instead, he banned Nitro Valley. And I guess since we're not going to play it, I can tell you I absolutely was going to go 3-port Wraith there. So I guess it was a good pick.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm also not expecting Lattice Opener because I didn't think it was that good versus Terran.
Yeah.
But he's doing it every single time. So I'm expecting Lattice again.
Okay. In that case, do you
have
confidence going into this one? Right.
Yeah, definitely. I'm going to take this one. Reverse sweep is what I do. You saw it once, you see it again.
Okay. That's what we wanted to hear. Just this quick little talk here. All right, man. Mystery Meat is back. Now, hop on out, and we'll catch you afterwards. Maybe when we interview you for the winners when you finish the reverse sweep.
You will. Right? You will, 100%.
All right. All right. See you in a bit. All right, Mesk. I'm looking at this and thinking, oof, Nightfall, not exactly an easy map to play macro style.
Well, he's got the confidence, and this is a map that he turned it around on. Can he pull it off again?
It's true. All right, I'm interested now. Neblime's raring. He's got confidence. He's not dejected like I thought. And you know what? He is once again in the winning position, right? This is the bottom right spot that Neblime is in. He was in here when he won the whole upper final, Game 5. But now we're going on to Game 3, and he might get absolutely bodied. Beaster Brown, Terran, that's Neblime. Bottom right rather. Top left is the white Protoss of Mystery Meat. It's not been so mysterious, but apparently Neblime wasn't expecting Lattice openers, so that's an interesting insight into what he was game planning for. And obviously the fact that Nitro Valley, he had a game plan there as well. Is he going to do the same thing? Because Nightfall is a map we saw him go Wraiths on.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like I said when we started, is you don't really think you would go Vassals against Terran because Terran's naturally inclined against it. But I think you can see he's not trying to use it to end the game, or get tremendous amounts of kills like you normally expect Vassals. It's really just for that ambient map control, a little bit of tickling here and there. I think it's really like trying to force his opponent into building certain things and building a certain way, though, right? Like you're probably not going to go Fulcrum against this because you can't really afford to, stall out on gas or whatever. You're not really going to go mass Wraiths against it because, again, that leaves you open to being tickled a lot, and you're going to have a hard time building it if you don't already have a standing army of Cyprians. You can't just go Mavericks against it because if you start fighting a lot of Vassals as Mavericks, then he can hard commit to Vassals, and they'll eventually start picking apart. So you have to start building some Cyprians to try to deal with it. That delays your gas, and that really ultimately dictates how you are able to build. And I think Meat kind of gathered that, and I'm very certain that's why I do it. And again, it is going to be Lattice first.
Interesting.
I feel like this was... Now look at this. Fast Maverick across. He is chasing... Where's he going with?
He's going directly into the main. Yeah, I think what he wants to do here, right, is because he knows that Lattice takes a while. It takes 50 more minerals, right? And it's a little bit of... It's either the same time or a little bit more. And so he might suspect, hey, I might be able to do something.
He got scouted or something. He quickly switched into Gateway.
Yeah. That was an interesting pivot. Now, there's a second Mason on the map, and it's going into... I don't know if it's just a rescout or if there's something more untoward that neblime is planning. Right now, he is pathing over towards the 4th base location.
No, he is going over towards here, and it's very possibly to spot vassals or something coming from that side, but...
Instead, it'll be double vassal, and he did...
This is very intentional.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be a proxy.
Okay, proxy stockade as well. So
Starpad is en route, so it's going to be like... I honestly kind of expected him to build an anchor there and then move some units over there, but and this will be more of a little bit of a longer play, I guess, because, well, this is a cross position. Why would vassals go in that direction?
Well, trying to pick off a Maverick here. It's not going to happen. Instead, the vassals are going to be forced away. They will confirm no expansion. That's a pretty big scout, considering they don't see much going on over here. And remember, you remember the Otherworld match where there was the proxy anchor. That's something that I asked Mist about that in the interim, right, in this last week. And he said that he wasn't expecting that. He was expecting like a hidden expansion somewhere. He knew that there shouldn't be there should be more from the Terran. Might even be able to get a pick on that Mason. Doesn't look like it's happening just yet. And this is what I was also expecting, but I was afraid to say it out loud. Neblime has lifted the stockade and is building Ahmed's inside Mystery Meat's base.
Oh no, it's happening again.
It is. The Cyprian is going to go picked. That's not so good. And Neblime is going to start a ministry now. That's a little bold, but he is going to go ahead and chase them off.
I mean, it ties up Meat. You know, you can do stuff like this very intentionally, knowing it's going to provoke something. Because it keeps their attention very single file. It's like, oh, you're building an expansion. Oh, you're building in front of me. I'll try to punish this. Oh, I'm getting denied. You know, whatever dynamic comes as a result, you do stuff like this to keep their attention in one spot. And that is going to result in this. But, you know, there's a problem. The fact that he built the star pad first is going to prompt me into building a warden.
Yes, and he's recalled all of his vassals as well.
You know... He's been tickled by wraiths all throughout these games. He knows that neblime likes to spam wraiths. He's not spamming wraiths at the moment, but he did lose a couple workers in the other game, and he'd rather not anything get carried away. You're going to need a lot of Ahmeds to break this if Meat is on the ball for trying to drone drill this. And there is now an idol there as well, which is just a little bit of extra beef to kind of hold that off. So...
Yeah, with the Warden finished as well, and more units undoubtedly going to be rallied over time, the SimCity is also in favor of rejecting this. Like, if this was a Trojan, and you could unload directly on the Warden, it would be a different story, but you've got to make the approach happen. Vassals are now in a pretty high number, and they are storming the area, narrowly missing out on killing a Cyprian, but they'll settle for a Wraith if they can get it. 4 HP lives, Vassals now getting thinned out a little bit. And this ball of Ahmed's is growing, and I do worry that Mist will like accidentally scout it with a vassal or something.
Oh, they're coming.
Yep, okay, the move is in. And, you know, Neblime might just be faking this out and thinking, oh yeah, this is obviously just going to be a drop or something, right? But instead, he instantaneously gets rid of that idol. The scribe pull is a little bit delayed because actually he didn't spot the mini-map movement. And the Warden will also go down. A lot of Ahmed's did end up falling in the middle of that. There is no follow-up anywhere else, but they could depower the Lattice before it gets a chance to finish. Instead, he kind of missed his targeting window there. He was going after the Nexus. And that Vassal is not going to reveal the location of anything else. The Drakken's not going to be moving out either. And the transfer coming in now.
I think Meat suspects something is there, and
yeah, he's going to go ahead and find it. Instantly cancels whatever unit was in production and is going to lift the stockade. Vassals can pursue it if they want to, but
there was a fight going on at Neblime's Nat during that. Yeah, and there was a Zealot that was chased away by the Wraith because the Vassals came back to defend. The Vassal going back to defend was an overreaction. He thought there was more danger than there really was.
Yeah.
And the Vassals, I think, they could have actually... Because this anchor wasn't completed at that time.
Yeah.
The worker making it was killed. So he could have absolutely forced the issue with the Vassals. I think he could have gotten a lot of damage in there. But he went back and immediately had a bit of a panic there. But on the flip side, although Ahmed did a little bit of damage, killing the idol and the warden and like a handful of workers, it wasn't that big of a deal. It definitely could have been so much worse.
Yes. Yeah, I think the Hurricanes could have done a bit more. There was like 1 or 2 Mavericks with them as well, which didn't end up being super necessary since the air forces are obviously going to be overwhelming for a couple of Mavericks anyway. So you might have even maybe benefited a bit more from grabbing like 1 or 2 extra Hurricanes just to
there
finish
is double star pad here.
Yep, that was another thing to point out. Stockade's going to be part of the wall, it looks like, but there's also no Shamans coming yet, despite the Vestry.
I was going to say, Meat is going to scout this out before it gets to be too insufferable a count of wraiths. But he ended up changing his positions here and his
to go after
direction, and now it's going to go unnoticed for a critical amount of time as he continues to build stuff. Meat does not have hardly any defenses at home at all.
Yeah, only 7 vassals now, sort of posturing around the natural, probing, seeing what they can gather, but this is why we don't normally see vassals against Terran, is they can't really commit to doing too much damage, right? They attack a watchdog, you repair it. They attack masons, you pull them away, the watchdog kills them. Meanwhile, there could be wraiths, Cyprians, cyclops, stuff in anchors or lodestones. There's so many ways for the Terran to defend against something like that. Our worker counts are even. Yeah, now he's going to spar at the second star pad, and the wraiths are going to show themselves. There's going to be some attempt at killing additional workers because the vassals are basically dead, but this does reveal that there are a whopping total of 9 wraiths. Now, there's still Dracodons, idols. That's one thing that you can say well about the Lattice, is that it does offer some splash damage, but the Ardent Authority finished in the meantime, and normally we would see a Cantor's Mask. This is a Positron on the way.
Yep. He actually had an Architect queued up, but he immediately canceled it and went for the Positron.
Interesting.
Because he knew that the wraiths are going to come before he gets a chance to get the Architect out. And the Architect is kind of vulnerable against large numbers of wraiths because
you can go right on top of it. Right?
You need multiple shots and it attacks very slowly.
All right, the attempt is here. 9 wraiths, 10 going to start sniping workers on the extremities, but they're not going to be too effective because there is no shaman to heal them up, unlike the last time we saw this strategy used against Mystery Meat. Instead, it almost seems like a little bit of a feint. Neblime taking a third base fast. Obviously, Nightfall is notorious for having it really difficult to defend third base, but forcing out Positrons, which don't do very well as siege weapons, and instead of being able to use a Cantors in Envoys or Architects, etc. The Witness is out as well.
Witness is out, which immediately shuts that down right away. So this is, I think, should telegraph to me right away that there's a tech switch en route because he instantly defeated it. And the fact that this is not going to be a very dedicated harass should also prohibit him from, somehow he's still going to go Positrons, but he should be feeling that this is not going to be super dedicated because it's not going to be very continuous. The last time he was just under constant harassment over and over and over. It's not happening now. So now the key is, does he pull on that? Does he realize, this is obviously just basically what he was doing with vassals effectively at this stage. And now he's going to have an engram up at his nat, which is great, but now he needs to think about taking another base. And this is the thing about Neblime at the moment, though. He needs to stop this third. If he can stop this third, I think he's in a good position to take the match. But if he does not stop the third and Meat pulls out of this, then
his Witness is even going to spot the incoming wraiths as well. This is it's just magic timing, star sense, whatever you want to call it. But this is a very defensive layout here for Mystery Meat. And if Neblime doesn't scout it, like you're saying, he's not going to have an economic advantage. Okay, maybe he can go for a 4th base, but I don't think that it's going to happen in time. We've got an engram and a warden being set up here. The wraiths could absolutely punish this. Force cancels, lost resources, loads of things. It's a question of whether or not they're going to head over, and it looks like they're pathing in the general vicinity. So they will actually spot this being set up, and they can snipe pylons and deal with the rest. So it might not be as grim as it
really
looks.
bad for me. They can do a lot of damage here. These defenses take a while to warp in.
Oh, gets one warden immediately. The other stuff isn't actually going to get canceled. Engram should.
He's got to cancel that.
Oh, he's not canceling anything. He's not even canceling the Nexus just yet. Yeah, that was a lot of money that was just completely eviscerated. He still hasn't even looked down here yet. I think maybe he's going to try to let this occupy Neblime's attention for a while. And so he can maybe move out, and assuming that the wraiths are the bulk of the army. That's not the case, though. This is the same 9 wraiths that, I guess it's 11, so there are some additional ones being added every now and then.
It's also that I think he realizes that the Wraith attack is not being super committed. There's not like a giant nuclear amount of them.
Yeah.
And he knows that there's a tech switch or something else going on, so he's going to try to do something about this. That said, there are a lot of anchors in this one spot. The ideal thing to do would actually just be to ignore this and go straight for the net instead. But
even stunning and dealing with a lot of the front line. Now it's being sort of, you could say he's hemorrhaging the couple of frontline units every time he pops in there, so... The wraiths are stacked up. They thought about engaging. I think it was wise of them not to, because those units were on attack.
This is about to die terribly. Yep, there we go.
All right, yeah, Shamans and Vision, when they're deployed, do obviously provide detection. Or maybe it's not so obvious. Now, this base is also being harassed, but it should be savable compared to the other one. And there's still some idols over here. They can obviously be focused down. The Positron also.
That Positron is going to get sniped. The second one there is rallying instead of assisting.
It's okay damage. I mean, obviously these Wraiths stay alive. They can go back to the Shamans, but there's not like a pocket spot for them like there was in some of those other games where Neblime would deliberately path a Shaman out somewhere else. He's at tier 2 already. His Atlas is done. Fulcrums are, they've got Palladiums added. A lot of Phalanx is being added to the army. This could turn into a pretty dedicated mech push, and there's enough Sentinels here that...
He's got so much money, he knows he's got a problem here, he's got to solve it. So 4 gateways. I get the impression Meat's just a little rattled here, like the nerves are kind of getting to him at this point, where he's not really quite like... I think he didn't expect there to be such a heavy defense, and it kind of like threw him off.
Yeah, he maybe thought there was more of a commitment,
started attacking him right after. Like, this is where we're starting to see the nerves hit him a little bit here.
4th base being built, it can obviously lift off, so the fact that it's being placed incorrectly by the... Mason is not necessarily too bad for Neblime. He's going to confirm there's nothing yet at this base, but the transfer is on the way. Some workers are being added, defensive force. He's doing a really good job, Neblime, of sort of harassing and, keeping his opponent on the back foot. Now he can pretty easily stretch his legs, add more bases, add more defenses to those bases, and maybe just go straight for a tier 3, depending on how good things go. He's not got a cap in anything other than the natural so far, but it's definitely a possibility for him, and Mystery Meat is really taking his time. I think the Wraiths should have also spotted the Argosy on the way, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, there's one he left behind to continue to scout here, and there's like no witnesses in his base except for one that he recently made that I think it just moved out or something like that.
There was a witness with the army as well that spotted that one scout wraith, so there is that. More sentinels being constructed, sees the complexion of the army.
Now he's making engrams, which is going to help him against wraiths, but against a really dedicated tank push, it's not really going to do too much good. But it would allow his army to move out. The problem is that his army is not quite the caliber it was in the last game.
Yeah.
He's going to need much more of a front line to brute force his way down. And Neblime is not super down on units. He's not fighting in a really disadvantageous position.
I really like this
taking this more
play
slowly
and
methodically. Yeah. I like the Akhmeds.
Yeah. He's going to burn the armor. It does get canceled at least, but yeah, now this is going to...
This is precisely the kind of things I would be looking to do, is just control the map, starve it out.
And now he can move his Hurricanes back into other locations so that he can throw them up later on as well. But Mist isn't even trying to reattempt expanding yet. So
yeah, no, he's going to go towards the top base instead, which I feel like should be really telegraphed at Neblime. Meanwhile, Neblime is doing his absolute darnest to make sure that there is no repeats of the last game where he is getting surrounded in these bases, although his watchdog is on fire.
Okay, here's some interesting insights I can give you guys, because I played some Protoss against Neblime, and he specifically asked me to play sort of like Mystery Meat to the extent that it was possible for me. Because obviously it's a very different playstyle on top of, I would say, Mystery Meat being a better player in general. But one of the things that I did do is obviously I tried to use Star Sovereigns and Heavy Air in general. And Neblime went for Sundogs, as you may remember, as he yet again is harassing and forcing a potential cancel onto this base. Now, it looks like this 4th will stay alive thanks to the army move out. Huracan's actually maybe spotting for that, so this might provoke Mystery Meat to attack somewhere else. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. But yeah, the sort of thrust of that I gathered, as we are seeing 5 starports, one of them with a rotary, channeling the Sundog already, I feel like we're going to see mass Sundogs to follow up the Wraiths, and maybe he can do that to deal with any heavy air.
If Neblime was watching that Wraith that was attacking the gateway there, he would have seen the Didact pop out right as it died. And if he knows that, then he knows that a double Didact is coming.
It's a possibility for sure, and he has
now
to be
you
aware of
notice,
that.
look in the back of Neblime's base. He's starting to build some defenses here.
Yeah, and he's got Anseals. Yeah, he's got double Anseals, so he's going to start patrolling around. Yeah,
you know, he would have seen that before.
Oh, you saw that again in the Shambler series, yeah.
And you're going to see Rotorace, and very possibly, Sundogs are a very good choice if he feels like there's going to be anything like Empyreans. But I mean, even without heavy air, they're very good for sniping tech. And when you look at Meat's base, engrams are primarily how you would deal with that.
Yeah.
But he's only got one engram there, and he's trying to build one in this base that is dealing with some race at the moment. And those wraiths are about to get absolutely annihilated.
Yeah. They do a little bit of harassment, but
in the back of his base, you've got 4 gateways, an Argosy, and just like 3 wardens protecting all the other stuff.
Yeah.
A stack of Sundogs can just fly in there and kill all of his production. And there's really not too much he can do about it. His army is not mobile. He wanted to scout that with his vassal, but you see, his vassal died before it even reached the line of defense. Well, there is debris in there, so I think you did see that.
Yeah, the
There was
Didax
several
are positioned
bastards, I
in a
guess.
way, but there's an idle ant seal. There's a bunch of idle ant seals that are just hanging out. The army is all here in case of a recall, and the Sundogs are being made. I don't think this is going to work out the way that Mystery
No,
Me
he's
thinks.
gonna run face first into this, and he might even lose the Didax if he's not really careful.
Yeah. Ant seals are
He's
being
gotta be in the
shuffled
corner.
around.
He's kind of waiting here, but
Yeah.
he's gonna get spotted. This way though, it's gonna be a little hard for him to deal with that. But oh no, don't get baited into it. There you go.
Yeah, it's going to be attacked. So.
You know, if he had flown in there right as the Anseal flew away
Yeah.
and he didn't see the Anseal,
yeah.
it's Jover.
There's 5.
He's gonna just try to
Acantors.
panic for it.
This is a very large army, but yeah, look at this. The Sundogs are here with an ant seal. They pick off one of the Didax. They do get stasis, but that's actually pretty solid stuff here. So
He's waiting for his mana. He still wants to do the recall.
oh my god,
here.
look at the Sentinels though. Look at the Sentinels on the top right base. I don't think that Mystery Me can crack this. He doesn't have any Architects to try to fight them, and he doesn't have really any air units. This is looking like he's really on the back foot here.
Yeah, he has built this anti-Wraith army. He has committed heavily to positrons. And Neblime's just like, sure thing.
He's adding
I'll
more
just fill
Didax.
the map with Sentinels and tanks.
Yeah.
And look at this. Now that he knows, like, he ignored the one Didac. I think he thinks he killed the one Didac because he wasn't looking there. He just calmly floated away.
Yeah.
Annihilated.
Sundogs can start picking off
And-
Acantors.
It's getting worse. Now, the Positrons can do very well against the Sundogs, but he can just choose not to engage them. He can kind of just force Mystery to come to him.
Well, the Didax can still be useful because even if the Antseal can reveal the cloak stuff, you can still stasis. That can be really big, just like in stock StarCraft. The Siege is going to be deployed. A lot of those Zealots were on top of them, though. There's not really great front line here. Sundogs are firing off their shots in the meantime, but the Antseal just trying to detect, just trying to see what it can reveal so that the Phalanxes can get their shots off. Really thinning the herd here, but that was a
good
huge stasis. Look at that.
Just crawl in on them, and the Positrons, well, he's only got 2 of them. So that may be all he needs to deal with the Sundogs.
Yeah, that's going to be more than enough. Sundogs weren't even recalled. They obviously had the ability to move away there, but it wasn't going to happen. A host of Ahmeds helping up the armor as they try to rally back to the third. I don't know if Mr. B can crack this, but that was a really good stasis, and he can absolutely do another round. Onto those tanks
He's
on the
definitely
right
in a
side.
spot to take back map control, but I feel like attacking the wall that still has a substantial number of units here is too much for this army at the moment.
Yeah, remember Sentinels outrange Acantors, so they can't even really do that, but they're going to gun down for this 5th base here, try to equalize the base counts.
The Acantors could have killed those 3 tanks very easily, but he ended up pulling them away.
Yeah. Yeah, this is pretty good stuff here. We're seeing a pretty competitive map 3. Neblime trying to hold out. He looked pretty favored here, but he's allowing the small group of units to stay alive for a little bit longer than maybe they really should. At the same time, his Iraqans have said the Acantors back towards the middle of the map. We have another huge rally of units coming out here. Dracodons, Positrons, more Acantors crawling. I'm still waiting for maybe an attempt at double Didax somewhere, but I know it was made. I just don't see it in action.
There's 2 mantles up, but they're not doing anything at the moment. Both players have an insane amount of money. Neblime might have had his eyes on tier 3, but he can't afford it anymore. He's still spamming out Sundogs. But Meat is also saying a substantial amount of money. He is adding a Monument of Sin.
There we go.
Way in the back there.
All right. Okay. Didact. Okay, there's such a thing as a trick shot in CMBW. Yep. You can go for the recall while
this is the thing, though.
The thing is channeling, so it's a possibility.
The Antseals have moved away from the back of the base. If Meat thinks to check there again, then yeah, the trick shot could be really devastating for. But at the same time, like, there's already Sundogs out, so
the gas base is going to get.
They're about to
here.
annihilate this base completely. It's awesome. But I mean, if he went for like Star Sovereigns, the Sundogs can easily kill them. But he also might get baited into trying to kill them too, right? They only got 120 health, which is not a lot when there is already a lot of damage on the map.
Yeah, the Nexus is going to go down. It did not end up being saved. And there is a 6th base being established in the top right-hand location, so this
There's
is
so
looking
many
really good
Sentinels
for
there.
them.
It's just a little row of them.
Yeah.
There's still no like architects or any real siege weapons. It's a very immobile army, consisted very heavily of Acantors, and they don't fare well against tier 2 defenses of any kind, really. So it's not really like he has a good fighting army. He does not have a good sieging army, and even if Neblime loses the next 3 fights, it doesn't make a difference so long as his bases remain untouched.
Star Sovereign on the way. The Monument of Sin has just now completed, and the Daedala is a little under halfway done for Neblime. So, Mesk, we are finally seeing a proper Tier 3 game, and I'm expecting there to be diadems on the map for those Star Sovereigns to start taking care of.
The Wraith is going to scout this Monument of Sin.
Might have even scouted
no, it isn't. He's going to just fly right past.
He pathed around it. He didn't see it.
You know, if he builds diadems, it's going to shut down Meat's entire aggression.
He is going to come back for it, though. He does see it, after all.
He's taking a shot at these engrams there. He has 50.
The Sundog's going into the 9 o'clock base is just getting bopped completely. There was no units over here. And now the jig is up. I feel like Mystery Meat is just floundering a little bit. There's an anchor with nothing in it flying over here for some reason. Not sure what that's about, but
I guess he's just
going to 12 o'clock.
Scouting, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe just trying to force like a reaction, but unfortunately for for Neblime, there was nothing in it, and it flew into engram. So just sort of like the idle transport move that I like to do sometimes. Phalanx is reinforcing
I feel like the
top
second
right.
he builds diadems behind that wall of sentinels he's got in the middle, Meat has to make something happen within like the next like 3 or 4 minutes of that. Or it's just going to crawl, and that by that point, it's basically already de facto over. And another lone Sundog comes over here to attack this.
You know, some Hurricanes on the way as well. This will be zoned away, but yeah, the fact that Meat is so down in bases here, he's losing his gas-only base as well at the same time. They braved the engrams and survived mostly.
Yep.
So that's yet another
very,
base.
Very low health.
Excellent pincer attack. This Vulture that's been here for
this
like
is why
10
you build
minutes.
Crucibles, right?
Yeah.
It increases the engram's attack speed.
Yeah, they turn into laser guns.
And they survive that.
Yeah. A bunch of Ramses are on the field to try to deal with this ground army as sort of makeshift sentinels, since there's not too many of them here. But the Phalanx has rotated over pretty quickly. That's going to dissuade any sort of attack here from Mystery Meat. The Daedala is done. I'm still waiting for where the diadems, if they are coming, are going to show up. Double Didact is operating a little bit in the middle right area.
Yep.
So Mystery Meat is going to look to try to...
If he starts to trick shot in his own base... I don't know. I think he's not going to trick shot it. I think he's just going to bundle them up and go for the all-in. He's got a Solarian in there. He's got so many positrons. You know, there is absolutely a world where Neblime gets baited into that Star Sovereign and loses everything to the positrons if he's not careful. It's very tempting when you've got something like all the Sundogs to be like, oh, look, heavy air, I'm going to go blow it up.
Yeah.
Well, suddenly they're all dead. And then you never killed the heavy air.
As the Atelier is concluding, Mask, I think that's when the Didacts are going to show up. They have snuck in, and they are going to right where that location is. Now, at the same time...
There is a diadem being built in the center of the map. Is that the only one he's going to get? Oh, no. Oh, no.
Here we go.
Oh, no, it's happening.
Yeah, loading in. That Protoss army there is going to go ahead and send in pretty much everything.
He's pulling back everything, but Meat has nothing to defend his bases. He could just go for the trade.
Yep, absolutely. He almost should go for a trade at this point. The Daedala does evacuate at the very least, but the Star Sovereign is available. It can go for a glassing push, but right now there's so many ground units here for Mystery Meat that would not be a good move. Is he really going to go ahead and try this? The diadems are done.
That base there, but you know, he left the Nexus alive.
Well.
He had to pull back right away.
The diadems are going to start firing shots. The Ministry is soaking up a lot of damage. A lot of infrastructure is going down. If the Atlas also goes down, that could be the end of any additional starports made. And remember, rebuilding that tech is very expensive.
He's going to go glass.
Yeah,
he wants to glass the production.
The Star Sovereign's going for it.
About to pop out of there. They might be able to finish, but...
The Ground Army's trying to fight back into the base. The Diadem is gunning, but here comes the channel. The Sundogs rallied away from the fight. They're going to try to go for it, but I don't know if they can save the Atlas in time. Oh, just barely. Half HP and lifts the starports to boot. That was clutch play.
I felt like if Meat wanted to fight this army, he should have taken that ledge and gotten some advantage on the tanks, because the Canoras are getting picked off by Sundogs and the Diadem here.
Yeah, the Diadem's been huge for this base defense. Now that most of the actual units here are hostile and there's not really any splash damage potential. A great lobotomy mine from probably 20 minutes ago just pops off and stuns the Solarian, among other things.
He wants to stay. If he stasises these tanks and is able to get on them, But the Sundogs are moving in to
Yeah,
pop up.
they're here to take care. The Positrons
Panthers.
were in the right-hand side cleaning up some Watchdogs or something, and they were not in a position. Now the stasis has expired. A diadem shot to boot. Watch out, Neblime, your own units are going to work against you here.
Those 3 Positrons could still cause them a headache here.
Yeah, they absolutely can, but the Didacs are going to
He's
go for
diving
it.
right into
He's
them.
trying to
There's
recall the
another
rest of his
recall.
units back. He gets the Solarian out, but that's it.
The Positrons kill all of the Sundogs. That is not what Neblime wanted to happen there. He actually recalled his units out.
Yes, he defensively recalled the Solarian, but I don't know if... I mean, it's great, you know, you get the flash shielding back. Okay, we have a
What
second
is
Star
great
Sovereign
is the
almost done.
fact that his surviving Positrons have 5 and 15 kills.
Yes.
And the vast majority of that is Sundogs. That takes so much teeth out of Neblime's surviving army. He survived with the Daedala, which, by the way, is still on fire. It is floating above that lower left base.
Yes.
And it is burning down from 460 health. If
Yeah.
he loses that,
Well, listen, the
That's gonna be
Ramses are pretty
devastating.
much the only anti-air, along with some Wraiths here, and the Didac
it's
is coming back.
Ahmed with diadems trying
Yes.
to proxy this.
Okay, a huge Diadem shot just hit. There's going to be another one following up. So the Positrons are mostly taken care of just
No,
based
the
on that.
Didac! Save the Didac! No!
No, it's dead. It's gone. He was trying to see if he could do it. Look,
yeah.
The Atlas. Wait, he rebuilt his Atlas in the
He
top right, but he
rebuilt his
didn't even
Atlas.
lose
He's
it.
got 2 of them.
He's got a lot of mantles in that top right base. Neblime really trying to see if he can clutch out this victory. It's a 30-minute slugfest right now, boys.
Dude, that Daedala is under 400. It is burning
no.
down. It's lifted now on top of it. He
Yes.
can't build any tier 3
Yeah.
while it's in the air.
Yes.
Neblime is maybe also starting to crack under the pressure here. This is what I was talking about before, is we really haven't seen these players get to this kind of
Yes.
stage in the match too much.
Not
And
very often.
We're seeing them both have some struggle. Oh, he's noticed.
He's figured
the
it out.
Daedala.
He found his Daedala. He is going to repair it, and he does land it, which means he can start to put down Iron Foundries.
It's in a
Apothecaries.
precarious spot, though. Meat's
Yeah.
coming down there. He wants that, and there's an army in the middle too. Like,
Yeah. Okay, well, I don't think that the army here can deal with
Dude.
what is being built here.
Meat could just destroy this center very easily with his air army, but he is intimidated by Sundogs. There's only a handful of them there. He can easily take it. If he takes that middle,
Ramses moving out
destroys
from
all the
top
tanks
right.
and everything related with his air, like...
At this point, the thirds are all depleted. The naturals are depleted. Of course, the mains are depleted. So the only mining base that Mystery Meat has that is giving him any semblance of mineral income, not that it matters, he's got a huge bank, is that 9 o'clock position. His army in the bottom left is starting to rotate over, but there's a Diadem, a bunch of Sentinels. The Atelier almost finished, presumably going for heavy air pretty soon. And now, yeah, you're right. The heavy air is moving into the middle, forcing a liftoff and an unsiege. It's going to be Neblime doing his best to evacuate that position as he tries to heal up his Sundogs and get more of them scrambled to the skies. He's really low on gas right now.
Yeah, he's really struggling to keep track of everything that's going on the map.
All of his anti-air was the
wanted
Ramses in the top
base,
middle.
but
Yeah.
there's another Diadem there, and he had to pull back, but he destroyed everything in the middle nonetheless. That's a pretty big win for him. It takes back a lot of map presence, stops him from ranging down that third that's very much mined out, and he's got that fourth kind of locked down, but it's...
And Ahmed and an anchor just died in the mid left. Yeah, I think the fact that 12 o'clock was killed by those Ramses is a huge deal right now, because otherwise I think Mystery Meat would
that
be
was
in a much better
avoidable, really,
position.
because he had another Star Sovereign.
Yeah.
He could have sent it over there, and it would have deterred them, if not killed them, at least traded, but
Yeah.
losing that felt kind of avoidable.
Well, the fact that the Ramses stack is pretty much still alive means he can re-aggress towards that position anytime he sees the air army move out in the middle. Yes, the Star
Nanite
Sovereign count is
assemblies.
going up, but Nanite assemblies can offer a response in the form of none other than the Magnetar, which you may be familiar with its Yamato mask.
Yes, Magnetars would be a good choice for this.
He's gone for
Phobos
Wellbores
wouldn't
in
be too bad.
6 o'clock position as well. So that means that he's getting even more gas, at least from that one base. I wouldn't be surprised if he has his
Meat
eyes on
is
the gas
only
chase.
just starting to cap his main, so and another base. So
Yeah.
his gas is really hurting right now, and he's
Well, he could be just pumping servitors and zealots out of the structures he does
He's
have.
got to be pumping. Yeah, he needs a front line for this. He's got to find a way to force down this middle base there that has proven to be a thorn in his side for a long time. He does manage to secure this bottom left base, which
That's
is also
huge,
very
yeah.
critical, but you know, his forces are kind of scattered all over the place. I feel like he wants to make some more Didacs and have them there to reposition his army in the very likely event that it gets pressured on both sides here, but the Ramses are very, very fragile. So if they get caught by like the architects in particular, they're just going to melt. They're not going to do anything against the Star Sovereigns.
We have Magnetars here on the way from these 2 nanite assemblies in the top right. But I don't think that they're going to do too hot against the critical air army. I was really thinking Neblime would force a game 4. But honestly, at this point, I mean, look at the army. 4 Star Sovereigns, 3 Solarians. What can you do against that, even if your Magnetars are done in time?
Listen, never underestimate Magnetars. If you get 4 or 5 Magnetars, they'll vaporize half of that army before they die. You have to snipe
the Sun Dogs
them
are going to see it too. Ooh, they're followed by a Witness. That's going to be really, really important. Didn't even see that in there. The anchor that was lifted is obviously pushed back. 9 Sun Dogs can absolutely try to snipe this sort of thing. But Mystery Meat's sort of not sure where to go. Wants to go middle instead.
You definitely. If you see Magnetars on the field, you gotta be really, really, really. They only have 350 health.
Yeah, they can be focused on by the Solarians.
Snipe them.
Yep,
but you have to focus fire. If you do not snipe them as they approach you, or if you approach them in a wrong angle. Right now, what is on the Neblime side is the mystery. The mystery meat. Meat doesn't know about their existence.
Yeah.
He does have a Witness over there, but they haven't flown into it, and I don't know if he realizes that there. He finds the data again.
He forced a liftoff. That's the second Atelier, which is not cheap, mind you.
Meanwhile, Neblime's going to do what he can, go punish the stasis being attacked here. There is a Crucible being built, but there's no defenses for it.
Yeah, bunch of Zealots as well, charging into that 6 o'clock base. We're going to trade 6 and 12. And I don't really know what to make of the situation just yet because all the Sun Dogs ended up going kaput. So I feel like the snowball potential of this air army for Mystery Meat is much higher. He kept all of his Star Sovereigns alive. He's at 5.
He is actually pulling back his ground army just in case these units come for his other base here. Absolutely. It has an engram, but the Ramses could force it down.
Oh man, heartbeaking to lose the access to that well bar. They are here. They're going to try to go for a Yamato.
Pay attention to these.
He's not turning to fight them. Down. Okay, he should be able to get one of them. He gets both of them. Only one of them goes off, and that was the critical move, I think, because 2 of them would have maybe killed some of those Solarians.
2 more are coming.
He needs at least 3 shots to kill the Star Sovereigns.
has to know that they're getting sniped. You can't do it like this. Oh.
Losing those might have been the nail in the coffin for this epic 33-minute game, but Neblime, how do you come back from this situation? Yeah, you can charge up for trying to kill this 3rd, but I don't think the Ramses are going to be enough to continue the push afterwards.
The ground army did not assemble to that base in the middle, so it is being attacked by Ramses.
Yep. Well, there's an Anthelion on the front line, stopping any ground units from even coming close to doing damage to this, so you got to remember that as well. We might not see any more glassing. We might not even need to because the Ramses are getting
deflected by this.
Yeah.
I feel like some penumbras or something would have been great for that, but it feels like Neblime is maybe not entirely sure what to do at this point. He knows that the Magnetar is a good unit, but at this stage, when you see them getting sniped, you got to know you can't just run right in there just with 2 of them. You need much more coordinated effort to make it work against this kind of sniping power.
Yeah. He needed more Sun Dogs as well.
He doesn't know what to do.
Something to try to burst these down, but there's not enough. There's more heavy Protoss here than there are Sun Dogs.
It's going to be hard to do that when your starports are dying.
Yeah, the Magnetars are amassing. Now there's 4 of them. But even if he kills this air army mess, the bottom left is up here for Mystery Meat and fully mining.
The ground army, the Ramses have been destroyed. Proper usage of the Anthelion would shut down Magnetars as well.
Yeah.
If they're queued into a Yamato and they fly up to you and you know it's coming, you can stop them dead in their tracks.
Dead center, a bunch of heavy air just got sniped by Sun Dogs, so there is still hope for any sort of like isolating this force. The only thing that can reinforce are the Anthelions.
That hope is dwindling. Look at the money.
Yeah. He doesn't have the
Neblime is going to have a really hard time. Like, everything he owns is mined out.
Yes.
Like, coming back from this is very difficult when you're mined out.
Oh, the Magnetars are here. They're trying to focus it down. Huge amount of damage just got down onto those Star Sovereigns, and I think the Sun Dogs can do the rest. Just looking away for a second, and 3 Yamatos come off. Only 2 of the Magnetars survived. There were 4. This is still absolutely winnable because look at the Positrons. There's an Architect, not a bad shout versus the Magnetar either. But it's a very big question.
The Magnetar is not going to do too much against the ground army. It's too large, and he's going to fly right into it.
Oh, no. His reaction is a little too slow. He channels a Yamato, but it's not going to be that much. Oh, and there's the Anthelion for good measure, sucking everything else. Yeah, this is looking real dangerous here. I don't know what Neblime can possibly do. He's got lots of Sentinels left over, but there's an overwhelming number of Zealots.
This is where you want Hippogriffs to deal with this kind of shit.
Yeah.
But he only went for the Magnetarist. He doesn't even have add-ons on those. I'm not even sure where his Daedalus went. Did it float off to his other bases? Like, where is it?
It might have died if we
Oh,
can't
there it
find
is. No, it's
it's
there,
landed
but
in the third, in the top
he
right
has no
base.
Atelier, though, but he really needs to get some Hippogriffs in here. They're very, very useful for dealing with this exact kind of problem.
Apothecaries are on the way as well, which at the very least he can engage from a range. The Silver Tongue can deal with, to some degree, it can deal with things like Star Sovereigns. It looks like Yamato's went off.
Oh no, those workers in the middle have all been caught in the Anthelian's hip.
Oh my god, 18, 7, oh, the Positrons get the rest of the frags. Only one Diadem over here. Yeah, okay, the Magnetars are pulling the Anthelian
Oh no, the
close.
Magnetars pulled the Anthelian into
Oh
them.
my
There's
god.
no escape.
The Anthelian can't conventionally move unless you get pulled. My god, the Diadem's going down, and with that middle base taken care of, Neblime, your hopes and dreams, my man, you told me you were going to
Another
reverse sweep.
Magnetar has rallied into the spinning chamber, into the toilet bowl,
Oh
and it
my
has been
god,
flushed.
it's been flushed out. There's no Archon toilet, but how about Anthelian toilet?
Those losses are just murdering Neblime right now. He can't afford. Those are the only firepower he's got.
Yeah.
He is down to 17 military units, and Meat is one away from 69.
That's a lot. That's nice.
That may well be. I think it might have been that Solarian that popped out, actually. Neblime has no money. He is down to... I mean, he's got a third base, but it's gas only. The other two are completely drained. He's got that Nat still, but it's only very, very lightly saturated anyways.
Yeah, trying to move all of his Sentinels, getting pulled off as he tries to set up this gas-only base here in 12 o'clock. He's got Ramses and another Mason. There's some resources here left in the conventional 12 o'clock base, but critically, the Wellbore that was giving him a lot of gas income from his natural is going to be interrupted here. And look at the way that this map has changed. Just looking at the mini-map tells a huge story. There's loads of changes here, and we are absolutely seeing another ground army mass up. It will be able to take out the ministry that's being set up at 12, and the witnesses have even spotted the gas base. So Mystery Meat knows that he's pretty much on a lock here. Centaurs are out to support the Magnetars. Those would have been a great choice if you could have gotten way more of those than there are, heavy air. But at this point, yeah, the ministry gets canceled. Magister's here to extend the range of the Star Sovereign, a great choice when you're trying to deal with sort of playing at the periphery, especially of the Magnetar range. And they're charging up to this 12 o'clock base.
All he's trying to build is Magnetars, but this has been figured out. He's got two Centaurs here, but they're not going to stand much of a chance against us. Meat's spreading apart. He knows he probably won't be able to snipe them with so few. So he quickly just spreads apart his units, and Neblime just dives into him anyways. Unfortunate. He kind of needed to wait for the rest of his defenses to be
GG is
there
called.
to handle it.
That was a well-deserved grand finals victory. Our champion, Mystery Meat.
Resources. It's so close.
Yeah, they
31K
had so
gas
much.
to 28K gas. 102 minerals to 105 minerals. Total spent 134 to 122. That was very close.
That was something, man. What a way to capstone the tournament too. I was really hoping for the reverse sweep or a 5-game series, but goddamn, closing it out with a macro thriller over 30 minutes. And Mystery Meat, he's ready for the interview.
You gotta unmute him first.
I did, I think.
No, you didn't.
Come on, Meat, unmute. You can do it.
He can't. He's trying to talk, but he can't. You've bullied him.
Absolutely bullied. Mystery Meat has a lot of problems that most people don't seem to have when it comes to the server. He can't attach images. It's really weird.
That's just because of how mysterious he is. I can't. He's still muted.
Here, I'll try moving him in and out. See if that fixes it. if at first you don't succeed.
There you go.
GG's, Mystery Meat, you have defeated Neblime in a 3-game series in probably what is the most epic match to date, replacing that shitty Death Spiral one that you played against the Shambler, which ended with TISM units. So how do you feel being yet another champion? This time it was, a 3-0, just like the last tournament that you played against Neblime, but this one looked pretty different. Give me your thoughts. Anytime.
He has no thoughts.
That's
Empty thoughts. No thoughts. Just meat.
I can't believe Neblime wasn't able to clutch it out, honestly.
Well, it definitely felt like there was some issues. Oh, there he is.
Oh,
Hi.
hello.
Hi,
Hi.
you're the champion. How does it feel?
Feels like the same.
Goated. Now, that match went really long. Did you feel like you were behind at any point in that? Because if from our standpoint, bird's eye view, and he had so many bases and stuff, what was your thought process trying to come back from that?
Usually, for me, I was surprised he didn't go Wraiths like first 2 games that he played.
Right.
That's pretty much how he beat me in the last series,
Yes.
is abusing the Wraith. And I tried to go in such a way this time I was going a lot of lattice heavy first, just so I could build vassals so he would be spending his gas on Cyprians, so he couldn't go the mass Wraith strategy as easily. That was my plan.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
kind of what I figured is you were looking for a way to also stop him from any moving out, but also to like try to encourage him to build Cyprians.
And then I was also annoyed because this is the patch where the Sentinels were doing double damage, which is kind of annoying. That wasn't...
Oh, to their main target, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, if they don't penetrate, they deal double damage. So like all like the Positrons, the Cantors, and Architects have 3 armor. So
So you were going
when
for
he was
something
going
that
to
would...
mass
Right, yeah. You wanted something that
Sentinels,
would
they just destroy those units because they're doing 50 damage.
Right. So you're saying that basically, even though you wanted to nerf Toss, really you needed to nerf Terran. Is that what I'm hearing?
Maybe.
So, all right, so Mystery Meat, you've taken the champion, taken the throne. Once again, stacking the trophies. I got to make another roll and give it another roll to you because you're now the Ascension 5 champion. Do you expect to be subject to yet another winner's interview in like a month when we finish up the next tournament?
I don't know, because next time I'm playing random, so who knows how that will go.
Yeah,
I actually think right now that there's only like a few really good units for Toss, but it seems like those are getting nerfed on the pre-release, which is fine. So I think Zerg will probably go back to being the strongest.
Interesting. Well, before I pick your brains on balance, which will probably happen in dumb phone poster time, I just wanted to ask: did you think that in this case where you were expecting the Wraiths and it didn't end up happening, Neblime gave us a bit of an interview when he was down 0-2, and he promised a reverse sweep, which didn't happen. But one of the things he did say is that you banned Nitro Valley, and he was expecting that to slip through because he thought you were going to ban Infinite Velocity. What was your thought process behind the bans going into this?
I actually messed up because I wanted to ban Nightfall. And
okay.
I messed up and said Nitro Valley, but I was like, too late.
Okay, so you were planning on banning something else, but so you were fine with leaving Infinite Velocity up then?
Yeah, I was fine because I was planning to go on that map to try to leverage the... What's it called?
The Nidus?
Not the Nidus, the
Athelia?
Ballast and Vargist composition.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And I thought if he goes mass Wraiths, the Vargist are a little bit slower, but they have a lot more DPS in like the straight up fight. So all I need is like an observer and my group of Vargist, and that will hopefully just take care of the mass Wraith problem. Because if I just leave them out in like the middle of the map, maybe I'll just catch him eventually.
I see. Yeah, so you were expecting Wraiths no matter what. He said that if Nitro Valley was played, he was going to 3-port Wraith you again, 3-pad Wraith you. So I
actually had a plan on that map, so I was like really annoyed that I banned it.
Well, apparently it didn't matter because even though you wanted to ban Nightfall, you end up triumphing. Obviously, looking ahead, is there anything you can tell us about how you feel about the... You said you think Zerg is going to be the most powerful race, but overall, how do you feel about the way that the project has been going? Are you happy to leave behind the Wraith meta, for example?
Yeah. The cloaking... I mean, I always thought the tier 1 air was too good in many different ways. Like, it's too fast. They can just end up 1v1ing a lot of units when they like probably shouldn't. And I still am a firm believer that the air still needs to get nerfed even more.
Okay. So we'll have to see if that... You think that if it doesn't end up budging from where it currently is on pre-release, you feel like you'll see more air abusers in Ascension 6? Is that what you're sort of hinting at?
Yeah, I don't even think I'm that good with the air.
Right. Okay.
And it's still very good to me. And so if someone is actually... I think even like that first game on Boskevine, I like lost like 5 vassals because the rally point was bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And like it still seemed to be like quite effective in that regard.
Yeah, I'm interested in some ways because when we talked with Neblime before that last Nightfall match, he said that he wasn't prepared for Lattice first. It caught him completely off guard. He assumed it would be really bad. And I wonder how much of it was air units being good, like you're saying, versus how much of it was him just not knowing what the response was or not having developed a response. Because as Terran, you just usually don't think that vassals are going to be attacking you, but there's a lot of reasons to build them, even if they can't end the game. Something that Mesk observed, for example, was that you were mostly using them to gather info, force out certain reactions, and then try to transition into something like, obviously, went 3 gate to follow up on Bosk. So that's one example of where they can be useful for sure.
Yeah, because if he transitions into like heavy bio play, then the gateways are really good against that, because the Cyprians are not very good against the gateway units.
Right.
So that was kind of my overall plan, was
yeah.
annoy him with vassals. And I think he kind of caught on, because in that third game he went back to mass rates, tried and true method.
Of course. And it was almost possible, but not quite. Interesting stuff, man. Thank you for the interview. Thanks to everybody who played in this tournament. And of course, thanks Mystery Meat for jumping into Ascension 6 as random. I'm sure that won't turn into absolute silliness in the early group stages. Or maybe even deep into the playoffs. We'll see. But thanks, man. And of course, stay active. Stay playing. We need you to continue winning all the tournaments, obviously. So, we'll have to see what happens at Ascension 6. But GG's.
How did you feel when you looked back in your base in that third game and you saw like 6 Achmeds?
Oh yeah, that's right.
I was like, oh, he must have gotten a Trojan when I wasn't looking. But then,
and then you scouted it and you saw a stockade there instead.
I was almost. I should have typed XD. I'm not a typer.
Yeah.
So if
you got to get on the typing grind.
I can't focus on that, but that was definitely an XD moment, and I'm kind of sad that I did not.
That was an XD moment. It's too bad Scholar wasn't here to type it for us. All right, man.
Because I really just looked back and I saw like instantly, it's like 6 Achmas killing the photon cannon, and I just had to move the scribes out.
Right, and then you find the stockade floating away, and it's like, something silly happened here. Well, man, congrats on the win. Your money will be delivered at the end of the year as usual. Just pilfering the entire prize pool. That's what Mystery Me likes to do. And boys, we have a tournament concluded. So GG's, and we'll talk to Meat later on.
Bye.
Smoke weed.
Well, Mesk.
Hi.
The results are in. The upper bracket
the meat is still mysterious.
The meat is still mysterious. And this time, he looked pretty damn good. I appreciate that Neblime has brought a different flavor to the competition, and that last match, man, was one to remember.
Yeah.
What do you think? What are your takeaways from just that game or the whole tournament? Whatever you want to talk about at this point, sort of open floor.
Well, I think it's very interesting that first of all, that we did get to tier 3.
Yes.
And that we saw the attempted Magnetar.
Hmm.
And it didn't really... I mean, he did get a bunch of kills in 1 point. But for the most part, it was not very effectual at all. And it was interesting to see it get counterplayed as opposed to, like, well, for example, when I used them and it turned into some bait that it got nuked. And it kind of shows how you kind of deal with them.
Right.
In terms of the tier 1 error, I do kind of like tentatively agree that there's probably going to eventually need to be changes with those as time goes on.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm definitely interested to see how the cloaking changes turn out with the Wraiths in particular. For one, I don't feel like it's going to make them any easier to play against. I think it's going to actually make them worse to play against in some cases. But that's probably going to be more like at a lower skill level versus a higher skill level. At the skill level these two are playing at, it could be interesting to see how it goes against.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to turn into being a massive APM sink for the both of them, but
yes.
Again, we'll see. Zerg, I don't know if they're going to be the strongest, but we'll wait and see, I suppose. Probably like the biggest thing that I really come out of that is that it is interesting seeing how still like unfamiliar people are with like tier 3, and like how things kind of like it still kind of goes back to the point where people like it very obviously like they're kind of reluctant to try something different.
Yes.
Like there was never any hard-on colliders made at all in that game, and there was no like we almost never see Iron Foundry units.
Yeah, that was in the chat. Luciferius is a staunch paladin defender, and he thinks that they would have worked out really, really well to fight most of that army. Or, you know, he also suggested Karas, Anti-Chthon. There's a lot of
probably wanted to
options.
use paladins against Star Sovereigns. I find paladins a little risky to use, but they definitely would have been very good against a ground army. I think penumbras would have been amazingly good in all cases because everything is always stacked and a lot of units are small and they have good range.
Yeah.
Again, I showed how good penumbras can be against Protoss, against Shambler. And yeah, Kuras's are also very good as well. And like the data love was out for a long time. Okay, a chunk of that time was floating in the air and burning down. But there was not like a real marketed goal for tier 3.
Right.
Whereas in Mystery Me's case, what was kind of interesting to me is that he did recognize that there was an issue with the bottom left with the Didax, but he didn't really scout it. And he ended up taking the longest way around to get into the base with the Didax, and then that worked out beautifully. And I felt like some parts of the engagement could have been better, but otherwise it was still funny to see that still work after all this time, even though Neblime went through the effort to try to ward it off. You can still see people making the classic mistakes of like getting really, really comfortable. Now that you deflected the one thing, it's not going to happen again. And then all of his ant seals and everything were gone. Like he could have come in from any direction he wanted, just so long as he didn't fly over a tech structure. But the direction he went in, it was probably the better of them anyways, just because he ended up destroying the Atelier and
yes,
otherwise dealing a lot of other damage. If he went in the other direction, he might have destroyed all the production and he might have ended it anyways. But it's you know, it's just funny to see that those same mistakes get made even at substantially higher level of play than where I conventionally see them, where it's like people get really complacent. And it just bites them in the ass. And I felt like that when it hit tier 3, that Neblime kind of reached a point where he just wasn't sure really what to do. He saw the Magnetar either from the other casts or from other games or whatever.
Yeah.
And he became kind of like he lost a lot of that calmness and comfort that he had earlier, like with Wraiths, for example. And he really, really blatantly telegraphed everything he was doing with them, which was... You know, Mean had one slip up where he got a bunch of stuff killed because of it, but that was because Neblime had a whole bunch of units with him and was able to get a good engage with them. So he wasn't able to snipe them down as easily. But every other instance, they either got caught out completely out of position by random units, or they got annihilated by splitting in the last engagement in particular, where they kind of like moved up. But there was a lot of cases where like moving up just getting sniped. And it's like there wasn't like the awareness that the Star Sovereigns, when they're in that number, can actually snipe them, especially with the help of the Solarians that do have very high armor penetration. And it does take a little while for it to charge. Meanwhile, later on in the game, some Hippogriffs could have definitely helped to stop the bleeding against the ground army. But what I did see from Neblime that he was able to do fairly consistently, trying to take new bases and stuff like that.
Yes.
But he got really tunnel visions on the top part of the map in the later half, and when he lost control of the left side of the map, he stopped really interacting with it anymore. And I think that's what really helped Meat secure that game, is the bases that Neblime had on the right side were all mining out, whereas Meat was taking more and more fetch bases.
He took bottom
on
left,
the left
he
side.
took 9 o'clock, yeah.
Yeah, and you know, Neblime kept getting kills and taking bases on the top, the gas only, and then that other northern middle base. But a lot of those weren't even that valuable for me at the moment. They served almost as like a black hole for his attention span. He got really like overly focused on those when destroying the bottom left and the middle left bases over and over again like he was earlier on in the match, which were much more valuable bases to take and generally further away, also would have distracted Meat's army and forced him to navigate. Because again, he didn't really have architects. He didn't have up tech tons. His ground army wasn't really super threatening without the assistance of the air forces or the didacts to a lot of what Neblime had. So there was a little bit of a focused black hole going on in a second. And like there was also some cases where like Meat didn't really quite make use of the intelligence he had available. Like again, there was a situation where there was like 7 to 8 sentinels, like a dozen tanks, and a diadem in the center of the map, and Meat had all of his Star Sarmons and everything else. At that point, the only Sundogs in the map, there was like 3 or 4 of them. He could have just walked over there, glassed it, killed everything. And he did eventually destroy it just with the auto attacks, but there was a big period of time where if he had just sent a witness over there to actually see what the composition was over there and then engaged it, he never would have had to send his ground units in that direction at all. So there was just some cases like that where like there's little odds and ends, like smaller things to be aware of, and just have some initiative in that regard. I think that Meat was also really, really scared of there being like another secret stack of Sundogs somewhere that might have tried to snipe him at that point.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of like incomplete information for both sides. It was a riveting game, honestly. The back and forth is really cool. And I did think that at some point Neblime would have been able to make a push, build some more diadems. Maybe like we were thinking as his data was coming up, if he builds a lot of them in the top right, he pushes out the 12 o'clock, he can take the gas and just kind of creep forward from there. And then it kind of doesn't matter if Mystery Meat sets up stuff in the bottom left because there's been 0 army commitment to take the top middle. It's just done by the static defense, right? Or the artillery in the case of the diadem. So it feels like that maybe could have been a path, but definitely the heavy air and the double didact recall was a huge swing where it just, even then it didn't necessarily feel like Mystery Meat was going to get taken care of, but we called that earlier. Maybe a base race could have been in order while Neblime's other bases get more defenses set up, more diadems, etc. Because it takes so long for the Protoss army to chew through the base that by that point you can completely eviscerate the whole Mystery Meat production line and rebuild some stuff elsewhere. Like he built all those mantles in the top right base, and it feels like maybe that could have been another move too. But it's all right. It's like the first time we've actually seen that maneuver happen. I think that might be the first time we've seen recall occur in a game that doesn't just immediately end from it. Like today in general, we've saw the only 2 didact recalls that I think we've seen ever in CMBW's history, let alone the actual tournament play. So one of them was Meat against Shambler, and the other one was Meat against Neblime. So in that case, it was definitely something where it was going to catch people off guard. He had a really good response to the first set, but he, like you said earlier, he kind of let it slip after that. It is really demanding to have like Anseals and Watchdogs at every location and stuff, so it's understandable. That's why maybe you would want to go for something like a Seraph, which could also irradiate it to start proccing the damage, and then, I don't know, something like that. He went away from his nuke play that he normally favors. He needed all of his add-ons to be rotaries, or at least he felt, so he could have non-stop Sundog production. I think there's a lot of reasons why his play made sense. It's just he ended up falling behind, and even at the point of the didact recall, there were choices to make for sure. So a really exciting game because it wasn't really over for a very long point. It's not like, the writing was on the wall and he just never refused to surrender until it was too late. Like, no, he was really in it for a really long amount of time. Both players were in it, and both players were in very serious danger for a very long portion of that game. So pretty exciting to watch.
I definitely think that Neblime just getting like 3 to 4 hippogriffs would have really helped a lot. It would have just annihilated Meat's ground army. His ground army had really no engagement to it at all.
I think if you go Sundog Hippogriff in that situation, the Sundogs can deal with the air units. But yeah, it is it's hard to even fit the Hadrons in that top right base. And he probably felt a little too, like the 3 o'clock base, the mid right. I don't think that he would have necessarily been able to hold that as long. So it made sense that where he put the nanites, but he wanted to go add-on less, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely would have figured. Like, it's definitely one of the first games I've seen go this long in Terran and Tier 3 without seeing hippogriffs.
Right.
And I definitely wanted to see. Like, I haven't got to see them perform at all with their new anti-air attack. So I have no idea really like how good they are at this point. But it feels like when that happened, people just stopped making them. But it's like, dude, he has nothing but Dracodons, Positrons, and Zealots. It is just mincemeat for hippogriffs just to chew through. And then, at that point, then you can bring in your Ramses so they don't get overwhelmed by this stack of Protoss units. And then you can force the air units to come to you. And then that gets you in a situation where your Magnetars can engage. It's like, you don't want to be running up to them to Yamato. You want them to be running into your base, dealing with your Watchdogs, your defenses of any nature that you've got, and then coming out of the Fog of War, readying with Yamato, and then engaging them. Forcing them to switch targets and take tons of damage, or just Yamatoing them, and then they're forcing them to split while taking damage, right? Like there's that whole telegraphing thing I brought up, but
yeah,
definitely expected to see at least some hippogriffs. But I think kind of like by that point, it was starting to get to the stage like when you start bleeding out bases and they're getting all mined out, it gets to be a point where like even building the hard-on colliders is getting to be too expensive.
Yeah.
Like by that point, just the fact that Meat had held on to the left side and was otherwise mining from most of those bases at that point, and most of those were quite fresh.
Yeah.
And the right side was getting all mined out. It was like, it would have been very difficult to pull out of that no matter what you did, for sure.
Well, it's only fitting we get to end on a banger like that. Mesk, thank you so much for joining me. You casted every playoffs match with me, which I very much appreciate. And you even casted 2 out of 4 groups way back when we did the marathon day. So honestly, you've changed a lot of your sleep schedule around to accommodate it and stuff. I do appreciate the time investment, and I appreciate the time of everybody
nocturnal.
else.
I am on the Australian time zone.
Yeah. If you still played actively, you'd be duking it out with Neblime 24/7. So that's how it would work. But hey, I like that. I think it works out. I think it was a great match. I appreciate how even especially the last match was, but just in general. And I'm really glad that we're getting more competitive players in, right? Hamster, I think, is like a dark horse player you could pick to ramp up his efficiency. Keen showed some pretty good stuff against Shambler earlier as like
really
a contender.
Nice to see those Keen games for sure.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the overall.
The more
level
of these
go
tier
up.
3 games we get, the more that these people are going to shape up. And I really want to see when the Neblime and the others can do when they get really comfortable with it.
Yeah. All right. I think that's pretty much it from us. Do you have any final words? Perhaps 2 final words for us, Miss?
I'm looking forward to the Neblime Mystery Meat Best of 9 on Main Street.
Those are not the 2 words I thought you were going to say, but Main Street works out overall. Maybe we'll bring it back. You never know. All right, guys. That's going to do it for us. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for Dumb Phone Posting.
Smoke weed every day.